What's going on, guys? Certified meteorologist Jonathan Kegges with you. We are pinpointing Hurricane Idalia. Forecast to strengthen, and hot off the press, the 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center shows that it's doing just that. We're going to jump through a bunch of maps. I'm going to update some things in real time, so there might be some lulls in here. But nonetheless, we're going to break this down. We have a severe weather threat that's likely going to be unfolding. We've had some nasty weather already in Fort Myers area, southwest Florida, and then pushing back up now into central Florida, a few severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're going to break all of this down. We're going to have statewide coverage here as Hurricane Idalia makes a run for the Big Bend of Florida. You see it there, a 100-mile-per-hour Category 2 hurricane now, gusts getting up to 120. The pressure down a little bit at 972. Now, I don't want to say it's a good thing, but so far this thing has not exploded. The modeling wanted this thing to explode later tonight, so we still need to watch carefully to see if that's going to occur. But it looks like it may be fighting some lingering dry air and some lingering wind shear. Again, all of that would be good news. It's all relative, of course. This is still going to be a likely major hurricane coming towards the Big Bend of Florida that is susceptible big time to storm surge. But nonetheless, you see that right there, a 100-mile-per-hour Category 2 hurricane. The latest track from the National Hurricane Center, again, we're going to get these at 5 o'clock and 11 o'clock. Obviously, I know one of the main concerns yesterday was a Charlie-like track and an Ian-like track. We're going to talk a whole lot about that, but obviously the Charlie-like track is pretty much off the table right now. The reason for that, Franklin's actually helping us out. It's nudging it further to the west and southwest Florida, but what this is doing, it's kind of guiding it in toward the Big Bend area, the north-central Big Bend, and you see it there. Again, I don't really want to call this a positive because it's still a major hurricane, but the forecast has come down from previous runs, now anticipated to peak at 115-mile-per-hour storm. Again, a major hurricane. It's a Cat 3. It's going to be awful, but it's not the 125 that was previous forecast, so maybe that is a good thing, and maybe since we're getting more Hurricane Hunter data, they're in there. Hopefully they're going to find some dry air, get into the center there, and kind of disrupt some of this rapid intensification. It has about, I want to say, a little less than 18 hours over the warm jet fuel waters of the Gulf, so it really has about 12 to 18 hours left over water, probably more like 15 hours. This should be on land sometime tomorrow, Wednesday morning, into that 8 o'clock to lunchtime hour, probably right smack dab in the middle of that. All right, so I want to back that up a little bit. You see there, again, the wind intensity, the wind timeline going forward. I have all the radars turned on. These are the National Weather Service forecasts. You see all these little wands going everywhere. I have every single radar turned on around this thing so that we can track this together and pinpoint this through the evening, through the overnight. Take a few breaks, of course. We're going to keep the live stream rolling here all night and through tomorrow so that we can be there for the severe weather threat through the Florida Peninsula. And then, of course, for the actual landfall itself for our friends around the Big Bend area. And we're going to watch this every step of the way. I'm going to bring in some real-time Hurricane Hunter data and all that jazz. We'll have that conversation. So if you're watching on clickorlando.com, you can post in the comments. We have that the comment section linked right at the top part of the story here. Just scroll down a little bit and you will see the comment section there. And you can post those there. I'll read those live on our chat. And if you're watching on YouTube, hit me up in the comments there if you have any questions on the storm, if you have any comments on the storm. We like to nerd out. We like to get scientific and all the same thing. Awesome. Hey, Nickel76. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for tuning in and all of the above. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Brig Commander. It certainly looks like that, Bill. It certainly he says Tampa scores another W. Now, this was never coming ashore on Tampa this time around, so that water is still going to be pushed up onto Tampa Bay, on Tampa Bay. So still watching for some storm surge flooding. But the good news is this should stay off. This should stay off Tampa. This should stay off St. Pete. Still going to be kind of nasty at times, look dramatic at times in those outer bands. But I don't think we're in the thick of this all night. Just going to change some things around real quick. There's the radar. I want to get to some of the questions right off the bat here because I have some really, really good questions. So we are going to get to that as we kind of break some things down. All right, so for those of you just joining again on clickorlando.com, hey, all right, so asking she lives near Channel 6. Awesome. That's great. For the most part, here's the deal. This is it's going to be a weird one for Central Florida, and I'll show you why. Hey, Gabriel, I'm going to answer your question in just 1 second, my friend, if you stick with me. I want to just show the central forecast perspective here. I'm just going to kind of rapid fire through some things, and then we're going to go through some high-level meteorology here and break some things down as we have a lot of time. .com, I will, my friend. Both good questions, and I'm going to get to that for you. We're going to look at the models, and we're going to talk about how that is. All right, so first and foremost, for Central Florida, I don't think this is a big deal for us. We were talking about this. Now, with that said, there are going to be some embedded nasty thunderstorms in these outer bands. Like you see what we have going through now. There's 6 o'clock. We have the darker reds. These could create brief tornadoes because of the storm out in the Gulf. We do have the potential for rotation there. We do have wind shear in the atmosphere, and that could certainly, again, cause those brief tornadoes. It's something we look for in the outer bands in the position we are. We're known as the dirty side. There's the main event. So overnight, there's 4 o'clock in the morning. The Gulf Coast of Florida is getting rocked with some of these outer bands, okay? That's what we're really going to be dealing with. The center, thankfully, for the Gulf Coast is likely going to stay out to sea here. And as it does that, it's still going to fling these kind of nasty outer bands. So if you do have work tomorrow in the Central Florida area, if your place of employment hasn't canceled, I know there have been a few places that have, you will be competing with some of these kind of nastier thunderstorms out here. I think this is the worst of the weather. They're going to be gusty. I mean, we're used to this in the afternoon. These afternoon crazy thunderstorms, we could have wind gusts 40, 50 miles an hour. The deal with a day like today and early tomorrow morning is that these outer bands can kind of spawn these brief tornadoes. That is really our main impact here in Central Florida. We are going to have periods of heavy rain. It will look dramatic at times as that rain kind of blows sideways a little bit, but we're not going to be in the thick of it like we were with Ian last year for comparison. So all of the above. So stand by just 1 second, just checking to see. Looks like we have a new warning for my friends watching from Central Florida. New severe thunderstorm warning, 5:15 to 6 o'clock in Osceola County. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. I will get to those questions on the loop and on it. Just right off the bat, Gabriel, this is not going to be like Ian. We were pretty confident that I know that Ian and Charlie made kind of those abrupt turns, Charlie especially. This is not going to be the case this time around, and I'll show you why. I'll go into the meteorology why that's not going to be the case. But here's the deal right now in Central Florida. We have a lot of these outer bands starting to slide through, some very heavy rain in to the just right around the Villages area, moving up into Marion County. That's all the hurricane watches and warnings, trying to get to the actual severe boxes. And there is that severe thunderstorm warning right in here. So this is going to be for Brevard and Osceola County until 6 o'clock. That includes Cocoa Beach. That includes Harbor Beach and June Park. And sorry if it gets a little loud in here sometimes in the newsroom, and there's a bunch of live crews. We have one of our reporters in Crystal River as well. This is going to be close to where that comes ashore. So we can bring you that live video as well. In addition, All right, give me 1 second. I'm just going to go check in with our news department. I'm going to move some cameras around, and I will be right back here. I'm going to keep the loop on of the hurricane. Talks amongst yourself. Post in the comments, and I will answer those questions for you. And I'm going to be right back. But I'm just going to leave you with this loop right now. We're going to keep this stream rolling on, and I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm certified meteorologist Jonathan Kegges here in the Click Orlando Digital Studios. One of the main questions I have been asked over the past couple of days is this going to be like Ian? Is this going to be Charlie? The forecast cone was very similar to both of those storms. We all know what happened. It made that hard right turn. We were talking about that it was likely not because Franklin is actually helping out Southwest Florida, but unfortunately guiding it into the Big Bend. Here's the deal. On top of hurricanes, they actually create their own area of high pressure. So we see Franklin out here. There was already a big chunk of high pressure over Puerto Rico, over the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Cuba. What happens here? We have these outflow channels away from the hurricane, and basically Franklin was strengthening this big chunk of high pressure right down here, and it was creating a bubble of high pressure over Southwest Florida. So that helped keep the storm west. It did help to guide it further north, and that is why this is making such an odd run towards the Big Bend of Florida. So Franklin helping out Southwest Florida, unfortunately, though, guiding it towards the Big Bend. I'm meteorologist Jonathan Kegges, News 6.
I just need written in the script what...
All right, so that is the main reason why, guys. Franklin being there is making this such a weird track. It's only a couple in recorded history have come towards the Big Bend, and it's because of that same thing. I mean, you can see how a behemoth Franklin is just chilling out there in the central Atlantic, and it's this feedback loop. Franklin is strengthening the high, and the high kind of nudging Idalia further to the west into the Gulf of Mexico. Now, again, it protects Southwest Florida, but unfortunately, it drives it right on into the Big Bend of Florida. So, again, it's not helping everybody out. It'd be great if it would just tear it apart, but that's not the case as well. So nickel 76. So that is what it is. So you are correct. It is that high pressure that is being supercharged by Franklin that is protecting Southwest Florida, but unfortunately kind of guiding it into the Big Bend. So it's not, again, helping everybody out. Hey, Junior in Miami, wild rain. Yeah, all these kind of outer bands are going to push right on through over the next really couple of days here, and then we're going to start to see things wind down significantly. We're going to get back to regularly scheduled programming pretty much all the way through. All right, question about is a severe thunderstorm warning going to move through Orlando? Let's go back to our actual radar page here. Give me 1 second. Have all my scenes kind of jumbled up in my radar show. So I'm going to get back to our live radar. So there is what we have. You clearly see where Idalia is, just hanging out in the Gulf of Mexico. We're going to look deep into this storm. I saw some dry air on the west side. Maybe, just maybe, it can start to suck it in. That is my hope, anyway. I like to be optimistic. But you also see this. Just real quick. The lightning detection picking up lightning on the eastern eye wall of Idalia. When these things start firing off lightning bolts, that means we have extremely intense thunderstorms. It's really, really hard to produce lightning over the tropics because it's so warm. You need to have those storms really intense to kind of mix up those charges, and you have to have ice in the cloud to get lightning to help to separate those charges and create those charges. And when you have lightning over the tropics again, that's what we have. Again, that's a sign to us anyway that this thing is gearing up and strengthening, and it's again already doing that. All right, let me take you closer in. A lot of thunder, a lot of lightning in here. Let me turn the loop on for you. There is that severe thunderstorm warning that rolls until 6 o'clock for Brevard County. So nothing severe in Orlando, but we are going to get some pretty heavy rain. South side, South Metro. Let me go to a camera here so I can show you downtown Orlando. That's Daytona Beach. Things are quiet. Look at that. Hold on. Look at this real quick. This is a really crazy shot here. This is Brevard County, Port Canaveral. Those thunderstorms are rolling through. I'm going to shift my radar and check out what is going on there, but that looks like it's a kind of a gnarly shelf cloud there on the leading edge of that thing. Kind of the same deal. You can see the rain shaft here in downtown Orlando. That is downtown, but a really, really ominous shot there. This is what the radar looks like as this storm lifts on through. So I'll show you exactly where the camera is. Let's take it further in. Port Canaveral is right about there. So we are looking at this right here. So that's the leading edge of this nasty thunderstorm that's over Rockledge right now. That's over Cocoa. And we are going to back that up. So right now, downtown Orlando, we saw... That's Port Canaveral again. That's Daytona Beach. Third time's a charm. I'll get the right camera. You can kind of see it starting to rain there. And then certainly there's a raindrop. We found a raindrop. You can see that rain shaft, as it's called, right behind the buildings there off to the right side of your screen. So that is what we are kind of watching here. We're looking down south. This is the storm that's kind of moving out of Windermere, moving out of Oak Ridge, so this is kind of moving up. Let me loop this for you to kind of show you the storm motion. It's all kind of drifting in. And this is the deal with the potential for these to turn tornadic through the evening, and then again tomorrow as Idalia is moving way out here. We have the breeze coming out of the surface, or out of the southeast, I should say, at the surface. But the wind aloft is out of the west. that induces that rolling motion. So any updraft that is in the thunderstorm that is strong enough to take advantage of that wind shear will start to roll, and then they can produce short-lived tornadoes, but sometimes can be really damaging. So that's what we are watching for as well. All right, Liz is asking, is it possible to shift to the east and hit Tampa, Hernando, just name a couple of cities and counties there? I don't think so. I really think, and we were talking about this last night, that Ian-like track and that Charlie-like track were kind of ruled out because of that high pressure. And if you're just joining us and kind of missed that explanation, it's because of Franklin. That is why. That's why we're not going to see that sharp turn this time. If Franklin wasn't there, could we have? Maybe, because we do have something similar to what happened in Charlie. We have this dip in the jet stream. Thanks, Rhonda, for that report. Let me get my comments turned on here so I can bring some people over. So yeah, the deal with that is, hi. So Liz was saying. All right, so we have Franklin out into the Atlantic, and again, that is really feeding that high pressure, and that is what is going to prevent that last-minute jolt, kind of like Ian, kind of like Charlie back in 2004. So we're not anticipating it this time. Now, one of the reasons why both of those storms did that is that dip in the jet stream, and we do have that, but now there's kind of like a lineman. There's a, to make a football reference, there's like a blocking offensive line there pushing back at the trough. So there's going to be a squeeze play here. And again, unfortunately, that squeeze play is right to the Big Bend. So we're fairly confident on that track. We still don't know exactly who's going to get the worst of the worst because those wobbles matter. And when we get those stronger hurricanes, like what is anticipated here with Idalia, they wobble a lot. So that's the deal. So Gabriel, yeah, and then some tropical storm force wind gust in these stronger, outer bands. That's it. I really think for most of Central Florida, like interior Central Florida, that this is going to be kind of like a routine thunderstorm with the potential, a heightened potential for tornadoes. So actually, Hebrew Girl, Texas 72, this one did not come from Africa. This one came from Central America. This was a weird born storm, and this came right up from Central America, something that typically does not happen in August. But yeah, this one did not come from Africa. That is correct. So Rhonda is asking, is Central Florida considered the dirty side of the hurricane? It is. And what that means is that you get that southeast motion at the surface where you still have winds aloft out of the west, and it gets dirty because that's where we have that tornadic potential is here. I know, Jason, it's loud in here. I get distracted easy. If you guys hang with me for a while, you're going to see that. But we always get back on track. I promise you that. Thank you guys so much for tuning in this evening as we kind of track this. I wish we were talking and on this live stream on a sunny day and that it wasn't a hurricane and that land was not going to be affected. But unfortunately, that's the hand we've been dealt here. So we're going to track it for our friends that are being impacted by some of the outer bands now in Florida. And we're going to track it for, of course, our friends along the Big Bend, where this looks like it's going to get kind of rocking by the time 7, 8 o'clock in the morning gets around, and then by landfall later on in the morning tomorrow. All right, let me get my comments turned on so we can bring some comments over. We're going to keep this rolling for a while. All right, so I want that. Turn on my comments here. Gabriel's asking about the chance for some flooding in Orlando, maybe in poor drainage areas, but we're not going to see a repeat of like an Ian kind of deal where it's just going to rain and rain and rain. So we're going to be okay from that point. Certainly localized flooding could be possible. So that's what we're going to watch for, but especially in poor drainage areas. But honestly, we're not looking at anything significant. If you get stuck under one of these bands, we're talking about maybe 1 to 3 inches of rain by the time this goes. This is not significant for the central Florida area as well. Ocala, same kind of deal. We are closer to the storm, so we're going to have a better shot for a few tornadoes. But we'll have also the opportunity for some stronger wind gusts embedded in that line. So someone's asking, is it a big nothing? No, it's not a big nothing. For Central Florida, it's quiet. Now for Tampa, I think that's where you were asking for. We're going to be watching for the storm surge, but nonetheless, this is not making landfall, and it never was going to make landfall in Tampa. Certainly, it was a possibility, but it was on the lower end of that possibility. Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you from the Click Orlando digital studio. One of the main questions we've been asked are about these models. You see them popping up everywhere. First and foremost, making landfall in the Panhandle. That is the main event with Idalia. But notice we have this loop coming on, and this is the other main question we've been asked. Is this possible? The answer to that is yes, but if it were to happen, it would likely be weak. Hurricanes are made up in different kind of layers. They like to be vertically stacked in the low-level portion of the atmosphere, in the middle, and in the upper. If there's enough wind shear to disrupt this system, the low-level circulation will kind of get pulled out from the mid-level circulation. The mid-level spin of Idalia will get blown towards Bermuda, but the surface flow at the surface will be out of the north and east, pushing the kind of naked center of Idalia back towards Florida. Now, if the water was warm enough and if it moved slow enough, it would have to go through all of that redevelopment process again. That's unlikely, but it is possible that part of Idalia, anyway, comes back towards Florida late into the weekend or early next week. Jonathan Kegges, News 6. So, yeah, and that's the crazy thing about it. Some more of the comments coming back in here. Ivan did it in 2004. So again, that's the main point. That's the main point. It would likely be weak. We got to get through the first part of this, but it's clear that it wants to do something weird out there. And this black line here, if you see the black line at the center part of your screen, that is true. So .com. I know you've been with me through a lot of this. So yeah, I remember I said that too. And the reason why this is, let me bring that out. We're gonna talk about this .com's thing about, I know, and that's why it's the weather is always kind of changing here. The weather, things change quickly with the weather. The reason why Idalia was able, or I guess is getting strong right now, is because the other day, most of the model guidance we have, and again, guidance is just that, it's guidance, it's not gospel, but most of the model guidance showed Idalia meandering over land until yesterday afternoon. What happened was storm scale features pulled Idalia's center under it. So I mentioned just a little bit ago about the opportunity for kind of that low-level center and mid-level center to get ripped apart. That's kind of what happened and got Idalia further to the east. So in this water vapor imagery here, let me get this loop back on. I was initially expecting this thing, as most model guidance showed, and that's again why you can't always trust models, Idalia to be right about here. Okay? Look at all of the dry air that's there. If it would have launched kind of messed up and broken from the Yucatan and lifted into that drier air, it would really never be able to get its core going until the very end and maybe getting up to low-end hurricane status. But instead, the thunderstorms that fired to the east of Idalia early on Saturday pulled its center, that low-level center, off of the Yucatan. It brought it out here, and instead of meandering over here, it meandered right here, and then it was able to go right on through the Yucatan Channel rather than right up, just like that. So that is why there was the intensity change, because there was going to be a little bit of wind shear on its west side, and certainly a lot of dry air. So that is one of the reasons why. And again, you never write anything off like that, and that was one of the things I hope people that weren't checking out this weekend. Anyway, so someone asked, it's definitely going to go north and hit Mississippi. So that's not going to happen because of this. Let me show you why it's not going to go to Mississippi. So we mentioned before, here's what's steering this thing, okay? Got to let my thing play out. Here is Idalia. You can see that big flare up of purple right there, okay? But we have a dip in the jet stream right there. So that is pushing Idalia to the east. We have high pressure right here, as we talked about, being strengthened by Franklin's outflow channels right there. So that means we are looking right to the Big Bend. We don't know exactly where along the Big Bend is going to get that right front quadrant, worst of the worst, but it's somewhere in the Big Bend. Again, the Charlie track is out, the Ian track is out because of all that. Don't be scared in Texas. You're going to be protected as well from that this dip in the jet stream right here. So you are good in Texas. Somebody asking again, is it making a circle? What I'm going to do is I wrote a story on that today on clickorlando.com. I'm going to post that in the link. I mean, it's a great question. When you look at the models, you're like, what are they doing? It's happened before. Ivan is the one that comes to mind for me. I think Gordon did it in the 90s, or at least did something weird out there. But Ivan was the one that I firmly remember that Let's see. All right, so I pinned that article. So if you guys are interested in learning more about why those models are showing this turning and coming back toward Florida, which would be terrible, it shouldn't be strong if it does, okay? I'm not going to say if it meanders under high pressure and just get some things out, but nonetheless, I guess it's a small possibility. All right, so Brian's talking about Melbourne. Yeah, we were looking at, let me bring up the Port Canaveral camera. There it is. There are those dark clouds making it there. We saw that shelf cloud moving through about 20, 30 minutes ago. All right, let me just make sure. I'm just getting new updates from the National Weather Service, just making sure we don't have any local warnings because I don't have the radar up right now. Just looking at some comments because that's what we are doing here. Hunter, I don't want to say that Tampa is in the clear. There's going to be some nasty outer bands coming through. You're not getting a direct hit, but certainly southerly winds are going to push Tampa Bay up a little bit. So there is what part of Brevard County looks like. That is the water vapor imagery that we've been looking at. And I love the water vapor imagery. You can see so much. You can pick up the little nuances that are steering these things. And then there's all that lightning. Let's see here. Port St. John, we're getting rocked again. There's nothing damaging here. Let's see. Have they... I don't think there's any storms there where there's... Yes, there's still warnings there, but the worst of the storm has moved out of where the warning is at this present time. All right, so Gabriel's asking, it got dark in Orlando. Will the power go out? Let's see. So there's the thunderstorm responsible for getting it dark. This is moving into Apopka on the south side, right around OBT. This is going to continue to push up into Longwood. It's in Altamont Springs. Again, these are some of the outer bands. Coming through courtesy of Idalia in the Gulf. So Paradise Heights, a little lull, but it's still raining. This is heading towards Tangerine, Zellwood, Mount Plymouth, Eustis, into Asatula, Yahala. There are no warnings out for Orange County where you are in Orlando. But nonetheless, it's still going to have the opportunity to produce these gusty winds. That's what we are going to be watching. Let me see if I can sample. So what I have now, it's kind of a scope. We can dissect and get into the storm, and I can try to. So we do have some very gusty winds through Altamont Springs area. Radar is estimating 49 mile per hour winds. If anybody happens to be watching from Seminole County and Paradise Heights, have a question, will this hit near Pensacola? It's going to be to the east of Pensacola, so you may have effects from it, but nothing. The main event is going to be to your east. All right, ask and you shall receive. Apples Martin is asking for the spaghetti models, and I'm sure that he wants to see the craziness that is. I'll find them. They're in here somewhere. There they are. I am somebody that has like a bunch of tabs open at the same time, but there they are. This is what the deal is with this system. Again, coming through somewhere around the Big Bend. Here's the Pensacola area. So again, we are going to be in the clear from anything big. Tallahassee, different story though. Cedar Key, Crystal River. That's going to be like your main event area, your worst of the worst potential in there. Fruitland Park looks good. Tallahassee could take a direct hit with this, for sure. Fort McCoy. So I think at the very worst, when you get in these outer bands that could produce wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour, and there is a shot for those brief tornadoes as well. Because you're so close to the center and we have wind shear going on, the turning of the direction with height. I'm sorry, what was Bike Life's answer or question? I missed it, Olivia. If you can, let me try to go back down and find it. There's so many questions coming in. So if you're still on, ask that question again as well. Yeah, be careful in Crystal River. I do think, though, for in Crystal River, I think the worst of that should be further north of you, probably closer towards Steinhatchee, maybe even Alligator Point. I mean, further up north central, it would still have to make a harder turn for you to get it in, but you have that potential still to be in the worst of the worst. That is not set in stone just yet. It's going to be somewhere in the Big Bend, but just not as that part still in the future, still uncertain anyway. Let me show you here kind of the future radar. I think we have a lot of people asking questions about here of certain towns. So I just kind of want to show you a wide view of what's going on with Idalia. Let me get that comment off so everybody we can see here. So as we move into the evening, so note what happens. Here's 11 o'clock. Most of the state of Florida is doing pretty good at this point. We are going to be worried about some storm surge from Tampa Bay. There could be some of these outer bands moving through for places like Bradenton. But for the most part, we're going to be okay in Bradenton. The Bahamas are safe from this storm in the long run. This is going to move up, out. If it loops back, you might get some scattered showers on the northern Bahama Islands and all that stuff. Winter Haven, we're looking pretty good. We do have that tornado threat tonight and into tomorrow. So we're going to play that out right here. So this is 11 o'clock tonight, a few hours from now. And you kind of see that, these bigger bands rolling through. Now, this is where it starts to get really bad. This is the worst of the weather for where this is coming ashore. And you see here again, Tallahassee is inland, but at least on this high-resolution model run, Tallahassee is going to get the brunt of this. Same with Port St. Joe. Potentially Cedar Key still on some nasty stuff. And then here are these outer bands kind of sliding through. And this is what I'd be most concerned with for Central Florida. So in these bands that you see around Palm Coast and you see around Jacksonville and you see around Orlando, St. Cloud, even around Clearwater, Palm Coast, these have the potential to produce tornadoes because of the wind shear. Somebody asked about the Orlando airport. Let me find it. You guys are awesome with these questions. I can't find it. The questions are coming in hot and heavy. But the Orlando airport is open. The last that I saw, they were not shutting down operations. Nothing was meeting their criteria to shut down the Orlando airport. They may have to stop some things, but because it's going to be, let me see how I want to put this. It's going to be kind of wavy. So same for like Jacksonville, because the storm is going to go north. What happens is you get an outer band. It's gnarly for a few minutes. And then we start to kind of wind things back down a little bit in between these bands, and then it'll ramp back up and ramp back down again. So it's not going to be kind of how Ian was, where a lot of the state of Florida was just kind of in this, or Irma, for instance, where we just kind of went up and we're dealing with that the whole time in a lot of the state. So we'll see. Perfect. And thank you, Lord, for that comment. Hope you have a safe trip. So far everything looks good, because the Orlando International Airport deals with storms all the time. They deal with this stuff, so they are positioned more than most airports, because we get those daily thunderstorms. And really, other than that tornado threat, these are just going to be those afternoon daily thunderstorms that could cause some damage. Okay, they could cause some damage. But I don't think it's on a widespread scale in Central Florida. Now, again, if you're watching from the Panhandle, this is a different story. So that was a question about the Orlando airport in Orlando in general. Union Park, same kind of deal. We're going to have these bands coming through. And that's going to be kind of nasty, but same thing, same for Port Charlotte. They will. So at least they have the potential to anyway. West Orange County, we are kind of getting one of those bands right now. Let me get back to the actual radar picture. So there we go. There's the wide-out view. We can clearly see what's going on. Really, for West Orange County, and again, it's just some light rain right now. Most of the heavy stuff is North Orange County and through Seminole, and then back towards us in Brevard. But I really think we're going to be in a pretty big lull after this first band goes through. That's what I think. Fruitland Park, Lord, I do think there's that chance. I really think, though, that tornado threat is with us for the next couple of hours while we have this band. And then I think we take a sizable break overnight. And then tomorrow in the morning, so like for your morning commute into that 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock hour, like mid to late morning, as we get those outer bands to come back through as the storm kind of unravels a little bit, that's what we're going to see as well. It does. Any thunderstorm has a shot anyway. These are going to be kind of some beefier thunderstorms, if you will, in the outer bands. But so far, so good. Lakeland so far, no problem. Awesome stuff. You can charge your TV and subscribe to this channel if your power goes out. So, I guess charge your phone, not charge your TV, but charge your phone. And you can watch this live stream. We're going to be here for a lot of the night. Sometimes may have to take a break. East of Orlando, getting hammered. There you go. That is the radar there. All of this is kind of sliding in. So Sanford, Geneva, Oviedo. Again, this is what I was talking about the last couple of days. It looks a little dramatic at times, but then we'll quiet things down for a couple hours. That's the nature of kind of where we are in this storm. Gnarly at times, dramatic at times, but nothing too crazy. Do they even make battery-powered TVs? I mean, you have the hand crank ones from back in the day. So it's actually already north of the Keys, Brandon. So it can't hit the Keys. Thank you, Don, for that report in Deltona. Let's take a trip into Deltona for Dawn. And there is what she's talking about there. A lot of lightning strikes towards Lake Aspy Shores as well. Osteen, Kalamazoo, then Deltona itself. The darker yellows and reds showing that as well. the hurricane looks to go right towards the Carolinas, like the South Carolina, North Carolina border. There's the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center. That's the 5 o'clock advisory, came out about an hour ago. And you see it kind of moving off the Charleston, close to Wilmington, North Carolina. And you see there, remember all those crazy models? Well, the Hurricane Center actually reflects that in their official forecast. You see that right there. Let me get my trusty arrow out. Thanks, Brian, for that report. We'll get back to the radar as well. And I should mention we're live here on our YouTube channel. We are live on clickorlando.com. We are live on News 6 Plus, the Pinpoint Hurricane app, Pinpoint Weather app. So if you have to leave, or if you can't watch anything or from your computer, we're also right in the palm of your hand right there. If you are finding this conversation, this weather conversation that we're having helpful, if you're finding it informative, and you want to stay updated on all things Florida weather, hit that subscribe button for me. That would be awesome. Give it a thumbs up. It helps YouTube kind of push this out. We're going to be here through the brunt of this thing, kind of giving you guys information and having this conversation as we kind of track the storm together here. We are based out of Orlando, but we are watching this for the entire state of Florida tonight as things could get really, really nasty. Later tonight towards the Big Bend, Tallahassee. Some people were asking about Georgia, and it's not the best because it's going to be moving so fast. And you see it's still projected to be a Category 1 hurricane by tomorrow afternoon, 85 mile per hour sustained winds through South Georgia. So that certainly can create some wind damage. All right, so somebody is asking, I have a couple questions now, could this make a run at Category 4 status? The answer to that is yes. So far, thankfully, this thing has not cleared its throat, and it's not pounding its chest, and it's not rapidly intensifying. I'm not saying that it's not going to be bad still, but so far we have just not seen that. Now, somebody mentioned about the lightning strikes, and it is. Okay, so as I say that, let's take a look. Is it trying to open its eye? It has not done that yet. That would be a dead giveaway here. Just bear with me. I'm going to turn on the satellite here that updates every minute, so we get some crazy good satellite views here, and we can watch this. Like, look how much detail we have in this. These are one of the goes east satellite here. It's called the mesoscale channel. They can put the satellite right over to the storm, and we can look at it, and we can get a really good view of what is going on meteorologically and dynamically in this storm. All right, I have a question about Inverness, so if you stick with me for a second, we'll get into that. I believe we're still in that hurricane warning in Inverness, but I think outer bands are our primary threat now, and that we will be just dealing with, not just, because those outer bands can cause some damage and certainly can create tornadoes as well. Okay, let's go to the black and white channel. We can see what's going on. We're going to lose visible satellite in a few hours here, but you can see just kind of what we're up against. I'm going to try to load some Hurricane Hunter data in too. But you can kind of see it trying to get its act together. That's why it's shooting off lightning. Let me play this through so I can get my arrow back. Panama City, Florida will likely get a little bit, but we're going to be on the left side of the storm, so our impacts are not going to be as significant as what is heading like towards east of Apalachicola into Tallahassee. So we're not going to see, I don't think we're going to see things as extreme for us there? St. Petersburg, same kind of thing. I think we're going to see these outer bands kind of spiral on. The main event, Zoe, is not going to come through here, come through St. Petersburg. We're just going to get kind of rocked with these outer bands where it could look really dramatic for a time. They might be able to produce some tornadoes, so we're going to watch that tonight and into tomorrow. And then those storms could create those 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, maybe a little bit stronger on an isolated scale. But the main event, the eye wall, the worst part of this storm is not going to come to St. Petersburg. Okay, Jack, that's not true. Thanks, Misty, for that report. Let's get back. We're going to take a look at this satellite. There's just so much to talk about tonight. Let's take a look at Castleberry. Same for Ocala, LJ. I think we're going to see, like, we have some storms just to your west right now in Ocala. Reddick, you're likely hearing the thunder. Nice little radar scan. Those beams coming through. That's why it gets light. Same for Apopka. Castleberry. This is what you guys are talking about. There's Winter Springs, Longwood. At least the heaviest rain starting to wrap up a little bit. These are pushing from the north and east, so this kind of band is still moving through Oviedo and Chuliota. Still some really heavy rain as a result of these outer bands. Palm Coast will see stuff, but it's not going to be crazy. You guys right now are nice and dry. I think you'll end up seeing a few of these bands kind of spiral up a little bit later on tonight. All that stuff, but not much. Not going to be crazy for you. It is 100% possible. I know I've had a lot of questions on the Cat 4 thing. Now, it could. The Hurricane Center actually dropped their intensity. They had 125 miles an hour at landfall. Now they dropped it to 115. That is still a major hurricane. That's a Category 3 hurricane. But we'll see what happens. Now, these last few images here, it appears like Idalia is trying to open up an eye. You see where it kind of starts clearing out a little bit? What's going on here is, when you start to see the eye actually clear out, that means that the storm is strengthening. We talked about that sinking air, that subsidence on top of the storm. You get the rising motion around the eye wall. That's the most intense part of the storm. But in the eye, you actually get air to sink and warm up. So it's one of the things the hurricane hunters are looking for when they're flying in and out of these storms, are if the temperature of the eye is warming up. Because as air sinks, it warms up, and that's an indication to meteorologists that the storm is strengthening. So one of these times I'm gonna break away and try to find the latest Hurricane Hunter data they call it a vortex data message that comes through to kind of see what the actual meteorologists and pilots are seeing in there, and all that stuff. Tampa's going to get big surges. Gainesville, we're going to get in on those thunderstorms, those outer bands as well. Thank you for tuning in from Gainesville. Sarasota, the worst of this storm is going to stay off to the west of us, but we are going to get some nasty outer bands. Let me show you the future radar product. Stand by, please. So here we go. And you see it's not too dramatic here. We have some nasty weather we had that nasty weather. That's back to 4 o'clock. That's the band that's moving through the Orlando area, through Melbourne, through Brevard County, into Sanford right now. And then you see there's a lull. So that's kind of the thing that I want to get across, is that it's not going to be okay, so let me be just clear first, because it's going to be much different in the Panhandle tonight. I'm talking about right smack through the peninsula. Notice there's 11 o'clock, and I'll get the comment off here so that we can actually see what's going on. There's 11 o'clock. We may have a few of those feeder bands through Fort Lauderdale, through Miami, Belglade, Fort Pierce, West Palm, but most of the Florida Peninsula is nice and quiet by 11 o'clock. It's really starting to rock in the Panhandle, especially the Big Bend area. Let's take this out further. Look at this thing. There's 3 o'clock in the morning, and then we are in this, okay? We are in this. Just real quick, I saw this comment. I don't think you should be boarding up windows on an older home. Also, I think it's a little too late for that now. There's some storms around, and I don't want you to get hit by lightning. I think at the very worst, I mean, there could be damage in Ocala, so I don't want to completely write that off. But just keep that in mind that there's some thunderstorms around, and I wouldn't want you to get struck by lightning or anything like that. So just be careful out there, okay? All right, so got a question about Longboat Key, and we're just going to be susceptible to some storm surge. We are going to have some very gusty winds as these outer bands come on, and what we see here is just that the brighter reds are indicating the thunderstorms, the colder cloud tops, the thunderstorms. We see that flare up there of some thunderstorms around the Orlando area, again closer to the Space Coast. We have some storms coming back in through the Keys as it's kind of, the storm is drawing in all this tropical moisture to it. See, there's one of my squirrel moments. I'm just trying to look to see if it's going to wrap in some dry air. It's my hope. It certainly appears like the western side. I mean, it's closed off there. It's strengthening. It's a Cat 2. I mean, the water here is very warm. We all know what happened with, like, Michael. We're hoping that does not happen again. Miami's going to be okay, but just keep in mind that if we get one of those kind of outer bands to come through in the heavier thunderstorm, you know how easy Miami floods. But, yeah, we're not talking about any kind of a direct hit or anything like that from Idalia. Lewis, I mean, it always seems like that. It always seems like when the worst looks like it's coming for Tampa, it always misses it. Now, one day, I'm sure that's not going to be the case, so always make sure you're listening to local officials. There's still going to be a surge impact. Okay, there's going to be a surge impact to Tampa Bay, so just keep that in mind that, again, if you've been asked to evacuate, get out, because even though the storm is staying offshore, we're pushing that water from south to north and piling it up in Tampa Bay. That is a storm surge there, and that could cause issues. Thank you for that report with those clouds coming into Ocala. Okay, thank you for that, Andrew. Thanks for looking at that. Need to check on that, but Andrew saying that the NOAA aircraft reconnaissance we were just talking about that, reported winds of 125 miles an hour. If that is the case, we'll have to see if there's been a dropsonde of those instruments that the Hurricane Hunter aircraft drop into the storm, and it measures what the pressure is on all those kind of things. I'm going to try to find, while we're doing that here, I'm just going to load up my Hurricane Hunter graphic. I've got a graphic in here that shows us exactly where those Hurricane Hunter aircraft planes are. Aircraft. And every now and then I may look over here. I've got a computer to my left that has a direct line to the National Weather Service. So if they are seeing something too, we can do it. All right, so let's check out. Whoops, adjust. Tallahassee appears to get hit, and it could take the brunt of this storm. Now, we're further inland a little bit, of course, so it's going to start to lose a little bit of its oomph, but it's Tallahassee could get it pretty rough tonight. Periodically, I need to build some maps here, so I might just periodically go off. I'll leave the loop on. You guys can keep on commenting into the comment section for watching on YouTube or Click Orlando. That reminds me, I'm going to check the clickorlando.com stream to see if there are any comments over there. And if you guys are watching on clickorlando.com, you're going to notice right below the video here, there's going to be a comment section. And if you're an insider, you can post a comment there, and I will answer it. If you're on YouTube, hit me up, of course, in the comment section. If you are finding this stream helpful, if you're finding this conversation helpful as we are kind of tracking Idalia together here and just watching these outer bands start right now and watching this thing unfortunately get stronger, give it a thumbs up. It does help us out a lot. It helps YouTube push this out more so people can get some vital information that may not know that we are here. And the other thing, too, is that if we talk a lot about Florida weather on this channel. We're based out of Orlando, but we do a lot for the entire state of Florida in terms of the weather. If you're interested in that, please hit that subscribe button. That'd be cool to have you guys along for the ride. This has been a nice conversation so far. Unfortunately, it's about a terrible topic as we are watching a pretty disastrous situation towards the Big Bend of Florida tonight. Okay, so Cedar Key, we're in the thick of it still, okay? Like, we're in the cone for sure. We are still at this time. Actually, I take that back. We're not in the cone. Cedar Key, the thing for us is that it's going to be the storm surge, because as the storm comes in, if you know what storm surge is, hit the like button for me. If you know what storm surge is, hit the like button, because a lot of people don't, and that's okay. That's okay. That's what we're here to do, to talk about storm surge and things like that. It's a weird term, but basically it's the force of the wind and force of the forward motion of the storm to kind of force the water up. So it's the abnormal water rise. The other thing that we have going on here that's going to make this worse is that we have a full moon. So the astronomical high tides are higher than normal because of the full moon. So that's going to be something that we are watching as well. Jack brings up a good question. Let me find my comments. So he mentioned about, I'm in a hospital, worry about my house, Palm Coast. I can't guarantee that there's going to be damage in that there's not going to be damage in Palm Coast. But we're not taking a direct hit, so I want to kind of calm your fears a little bit, okay? There could be a nasty outer band coming through, but still, this is not going to be like it is in the Panhandle, so I don't want you to worry too much. It's in Palm Coast, it should be no worse than an afternoon thunderstorm. There is that opportunity for a brief tornado in these outer bands. That's the only thing that's going to make this different from your afternoon thunderstorm. West Palm Beach, we are windy. Yeah, we've got that big hurricane to your west. It's not coming to West Palm, though, but it's still cranking up the winds everywhere. Certainly, if you walk outside, you're going to feel that. Lakeland, what's going on, Tracy? Thanks for joining. Just the same kind of thing, in and out of outer bands tonight. That's it. Allison says it's the super blue moon, y'all. It is. Hey, Allie. All right, so I'm going to bring up the future radar here, and I think for the most part, we are also going to be watching these outer bands come through. We're not taking a direct hit with this, but these outer bands at times could be nasty. Let's go back to this, and I'll show you. So we're going to take a break tonight, I think, and then in Bradenton, you see tomorrow morning, like 4, 5, 6 o'clock, we're going to have these outer bands coming on. Some of these could be strong thunderstorms embedded in the outer bands. And I think that's where we could look at some power outages potentially, and then maybe that brief tornado again tomorrow morning. So that's really what we're kind of looking at in terms of Bradenton. Impacts aren't zero. They are not super big. Let's see here. Got a question about some waves. All right, so here we go. These are the latest. These are real-time. This is real-time buoy data right around where Idalia is. I wonder if the storm knocked off this buoy down here. You see where that big thing of purple is? That's supposed to be buoy information. I would guess that the buoy took a direct hit from Idalia. The wind or the waves so far aren't that crazy at the buoy. Now look, see that red bullseye right there? That is, or I guess that's like that pink magenta color. That's 24 to 36 feet waves. Okay, that's 24 to 36 foot waves right smack dab around the center of Idalia. Hey, what's going on? For Orlando, a couple of outer bands coming through. Could be a little dramatic at times like we had just a little bit ago. I think our biggest deal is going to be tomorrow for the morning commute. Let me bust out my trusty future radar because, honestly, that's the best way to kind of show you what's going on because we're just kind of in and out of it. See that break? There's midnight tonight. We're looking pretty good. Still, there's 6 o'clock in the morning, and then bam, nice, intense outer band coming through as it moves right through Central Florida. So there could be some strong thunderstorms in there, certainly some blinding rain and all that stuff. Joan in Jacksonville. All right, so there's Jacksonville, and same kind of deal. The center is well off to your west, and it's going to pass to your north. So you're in a favorable spot. You're still going to have the chance for a few strong thunderstorms in those outer bands, but still, we're not looking at surge this time because the storm's going north and all that stuff. There is the chance it loops back, but it would be a shell of itself. It'd be like a little naked swirl that you would see on the radar. I don't want to say it's impossible to like really beef up again, but it would have to sit there for a couple days and like find its legs again. All right, getting a lot of questions about Ocala. So Ocala, we are in, and from a Central Florida perspective, we're looking at impacts. It's just really the same because the center, note where the center goes towards, Apalachicola, Port St. Joe, in that realm. As it comes through, we're about right there, almost to the Y in Cedar Key up in Ocala for us there. I think the center passes northwest of Cedar Key, Donnie. We're going to watch for some storm surge in Cedar Key, though, as that water gets pushed up through. But for Ocala, if we get in these outer bands, that is really what is going to dictate here the intensity of this storm. There's going to be a tornado threat in these outer bands, the potential for some isolated damaging winds. But that's really about it. Those winds will be at about 50, 60, maybe 65 miles an hour in the most intense thunderstorms. And that's really, again, about it. It's significant, but we're not taking the brunt of this. This is not going to be like Ian. Naples is not going to get hit. This should stay south of Atlanta. Naples will see a few outer bands with this. But Carter, we are looking good, my man, in Atlanta. This should stay south of Atlanta as it kind of moves on through. Actually, let me just back this up. Let's just see what this high-res model says. In Atlanta is yeah, that's what I thought. We'll maybe get some rain out of the deal, but the worst of this thing kind of goes up towards South Carolina, North Carolina as well. So shouldn't be a huge deal at all. All right, so in my latest squirrel moment, we were looking to find Hurricane Hunter aircraft data. So Lake County, same for us. It's a few gnarly outer bands, 40, 50 mile per hour wind gust. That tornado threat's going to be there tomorrow morning. Let me back this train up, because you'll want to see that it's for our friends in the Big Bend. We're going to really be watching to see if this thing is strengthening. All right, I know I have my Hurricane Hunter graphic in here somewhere. All right, so we're going to update with the latest mission. I'm going to check out. All right, so I'm gonna load this up in a graphic here, but just looking at some of the data, it appears that they have found the pressure down to 968. At 5 o'clock, the pressure was 972. When the pressure is dropping, that means the storm is strengthening. So that would not be good. That over the last hour and a half, that it's dropped to 972, so that, or 960, 968. So that is one of the missions. Okay, so there we go. So we actually have two planes in here at the same time. So this is where we're getting very, very vital information. So I'll overlay both. There is where the two planes are right now. The blue lines are their flight path, and one is on the outer periphery of the storm. One is closer to the center of the storm. So it's a pretty cool graphic here. At 5:44 Eastern time, they noted a pressure of 968. Again, that's significant because over an hour and 20 minutes, the pressure dropped 4 millibars. It's still not doing anything too crazy. But if that continues to drop like that, then we're really going to have this rapidly intensify. I'm going to try to see if we can find some drops on data in this. All right, so it looks like anything too crazy in the eye wall. Let's check the eye again. The surface, yeah, 968 millibar at the eye wall drops on. So just confirming that. Let's take a look at the drops on in the southwest eye wall. I can show you exactly what I'm looking at here. This is on tropicaltidbits.com. Great website to kind of look at all this stuff. That's the drops on. You see how, again, moist it is, as you would expect as a tropical system. But this is in the southwest eye wall. All right. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything crazy wind data-wise from these drop-ons, but okay, it looks like the one plane just reported. So this is coming in real time. The one plane just found 119 mile-per-hour winds. These are flight level. Let me just see. Let me go back to the other mission. So this is all real-time data flowing in. So we're kind of looking at this together here. In Tampa, we're not going to be completely unscathed, but they're going to be more of like our routine afternoon thunderstorms in Daytona Beach. There is going to be that threat, though, for tornadoes with those storms because there's wind shear in our atmosphere for all this stuff. So just keep that in mind. It appears that it is getting stronger. The pressure is coming down in the storm, and when the pressure drops at the center, typically the wind speeds follow shortly thereafter. So as we watch the pressure drop, we're going to see if we can find a credible wind report there from the Hurricane Hunters. What you see, that 119 there, is on your screen moving through. Tampa, we're going to see some outer bands come through. We are not taking the brunt of this, but what I'm concerned for the northern side of the bay is the storm surge. Clearwater, we could have gusts of about 60 to 70 miles an hour in those other things in the outer bands. It could get rough. So, Bryant, I did not tell people that Tampa is like the normal afternoon thunderstorm. I said that for Daytona Beach, and still, it's going to be dramatic at times in Tampa, but we are not getting the brunt of this storm. The crazy hurricane force winds are not coming on shore. So don't put words in my mouth. I said that these are going to be, Daytona Beach is more routine with the tornado threat. Okay, so just to be clear there. We get rocked with storms all the time in Florida in the afternoon. So just to be clear, I did not say that it was going to be an afternoon thunderstorm for Tampa. I said that for Daytona Beach. But still with Daytona Beach, that tornado threat is there because of the wind shear brought on by the changing of the winds with height, courtesy of Idalia in the Gulf. I don't think so, V-Brad. In a poor drainage area, yes, when you get stuck under one of those heavy rain bands. But this is not going to be a situation where we get like 15 or 20 inches of rain. We're only talking about a few inches. And still, again, that could cause some issues in poor drainage areas. Nonetheless, just watch out for the like ponding on the roads and stuff like that. I did say that. I did, actually. I'll own up to that. If you were with us earlier, I was talking about why this has turned into a hurricane. And I actually did say it had the shot to be a hurricane, but I was thinking lower end hurricane or strong tropical storm. So that's not entirely true. But the issue was from a mesoscale point of view, from a storm point of view, the mid-level center kind of grabbed the low-level center. We get the mid-level center underneath the thunderstorms, and then we get that low-level center. I was expecting it to be closer to the Yucatan. So what would have happened was, if it would have stayed closer to the Yucatan, as most model guidance suggested, what it would have done was launched right about here, but instead, it was right about in here. Okay, so as we had that happen, it was over water for a longer period of time. Notice all the dry air out here in the brown. If it would have lifted, up into that dry air, it would have struggled all the way up until like the last 12, 18 hours of its life, and then it just would have been a tropical storm or a low-end hurricane. Unfortunately, The weather does weird things, and we don't have a lot of good data out there. Hey, look, I'm going to own it. I don't pretend to be perfect here, but you learn. That's the one thing I love about this job. You learn certain things, and again, that's one of them. That all that stuff as well. But anyway. All right, so let me look into that surge for Crystal River. Let me check in on that because I have not looked at the surge for Crystal River, and I'm not too familiar with Crystal River in terms of the surge for that. We were talking about Cedar Key earlier. I want to see if they're still doing that because it looks like I want to look at the surge map really quick. Oh yeah, and also just for other things too, this is the first time on record anyway a major hurricane has approached the Appalachia Bay, Big Bend area. So some crazy stuff going on. We talked about why that is. Typically these things are lifting north towards the Panhandle or they curve into the peninsula. It's just a really weird steering current this time with Franklin here. High pressure here. Franklin's fueling that high pressure, and it's kind of creating a bubble that's steering Idalia right up into the Big Bend. So that's what's going on. So I wish that were the case, but hurricane hunters have found a falling pressure in there. So while it may look like that, it does appear to be strengthening from a dropping pressure standpoint. I'll show you that here. We have two planes. This kind of gives a good perspective. We have two planes in the storm at 4:21 p.m. The plane that's right here now. Let me pull this back up. Let me pull that back up. The plane that is right here on the outside currently. This is in real time. Found a pressure of 972 millibars. Okay, so that is strengthening hurricane from what it was earlier in the afternoon. But then at 5:44, another plane that's right on its tail found the pressure to be at 968. So when the pressure drops, the storm strengthens, and then typically the wind follows. Now, that's a flight level wind there, but that's 119 miles an hour. The 5 o'clock advisory had this thing being a 100-mile-per-hour storm. Now, again, that's at flight level. Of course, as you get higher up into the atmosphere, the wind increases. My guy Juan, this is a big deal for the Big Bend, my friend. Most of Florida is going to be okay, but unfortunately, the Big Bend is coming in that direction, or it's coming in the direction of the Big Bend. So that's a great question. I know the current track takes it pretty much right over where Franklin is. The models do bring it back. The models do bring it back to Florida. It's kind of weird, but here's the deal with this system, and I'll zoom this out a little bit to show you what happens with these things. I like to say they're like a stack of pancakes. Ooh, that's a good question. That is a good question. I saw Fujiwara. All right. What are the chances we have two active hurricanes in the Atlantic close enough to do the Fujiwara? It's super rare in the Atlantic. It happens a lot. Not a lot, but a decent amount in the Western Pacific. The basin's just bigger. There's more storms out there to do it, and all that stuff. So wait, Florida State, did Florida State close? I don't think it's going to hit Jacksonville hard, but you're going to get some outer bands. It'll get a little gusty. The models are going to update. So the next balloon launch is 0Z. That's 8 o'clock Eastern time. That's when we get our next round of models. So they should be in. Should get new spaghetti plot updates at about 8 o'clock tonight, or a little more like 9 probably. Gainesville will get a few of those outer bands, but the worst of it should be northwest of Gainesville. All right, getting a lot of questions about Clearwater. We're not going to take the brunt of it. The eye is going to pass to our west. Port St. Joe, we are in that area that still has the potential for the biggest impacts of this system. So you need to be watching that clearly as this comes ashore. Ormond Beach in Port Orange. I'm going to bring out my future radar real quick, and I'm going to show you exactly how this could go down, and I'll show you some future wind gusts in a second. I'm going to update some things here so I can have some fresh graphics for you guys to kind of illustrate the timeline a little more clear. All right, so here is the wide view of the future radar of Florida. And once we get past the next couple of hours in Ormond Beach and in Volusia County, we're looking pretty good, honestly, overnight. And then I think our next little push of some stronger thunderstorms comes by mid to late morning tomorrow. And that's whenever we will see... another one of those outer bands kind of push through. So that's it. But in those outer bands, we could have a tornado threat tomorrow, and then we could have just an isolated damaging wind gust. Those outer bands can contain wind gusts of about 50 to 60 miles an hour. So that's what we're going to be looking at in the Daytona-Ormond area as well. Again, this is not making landfall in Tampa, but it has the potential to cause that big-time storm surge from Tampa Bay. As the storm moves to the west of Tampa, it still forces up the storm's power with the southerly winds, pushes up the bay. Denellen, same kind of thing. The storm is going to the west. I think it's going to go west of Cedar Key even, and that is going to keep the worst of the impacts away from us in Denellen. We are still in a hurricane warning because we have that potential if it were some like last-minute shenanigans. Garrett, no, not sustained. 40 to 50 miles an hour, not sustained in Gainesville. If you get in those outer bands, that's whenever you're going to have the potential for that as well. Same for us in Vero Beach. We'll have a couple of outer bands swing through. The further east you are, the further towards the Atlantic coast you are, the less of an impact you are going to have from this as well. Tallahassee, unfortunately, we are going to have some of the worst weather, I think, when it comes to this system coming through. It's something that we are watching closely for you guys. So a little nuts. Again, this really hasn't happened. Of course, we were impacted by Michael in Tallahassee, but where this thing could come ashore as a major hurricane, it has never happened before in recorded history since we've been keeping track. And that's back in the late 1800s. So it's kind of nuts. Again, it's a really weird area. All right, so interesting thing happening here as we get the last few runs of the visible satellite here before the sun sets. Again, we only have that as well for a little bit of time because once the sun sets, but you see it here. See how these are kind of blossoming on the northeast side. So the eye wall is trying to fire. We have some nasty thunderstorms developing here. So if you're in southwest Florida, if you are in, you've got some really nasty weather getting ready to move through. See those thunderstorms here right offshore? These are going to kind of pinwheel toward Fort Myers area. Now, again, this storm is not coming towards Fort Myers, but you will get kind of knocked around a little bit by some outer bands. So I do want to be clear about that. This is not making an Ian-like turn towards Fort Myers or towards Cape Coral or Cayo Costa or anything like that. Marco Island. This is not doing that, okay? But one of those outer bands, a couple of these outer bands are going to start to push through. Again, we had a nasty one before. So this is what we're going to be watching for our tornado threat over the next couple of hours. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to keep this stream live on YouTube, on clickorlando.com, on the Pinpoint Weather app, and on the Pinpoint Hurricane app. I'm going to have the loop going on so that you can get the latest information from this. I am going to go update some graphics. I'm going to do some forecast maps here, and I am going to kind of show you a better view of where this thing is coming ashore, and then we're going to pinpoint those storms that will eventually be working their way onto southwest Florida. So we're going to be there to track those storms for you coming up. We'll likely be back somewhere in the 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock time frame, maybe back towards the 8 o'clock advisory as that band comes through. So what I'm going to do is now I am going to just put this loop on just like this, and we can watch the storm. The latest update again comes in from the National Hurricane Center in about an hour. We're going to be on for that. In the meantime, I'm going to be updating some more graphics so I can show you guys what's going on with this storm. We're going to go take a radar tour, and we're going to watch this big band come in real quick before I go to kind of see that the darker yellows and reds to the west of Fort Myers. Again, this is the now satellite loop, but that is that very nasty outer band that is going to come on. Keep posting your questions. Keep watching the loop. Share this with your friends. And again, we'll catch you likely around 7:30 to 8 o'clock. I'll keep you posted in the comments. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Again, if you're finding this stream helpful, give it a thumbs up if you're on YouTube. If you want to stay updated on all things Florida weather, hit that subscribe button. Again, we're going to be back on here live at about 8 o'clock. The stream will continue to run. I'll catch you then. Be safe, everybody, against some nasty outer bands working on shore. aware or not. That's what's happening. As the people that are watching the stream, if you were curious, people are saying What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you, coming at you live on clickorlando.com, the Pinpoint weather app, the Pinpoint hurricane app, and, of course, the News 6 clickorlando.com YouTube page. 8 o'clock advisory just out. We are going to break this down, and unfortunately, what has been forecast is starting to happen. There was some dry air impending it a little bit. Was hoping it would suck more of it in, but it is not happening. This thing has started its rapid intensification into landfall. When we were talking earlier, we had saw that we had seen that the pressure from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft drop sonde was at 968. There was another pass just recently here that is into the 8 o'clock advisory that the pressure is down towards 965. So this thing has dropped another 3 millibars in about 15 minutes, according to the latest recon data from the Air Force Hurricane Hunters. And that's not good. Again, the 5 o'clock advisory, we had our pressure at 972. So now this thing is starting to drop, and it's dropping fast. This, of course, was forecast. Still expected to make landfall as a Category 3. If it were to continue at this pace, we might be able to get something stronger than that, as it's likely going to intensify right in as it was able to kind of fend off some of that drier air. We'll look at the water vapor imagery. We'll take a closer look. I have to zoom this in for you. And we can kind of see where that dry air was. And unfortunately, again, it's just not going to wrap enough in. There's not much of it. It's on the western side of the storm, and it's really not going to plague it anymore. But you see it really trying to wrap it off. All that purple, it's all the deep moisture. It's all those deep thunderstorms on the north and west side of this system going through. And that's going to continue to lift north and eventually northeast as it heads towards the Big Bend of Florida. So I know I've seen a lot of comments in here that this was heading towards Fort Myers. It's not. Or that it's heading towards Tampa. It's not. This one is heading towards the Big Bend. It's just a matter of where, in fact, it comes ashore exactly into the Big Bend area and who gets the worst of the worst impacts. But this is no doubt coming through the Big Bend area of Florida. I want to show you those Hurricane Hunter plots here over the last several runs. And there's a lot of lines on your screen here. These are the paths, if you will, that the Hurricane Hunters actually took into the storm. So again, they were kind of zooming in, zooming out at 6:11. They found a pressure of 968, and then at 7 o'clock when they made the pass again, they found the pressure down towards 965. So again, dropping quickly now. It looks like the rapid intensification has begun. If you're watching on Click Orlando, right under this video, you can, or live stream, I should say, you can post a comment in there. I've answered a few of those for you on clickorlando.com. If you're watching on YouTube, what's up, guys? You can post in the comments if you have any questions. Again, we are going to be tracking this through all the way up until landfall here, and we will continue to watch that as well. All right, we're going to get some of these people out of the live stream because we have no time for that. We are talking about Hurricane Idalia as it works its way through. So you can keep on posting and all that stuff. So Miami's not going to be affected directly. This is going to continue to lift north into the west of Miami. We will get some outer bands or some feeder bands right on through Miami. It could have some localized flooding of sorts. But nonetheless, not really a high impact deal for... Not really... a big deal for Miami, but we are going to watch some of those outer bands sliding on through. If you were not with us for the 5 o'clock advisory, I'll show you the latest track. And again, we are going to get a new track from the Hurricane Center. It should not change much. Right now, we are obviously fairly confident that this is heading towards the Big Bend. It's just a matter of, does it go to the western side? Does it go to the eastern side again? And we're just watching for those wobbles as this thing kind of goes through. So I'm going to pull over some comments here. And we're going to answer some questions. Let me grab my comment feed here Jessica's asking, how about Orlando? And for the most part, we're looking pretty good in Orlando. I think for the bulk of the afternoon, or bulk of the evening, I should say, into the overnight, we're kind of done with the active weather. And again, this was to be expected. This was not going to be a huge deal for interior central Florida. But the first round is lifting up. We had some nasty thunderstorms go through. Now we're going to be in this lull. Some nasty weather, though, going to be working its way back on to around Fort Myers, towards Sarasota, towards Bradenton, St. Pete. So some nastier wind gusts going to be embedded in there. We're going to do some, we can check some of the wind speeds that are coming on to the southwest Florida area. You have to turn off some of the radars here so we can get good data into one if you have all these competing radars and to kind of get some weird returns. So what I want to do is I want to turn on velocity mode, and that is going to allow us to see some of the wind speeds that are kind of embedded in these thunderstorms. So you see that bright blue there. We have inbound velocities of about 50 to 60 miles an hour, so sub-severe, but certainly these are gusty winds in these rain bands. So it's going to get a little gnarly for us as we move over the next 30, 45 minutes towards Fort Myers, towards Venice and Port Charlotte and Sarasota. So some pretty strong winds embedded in the stronger thunderstorms here. I'm getting a lot of questions about North Florida. I want to show you the wind gusts here. So this is going to be the future wind gusts. And for the most part, Panhandle and East is where we're really talking about the huge impacts here. As we are watching this storm kind of roll on through, here's the timeline for the winds. And again, this is going to be extremely significant here for the Big Bend of Florida. Again, this has never happened. Nobody alive has seen a hurricane this strong approach the Big Bend of Florida. So there we go. Notice the wind starts to pick up. There is Cross City, 45-mile-per-hour gusts. By 3 o'clock in the morning, Cedar Key, we're talking wind gusts of 62 miles an hour, so strong tropical storm force. And then as we get into the early morning tomorrow, there you go. There's 7 o'clock. Look at those wind gusts there. Hey, anybody talking politics in here? This is we're talking about the weather here, so we can stop with the Vivek and Trump and all that other stuff in here. You can take that to a political channel, okay? So we're talking about the weather here, so you can chill with that. There's 77-mile-per-hour gusts in Perry, 44 in Tallahassee. Look at that. By tomorrow morning, there's 9 o'clock, 83-mile-per-hour gust. This is likely going to come ashore sometime in the 7 to 10 o'clock ballpark as we move into tomorrow morning. All right, so look at some of these wind gusts. Here's 8 o'clock. The center of this thing is still out to sea. We have wind gusts over 100 miles an hour right along the Big Bend of Florida. There you go, southeast of Tallahassee. Somebody's asking about Tallahassee. At this point, you should probably just stay there. Going further, if you go northwest, that would be better, I guess, because you see where the strongest winds are coming on. I think it's going to be Tallahassee and points east that see the highest impacts out of the deal. But look at that, 105-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. As that storm comes ashore, we'll likely have an even stronger wind gust as well. And there you go. And then there you go, Lake City, 52-mile-per-hour wind gust through the morning. And then eventually winding down Jacksonville, 40-mile-per-hour wind gust. All that. So a lot of people are asking about those other spaghetti plots that show kind of a secondary hit. It is possible. The models are suggesting it, and it is possible. It's happened before. It's happened a bunch of times before, but there it is. If this went out further into the future, if this went out towards, not all the models go out into early next week. That purple line you see there is the American GFS, and that does show that coming back towards Florida as we get into tomorrow, or as we get into early next week, I should say. It's possible. What happens with these things, especially as they encounter areas of high shear, which it will as it moves the Carolinas, the surface low pressure and the mid-level low pressure get split up, and then they go in different directions. So the flow at the surface is to push this thing back down to the south, whereas its mid-level center that has all the thunderstorms with it, it's going to just continue to die as it moves towards Bermuda. So there is an opportunity for that low-level center to kind of spiral back up again as we move forward. Ivan is asking, can it turn to Port St. Joe? That is still a possibility, but we are starting to see it jog to the northeast. If you look very, very closely on the satellite over the last few frames, it's trying to jog to the east. So this is that expected now jog to the northeast. It's not making a hard turn towards Tampa. It's not making a hard turn towards Fort Myers. It's already north of us in Fort Myers now. So again, the forecast is going to verify for the cone and for that kind of bullseye towards the Big Bend as it's been looking like for the past 2 days. It is not a tropical storm. It's a 105 mile per hour category 2 hurricane. Orlando wind speeds are not going to be that bad. 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts as this thing comes through, maybe getting a little bit higher than 40 mile per hour tomorrow morning as if you get stuck under one of those heavier rain bands coming through. But for the most part, this is not going to be a huge thing. Going forward. Good question. The HAFS model, HAFS, it's a new model, new hurricane model from the National Hurricane Center. That's a great question. I've not decided yet. It's doing a pretty good job with this, but the HAFS A and the HAFS B were kind of split down the center as with this one. So this is kind of the first couple of storms we had. It was just released in June. So this is kind of the first hurricane season that we have. But eventually this is going to, those HAFS models are going to be the ones before those are going to replace the HWRF and the HMON, the two ones we've had for a while now from the National Hurricane Center. Villages area, it should not be too bad, but still, once we get into tomorrow morning, that's where we're going to look for the worst. I think really we are going to be in a big lull. I'll show you kind of what the deal is. So once we get into tomorrow, there's post-midnight. Some very strong winds, though, are going to be embedded in what you see right here. So these are more of those outer bands coming through. Same for Ocala, Tina, as we kind of show you the same view. We're kind of in a lull until early tomorrow morning, post-midnight. So there's 2 o'clock in the morning. We see some of those bands start to spiral on. Embedded in those bands, there's going to be a tornado threat because we have wind shear from the storm out in the Gulf. And then it can bring down some of those stronger winds as well. So that's what we're going to be dealing with, the potential for 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts in those heavier downpours. And then and then also that tornado threat. And you see going forward, there's another round. There's 6 o'clock, another kind of nasty band coming through. But you'll notice where the center is. It's offshore. It's to the northwest of Cedar Key. And then kind of spirals on right through the Big Bend. In terms of Orlando, there is 8 o'clock in the morning. There is 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning with a few of those little kidney bean-shaped things through Daytona Beach, Sanford, Orlando, Kissimmee. That is where we're going to have the opportunity for those brief tornadoes again. So the middle to latter stages of tomorrow morning, that's where we're going to have to watch for that. We'll be dealing with all of that as well tomorrow morning. Heavier downpours. It's not going to be a huge deal for Central Florida, inland Central Florida, Orlando area, the Villages, Edgewater, Daytona Beach, and then closer to the coast. But nonetheless, we're watching for that tornado threat. I think that's really the biggest deal out of the bunch as well. Someone was asking about a Cat 4. It's possible. That's when winds get to 130 miles an hour, sustained. Okay? That's a really good question. Kurt is asking, are the tornadoes weaker from a hurricane than they are in the Midwest? They are. They are still damaging, but they're typically weaker and they're typically short-lived. Out in the plains, you get these long-track tornadoes, and they're oftentimes those EF2 plus, those EF3, those violent ones, and get up to EF4. Now, there have been some very, very strong tornadoes in hurricanes before, but typically they're on the EF0 to maybe EF2 as well. All right, so Tallahassee, it looks like we're going to be on the outer edges of this. It's going to be close. Tallahassee should see some significant impacts with this, but I'm optimistic for Tallahassee anyway that the worst of the weather is going to be east. Now, with that said, it's going to get ugly. I want to show you the wind speeds here for our friends east of Tallahassee, closer to the Big Bend. And again, it's no joke here. Watch what happens overnight. I'm going to put this into motion. You see those purple colors coming through, and you see the wind speed starting to crank up a little bit from Cedar Key to Cross City. So we're pushing those strong tropical storm force wind gusts here. And again, these are wind gusts, not sustained winds. So important to note that. But you saw that. I'm going to take this back to show you. By 8 o'clock in the morning, 90 mile per hour wind gust. And then 105 mile per hour wind gust toward Perry as well. So again, we're going to be watching closely here over the next 12 hours to see if the wobbles happen. And typically they do in strengthening storms and in very, very strong storms. You get those little wobbles at the end, and those are impossible to forecast, but it does look like right now this is going to come in just a little bit east of Port St. Joe, east of Apalachicola, because we are starting to see that little turn as we wait to get more information from the hurricane hunters. Every now and then I'll check my other computer here. We're going to start to see what's going down. All that stuff, and I have more data coming in on some other computers. So every now and then I'm going to look over here or check through there. Jim Cantori in Cedar Key, you've got a big surge issue in Cedar Key for sure. I think the surge is going to be worse than the wind in Cedar Key, and what the surge is, that is kind of the water going from south to north. It's the wind literally pushing the water through. Have some questions about Jacksonville. All right, so I'm gonna show you that statewide future radar, and to kind of show you, we kind of have. Before that, I'm gonna back the train up a little bit. We're gonna look at the actual radar because you've got a nasty little outer band getting ready to come through Jacksonville. So right now it's over St. Augustine. It's over Keystone Heights. This is going to lift out of St. Johns County into Duval County over the next couple of hours. Let me kind of put a timeline on that for you and then lift it north. So Jacksonville, in about the next hour, give or take, that's what we will see as well. No, the Big Bend did not get Michael in 2018. The Panhandle did. That was west of the Big Bend. So that was Mexico Beach, Tyndall Air Force Base. That is outside of the Big Bend. So Michael did not come in here. So this is the first time a major hurricane has come towards the Big Bend since records began in the 1800s. So that's the deal there. Crystal River, we are going to be dealing with some surge issues up the river. So just keep that in mind, that we are going to have that same push like Cedar Key is going to do. Not really in Broward. A couple of outer bands coming through, but it's a walk in the park for us. Hey, Tom, Ocala's honestly looking pretty good. It's going to be tomorrow morning. I'm going to bring back the local future radar and kind of just look to see. I think most of the night is calm, and then after midnight, you see that kind of big spiral band coming on through. That's what we're going to be looking at for the potential for the 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust, and then that tornado threat's going to be there as well through the morning. Once we get into the early afternoon, another band comes through there, 6 o'clock in the morning, and then we have that tornado threat kind of pushing in further inland by 8 to 9 as that main center. You kind of see it there, that little donut hole kind of sliding right up. That is the middle of the storm. Leesburg also looking pretty good. Timeline for us again, and after a quiet next few hours, you see it right there. There's us in Sumter County through Bushnell, Lake Panasoffkee, and then by 2 to 3 o'clock towards Leesburg. That's what we're going to be looking for. Same thing for us in Daytona. It's not too bad tomorrow. Tonight, I should say. We're kind of done with the worst. And then we'll try to get in on some stronger bands tomorrow, middle to late morning. This one's not going to come to Maryland. This one's going to hook out toward the Carolinas, and then it could do a loop-the-loop back to Florida, but it's not going to be like what you might think of the whole storm itself. It's going to be all discombobulated and everything like that. So keep that in mind. All right, so Tallahassee. I'm going to show you guys for Tallahassee because we're going to be kind of near the brunt of this over the next 12 to 18 hours as this comes to... I don't know about the strongest to hit Tallahassee because Michael did come through Tallahassee. No Cat 6. Hey, what's going on in Ocala again? Pretty good for the next couple of hours, and you'll kind of see here it's going to be after midnight again, or we start to get in on some nasty outer bands. So there you go. 4 o'clock in the morning, strong storms kind of push through, and then the storm kind of lifts out. So there's Tallahassee. We're in the thick of it. 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., and then through lunchtime. Certainly, Jason, we're going to see that possibility of strong. Jacksonville does not look terribly bad. No. I had a question about Perry. I actually have Perry on my wind map that I want to show you. And again, it could get pretty ugly here. In Perry, as we go through, there's 3 o'clock. Winds continue to pick up. And you saw that little flare up there. Look at that through Perry. At least the model forecast trying to push 100 to 105 mile per hour wind gusts. That's at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So again, right around the north central and east Big Bend area, that is where we're looking for the huge impacts here. Okay? For Seminole County, we're doing pretty good. Same for the Disney area, Panama City. We're just going to be too far to the west for any crazy impact. It's going to get gusty, though. It is going to get gusty. St. Pete, we're looking pretty good. We're going to have some surge issues, again, close to the coast. But in terms of the wind, it's not going to be that horrible. 50, 60 mile per hour gusts. I mean, it will look dramatic at times in those outer bands that come spiraling through. But otherwise, not terrible. So far I have not. She's asking about any cancellations out of MCO tomorrow. That's the Orlando International Airport. As far as I know, they are up and running and are not planning on disrupting anything. Now, that could change if things start to look a little rough. certainly if flights are coming down, it's going to be hard. It's going to be bumpy to fly over the thing, so it might delay on a flight-by-flight basis. But it's not going to. It does not appear like the airport is going to shut down itself. Someone asked, yes, we will be streaming through this in the newsroom to answer your question. I lost the comment because they're coming in so fast. I saw another comment too. Apopka, again, we're watching for those outer bands. I think that's a great call. Someone said they were in a manufactured home, so they evacuated Tallahassee. I think that's a great idea. Southeast Florida looking pretty good. Just watch out for a few kind of rough outer bands. That's it. You're not going to get the worst of this. I think you're okay in Santa Rosa Beach. I think you're too far west. Be very, very careful, though, in an RV. This should come to the east of you, though. The crazy wind gusts should be east of Panama City and should be east of Apalachicola even, closer to Alligator Point, closer to Tallahassee, Fish Creek, Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach, in that area. That's kind of where we're looking at the strongest winds here from Idalia coming through. All right, so so Troy is saying, what is the difference between wind gust and potential wind threat? The speeds are different, so it's confusing. Troy, I'm not 100% sure what you're asking, so if you can kind of clear that up. But basically, the wind gusts, if you're looking, so what I'm showing you right here, this is the model forecast for the wind gusts. So anything that says potential or future is the forecast. If it just says wind gust on it, then that is likely what the wind is right at the current time that you are looking at that map. So that's what's going to be the difference if you see it kind of somewhere out there. So just keep that in mind as you look at things over the next several hours. So that's what we're going to. That's the difference. If I'm not answering your question, if I'm misunderstanding your question, you feel free to please post it in the comments again, and do that again. Is the hurricane going to hit Perry, Florida? Perry is in a very, very tough spot, according to this model. And again, still, and someone just mentioned it there about they saw a wobble to the east. We're in wobble time now. So now it's going to be impossible to find out where it's actually going to go. But here is, I'll take you, closer in to the cone here. It's pretty much a guarantee that it's going to be northern and upper Big Bend. So I'm going to put here's Otter Creek for reference. There's Cedar Key. And again, the right of the storm is the worst impacts. There's Ocala, there's Gainesville. So we are on to the right of the storm. Sanford's not too terrible. Yeah, Chris mentioned it. I don't think Gainesville is too terrible either. We're going to get a couple of rough outer bands. There could be a tornado threat embedded in those, but for the most part, it's an afternoon thunderstorm with the tornado threat in the morning. Yes, and it actually is anticipated to do so, kind of lifting up out of Florida to the southeast. And then right on through. Let me back this up. There it is. And then it's going to ride southern South Carolina and then back out to sea as well. St. Augustine is going to be fairly okay. I mean, again, there'll be a tornado threat again tomorrow morning, but otherwise, we're looking pretty good. Certainly, the main impacts are not going to be coming here. I'll show you again. And St. Augustine, for reference on the map, is going to be just north of Palm Coast and south of Jacksonville. So we're just kind of getting through one of our outer bands now, and then there you go. Once we get to tomorrow morning, that's about it. That's 9 o'clock. That's some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Maybe a tornado threat there. But for the most part, St. Augustine is looking pretty good. I don't think you should be worried in Kissimmee. Don't think so. Still, the opportunity is going to be there for tornadoes. And actually, hot off the press, we did just have a tornado watch issued for some of Central Florida. That is coming in as we speak. So we are going to do that as well. Let me get back up to my tornado watch graphic so I can show you where exactly that has been issued for. Bear with me for 1 second. So there is the tornado watch. Brand new from the National Weather Service. We were just talking about that tornado threat. The time on that is going to be wrong. So I believe this is until 6 a.m. I'll clean up this map here and get some of these labels off so you can actually see what's going on. But that's going to be... That's a great question. I will go over that in 1 second if you stick with me. Just want to go through the tornado watch. So this is going to be until 6 o'clock in the morning for those reasons that we were just talking about. We're going to have southeast winds at the surface induced by Idalia, okay? And then we are going to see winds out of the west aloft. That's that turning of the wind with height. And if we get thunderstorms strong enough in those outer bands, they can take advantage of some of that spin in the atmosphere, and then that we can produce those tornadoes. So we're going to be watching for that over the next really couple of hours here. And again, that says until 2 p.m., but we have that as well until the morning. All right, guys, so just working on this tornado watch graphic. This is hot off the press. So this is going to be in effect really for I-4 points east towards the Gulf Coast of Florida. All right, so getting a lot of questions about the steering currents. And the short answer to that, all right, so we have Jeff is saying 964 millibars now. That would make sense. We were down to 965 as of the 8 o'clock advisory. So that means obviously the pressure is continuing to drop. It was dropping. I mean, it dropped 3 millibars in about 15 minutes earlier. So that would signal to us that we are going to start to get into that rapid intensification. Let me get to what I want to do real quick. A couple of things that I want to do for a second before we get into the steering currents. The steering currents are important, but we're pretty much, I don't want to say set in stone on where this is going because the wobbles are going to happen right up until landfall. So the exact worst of the worst impacts still to be ironed out. But I want to kind of get you guys a look at the high resolution minute by minute satellite because it looks like this thing is really starting to clear out its eye. And I want to get you a good look at some of the meteorology here going on that signals to us that the rapid intensification is happening. So it just needs a second to load because it's a lot of data that is coming in. So there it is popping up. I'm going to change the color there. I want to get that track thing out of the way. And then again, it's got to load some stuff, but I want to show you that, and then we're going to go over before that. Rico says probably a Cat 4. It certainly could be. Absolutely. So what I'm doing now is I am loading. This is the 1 minute update. So there we go. So this isn't good, okay? So look at what happened over the last few minutes. We've now completely cleared out the eye. Maybe not completely, but we have... There's been a change, a big, big change to the structure of Idalia since we even hopped back on here from 8 o'clock. Look at that. You can see the difference. And again, this is the minute update, so we can see some of those mesoscale features going on. The eye not completely clear, but it's certainly working on clearing it. It is doing that. Cookie jar, I don't know what you're talking about because that is what it's doing. Kirby is mentioning the core is looking incredibly healthy. Yeah, the last 2 hours, it was fighting off some dry air. And all that's now it's not. It has won the battle with dry air. Unfortunately, there's no dry air in the core. The pressure continues to drop and all of that stuff. Zori, yes, we did just get that tornado watch that was just issued by the National Weather Service because we have the potential for those brief tornadoes within those outer bands. So there's Alachua County just north of where it says Ocala. You're the county north of that, and you are included in that tornado watch that goes until 6 a.m. So if you are just joining us, kind of this new development here, well, not really new, we've been watching it happen, but now we have we have the minute update of the infrared satellite coming on. It's loading, and you can watch that over the last few minutes here, and I'll have to let it load, but you see just how this kind of just explodes over the last few frames here. And for whatever reason, it's kind of being slow. So let me see if I can get a new radar or satellite update, I should say. Also, another thing that you notice, it has picked up speed. It's both good and bad because the good thing is the flood threat's going to be lower, but the bad threat is we're going to be able to get those hurricane force winds, those major hurricane force winds, further inland as well. So let me change this to the last few hours. That big bright pink there, were having some issues with the satellite. Okay. All right, so there you go. There is... So I don't think Gainesville is going to get the worst of it. It is going to be impacted. You see all this red out here. These are some thunderstorms, so some nasty storms coming into southwest Florida. We were talking about that before. We have that 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts and these outer bands working their way towards Sarasota, towards Bradenton, Fort Myers. The potential is going to be there for tornadoes. We are also in that tornado watch. Chasey's asking, is Clearwater going to be okay? I think we're going to be okay for the most part, but there's certainly going to be some nasty weather to come in these outer bands. Let me go to the radar picture here and show you the what's actually going on from the land perspective. So that's the satellite. We're going to look at the radar picture and look at this. Again, this is exactly what you don't want to see going into landfall here. And everything. Are you talking about on the last the banner? I will get rid of that, sure. Well, I had people asking about Gainesville, so if someone asks me, I'm going to talk about it. If you want to talk about Tampa, all you need to do is post in the comments, and I will 100% talk about Tampa. We've talked about Tampa a lot. The deal with Tampa is it's going to be a surge. It's surge oriented. The core is going to stay offshore. I mean, look how far it is moving away. There's the center. There's the worst of the weather. It's going to stay about 100 miles to your west. But all of with that said, you're going to have the water, with the wind pushing Tampa Bay from south to north. That is going to kind of push Tampa Bay further to the north. So you have some issues with surge. You're also going to have some stronger thunderstorms come through that could produce some tornadoes. Right now, you're dry, but you do have a nasty little rain band coming through just to your west. Some lightning to the west of Sarasota and St. Pete as well. I had a question about celebration, about driving in tomorrow. Let me show you the future radar. I do think 4 o'clock, it's going to be a little dicey out there. There's going to be some outer bands pushing through. So there's 4 o'clock, and you see around the St. Cloud area, obviously celebration just to the west of there. Don't have celebration on the map, but it's really close, obviously, to St. Cloud. We are going to have a few scattered thunderstorms around. So just keep that in mind. It'll be gusty winds, very, very heavy rain, and all of that deal, and everything like that. Fort Myers, it has already passed you, so this is not going to come to Fort Myers, the landfall. But we have some pretty strong thunderstorms moving on to Fort Myers as well. So let me get the radar back up. We're going to focus on that. But this is just... So the pressure is also down to 960. So our friend in the chat told us before that it was down to 964. The pressure down to 960. So this thing is really dropping like a rock, the pressure. So that is what, it's not good. Don't like to see that. But I want to get down to Fort Myers for our friends there. And I know we have big time anxiety for Fort Myers. This is not your storm, but you are going to get some pretty nasty outer bands. We already had some storm surge flooding earlier today through parts of Fort Myers. I don't think you should be worried per se, but there is a tornado threat for you guys in Fort Myers. You're in a tornado watch until 6 a.m., and it's because of these We're going to be watching. We're going to be watching for these really nasty storms. There's one there. There's one there. And then one here. These deeper cores that are kind of pinwheeling this way to potentially be able to produce tornadoes. So that is going to be your main threat. 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts within those outer band thunderstorms as they come on through. And then as we kind of work towards getting those deeper cores, those bigger cells on land, they're going to have the potential for to produce tornadoes. So that's what we're watching for you for Fort Myers. Jacksonville is not going to get hit too terribly hard tomorrow morning. We'll be in a tornado threat, but we're going to miss the core of this storm. So again, that is some great news for us in Jacksonville anyway. Again, not good news for anything else. I'm trying to find the latest recon. Hold on one second. Just want to make sure that I'm okay. So that still says 965, 965. There. See if there's another recon mission in there. That's some real-time Hurricane Hunter data. So let me see if there's a third plane in there. They are really cranking out the good data for us now. It does look like it's going to hit Tallahassee. I think the worst of the worst should be to your east, but it could be kind of nasty over there. Volusia County, it's going to be pretty tame tonight. Tomorrow morning, I think we're going to be in a few outer bands. It could be a little rough at times. A tornado threat is going to be there, but same for Sebastian. Couple of outer bands mid to late morning, but for the most part, we're going to be doing okay. The closer you are to the Atlantic, the better as well. I don't think you can come. Yes, I believe Tampa is still getting some of the surge. I don't think you can just chill in Gainesville. You're under a tornado watch until 6 a.m. It is possible that the low-level circulation of Idalia does come back to Florida. That's now showing up in the models. It is. I do remember that. It came off of the northeast, though, and then all the way back down the Atlantic and then into Florida. So that band is actually coming through St. Pete very, very soon. Let's get back to the radar. All right, so St. Pete, we have some of that rain now. Let me turn off you see all those like radar sweeps going across. Let me turn off some of the radar here so we can get a nice good view, and we're going to kind of pinpoint this right into St. Petersburg. The rain is pretty light now. You see it kind of clear up just a little bit as I turn off all the radars, but you see where the kind of storms are coming from, right up from the south. So I think right now anyway, in St. Petersburg, the worst of the weather is going to stay just out to sea. This is going to kind of push back towards you guys over the next couple of hours. Gonna try to stream this thing all the way till landfall tomorrow morning, and that's that's likely gonna happen 8-ish, 9-ish, 10-ish, sometime late into the morning hours. So we're at least gonna stay here as well. Hey, Lord, I appreciate that. My name's Jonathan, by the way. So I appreciate your comments through the evening and sticking with us, and I appreciate that as well. The eye of the storm is not that big. It is literally a pinhole. Let me see. Let me get the ruler out here. And try to measure. I mean, it's even like too small to measure from the satellite perspective. Sorry for that pink thing. That is the satellite. Look at that eye. Tomorrow in Dundon, Florida, we're going to look for a few of these outer bands to spiral through. So there's kind of a look there into southwest Florida or south central Florida. There's 10 o'clock still through the morning dealing with a few of those outer bands kind of just spiraling onshore tomorrow in and around the Dundon, Clearwater, St. Pete area tomorrow morning. So again, just keep that in mind that we're still going to be in the thick of it a little bit for tomorrow morning on the Gulf Coast of Florida. Hey, Tanner, in Orlando, we're looking pretty good. Tomorrow morning, we're going to get into these outer bands. There's a pretty beefy one right there coming through. This is where we're going to have a tornado threat early tomorrow morning as well. And inside the stronger thunderstorms within that band, that's where we can see those tropical storm force wind gusts, 40, maybe 50 miles an hour as well. All of that stuff. So just keep that in mind tomorrow. Really the same deal for Ocala. We're away from the center, but there's 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning in Ocala, and we're starting to see those bigger bands as well. I'm not sure where you're trying to go for or from in Orlando, but it depends upon where you're. If coming from the Gulf Coast or from west, that's going to be a thing. I ate all of mine too. So that's a great question. She's asking, since Idalia is moving along, do you think there will be less upwelling keeping the Gulf hot down the road? I do, and unfortunately, the water is not only super warm, it's very warm, very deep, like 40 to 50 meters below the ocean surface. So, I mean, I don't know how much this is going to do. It's going to be interesting to see what the satellite data shows that it did to the actual water temperature, but we will see that soon after this passes through. We'll get good satellite instruments, good buoy data, and see what is going on with the water at that point. getting a lot of questions of moving back east. It depends upon where you're talking about east. There's the chance for wobbles in here, both east or west. But the thing of it is that it's pretty much set in stone that it's heading towards the Big Bend. So if you're talking about like a jog east, like a Charlie or an Ian, that's not going to happen. This is going to continue to kind of ride up and then gradually go to the north and east, back to the Big Bend. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you so much for being here. If you're finding this stream helpful, hit that thumbs up button for me. If you like staying up to date with the weather in Florida, especially and through hurricane season, hit subscribe for me. Thanks for joining, and thanks for kind of watching this as we watch this kind of awful event unfold here. Yes, that is a great point. So, Stacy, I'm going to do that right now. Someone asked... Somebody asked about king tides, so let me address that real quick. King tides are like the higher than normal tides brought on by the moon. So not only do we have so tides would have been higher than normal anyway because of the full moon. That you may have heard the blue moon. The moon is going to be, it's the second full moon of the month. We had one earlier in August. Now we're going to have one here coming up a little bit later on tomorrow. So the nearly full moon is going to help the tides already to be higher than normal. And now we're going to get the storm surge on top of this. So we're going to have the king tide, which is, again, that higher than normal astronomical high tide. And then we're going to have the storm surge on top of that. So that is one of the things that's really, really terrible about this. That it's just coming at the worst time. There's no good time for a hurricane to come, but it's even worse whenever whenever something like this is happening. All right, so I can't find where the comment went, but I heard a question about Ozello. That's going to be near Crystal River. So let me check. I'll show you the future radar for like the Crystal River area. The worst of this is going to be coming, no doubt, for you after midnight. So as we approach like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, there's future radar tour. We're looking just south of Cedar Key, and that's going to be where we are right there. And we can kind of see this for Lakeland too. Same kind of deal. These outer bands for us, the impacts for us in Lakeland are going to be way, way worse than what we're going to see toward Cedar Key, towards Crystal River. But that 3 o'clock, a pretty nasty outer band spiraling through. And then once we get into the 6 o'clock hour, it's still pretty ugly. So I would say really from about 1 o'clock to likely about 7 or 8 o'clock for us, right in the Ozello area. Okay? So be on the lookout for that as some of those nasty bands come through. All right, so St. Mark's. So let me just show you the wind gusts here. I'll show you the wind gusts. I don't have St. Mark's on the map, but we are, of course, just south of Tallahassee. And on this particular model, and again, I want to be clear that these wind speeds aren't set in stone because those wobbles, when these hurricanes start to get strong, they bounce around a little bit. So if you're right along that eye wall, and again, it's a very small eye wall, we just showed that for you, but it's going to look like a tornado went through because it's a very compact, very strong eye wall within that. So there's 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. We were just talking about for Crystal River, Cedar Key, mid to late morning, really early to late morning after about 2 a.m. But you see there Perry about 77 miles an hour. And then just to the west of Perry is St. Mark's. So as we get towards that, let's see when that ramps up. After about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, there come those really big-time gusts through Tallahassee, through Perry, through St. Mark's. Tornado threat going to be there, especially on the eastern side of this, where you see all that purple, where that's the right front quadrant. That's the dirty side of the storm. So that is what we're going to be dealing with over a several-hour period once we get into tomorrow morning. So that's what we're going to be watching there for that too. All right. Clewiston, Florida, just a few outer bands. So we're going to be way away from the main event in Clewiston. So we'll get a few outer bands tomorrow morning and then kind of be done with it. I think for the most part, Lakeland is going to be okay. We are going to get some nasty outer bands tomorrow morning. Tornado threat's going to be there. But I think for the most part, Lakeland's going to be okay. In that area, for us in Lakeland, we're going to be talking about like 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, routine afternoon storm. But that tornado threat's going to be this. That's why it's a little different than that afternoon storm. Let's see. Fort Myers, nasty outer bands coming on right now, but we are not taking the eye wall. So this is not going to be an Ian, but it is going to get a little dramatic at times. Hey, thanks, Jackie. I appreciate it. I appreciate you tuning in. Thank you for that. Winds in Sarasota about 40 to 50 miles an hour once we get into these stronger gusts from the thunderstorms that roll on through in the outer bands. I laughed at this comment because that is so true. You know what? I'm not sure, Jessica, but I think we would have heard if they are closed. But I'm not sure what's going on up in the Big Bend right now. Warner Robins, Georgia. One of our meteorologists is from Warner Robins, Georgia. Troy Bridges. We should be okay from this. We might get some of the... I'll back the future radar up. We are going to get some rain and some wind from it, but the worst of this should be down towards southeast Georgia. But it's going to get gusty tomorrow afternoon. That's for sure. Just be careful tomorrow if you're driving from Gainesville to Ocala. Again, we're going to be kind of in and out of these bands. I'll show you what 430 looks like tomorrow morning. And of course, I mean, there's kind of a nasty band pushing on shore, so there might be some pretty gusty winds tomorrow when you're doing that as well. Appreciate that, Terry. Yeah, so for Palm Coast, here I'll show you right here. I'll give you a closer Central Florida view. I'll show you the wind gusts first, and then we're gonna go look into the future radar. Our gusts really don't even get that crazy. And I mean, again, they weren't supposed to because we're so far away from the center here. But there's the evening once we get into tomorrow. Our wind gusts in Palm Coast maybe pushing 40 miles an hour. All that through. In terms of the future radar, that's where we'll see the chance for the strongest gusts. going through. Mid to late morning, that's when we'll get those 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Chance for a tornado as well. That tornado threat by 8, 9 o'clock should be coming down a little bit, but we're going to be watching that in those outer bands as well. Next update from the Hurricane Center is going to be at 11 o'clock unless they issue a special advisory or something crazy happens with one of their planes with some of the data coming in from the hurricane hunters. So far, it does not look like we have an update on the computer in there, so I believe they're going to maintain it. I've not heard anything else that they're going to issue a special advisory. We have 2 planes in the storm right now kind of getting us that data. Sebastian Keith is looking pretty good. Tomorrow, we will have a few of these outer bands pushing through, but again, we're not going to get the main event with this. This is going to just ride up. You see all this kind of red moving through Fort Myers. Those are some bigger thunderstorms pushing through, but nonetheless, we're going to be. I think we're going to be okay. East Orange County. All right, so for us tomorrow in East Orange County, let me get into the local future radar so that I can show you what's going on. It's going to be a little gusty in those thunderstorms. Nothing too crazy. But we will have a tornado threat tomorrow if I can find the graphic I want to show you. All right, so a lot of questions about Orlando and Orange County. Just first and foremost, while I'm doing that, if you're just joining us, we do have a tornado watch just to the west of Orange County. Lake, Sumter, Marion, Polk, into Alachua, Levy County, into Pinellas County, the entire Gulf Coast of Florida, really. Let's see, just had a question about the spaghetti model update. So while I'm looking for that graphic, let me throw up that the latest models and see if we do have that update in. So there you go. There are the latest spaghetti models, and they continue to focus just to the east of Tallahassee. So they're getting tighter and tighter, as you would expect by this point. And we're going to see this going through east of Tallahassee, most likely. But again, clustered there right into the north central area of the Big Bend. So again, we're focusing on that area right now. It's crazy, I know, and that's the crazy thing here when we're talking about these kind of bands. You're in one, gets a little dramatic, and then it backs off, and then it's nice and quiet for hours as well. And it's just, that's why it's so kind of hard when it's like, all right, there's tropical storm warnings out, but right now it's nice and quiet. It's calm. It's great in the Orlando area. It's great in Lake County and all that stuff. But it's just, so it's kind of difficult to be like, hey, we have this coming through, and you know the drill. It gets quiet. Evan, it looks like we are starting to watch some wobbles. Let me show you the satellite. This is... It takes a second. This is a whole big. I mean, wow! It takes a second for it to load because there's this infrared satellite data coming in every single minute. So it is not a tropical storm. It is a Category 2 hurricane that is rapidly intensifying as well. All right, Tampa wind gusts. Let's head to Tampa. I don't know if I have it loaded in. I don't think I have Tampa loaded in. So let me add Tampa real quick on this side, and we can take a look at some Fort Myers in Southwest into that. Just give me 1 second, and I'm going to load all of this in for you. All right, so we have Tampa. There's Bradenton, Port Charlotte. So then here's how the winds go. And you see it's not crazy. And here is the issue with the surge. You see those lines on your screen? That is the wind direction. Wind blows 2 areas of low pressure, which the hurricane is a giant area of low pressure. So we have those winds pushing Tampa Bay from the south and east to the north and west. And that is why we're talking about that storm surge. So for St. Pete, your surge is coming from Tampa Bay when that comes through. I'm not going to take any of that stuff on this channel, that misinformation. NOAA's data was up on the screen, and it is a Category 2 hurricane. Somebody even mentioned it. It is all that stuff. So you can take that elsewhere, my friend. Yes, so that's a great question. Will the hurricane stay Cat 1 while moving through Georgia? It's going to pick up forward speed. And I know somebody asked a long time ago, and my apologies for not getting to this sooner as I promised. Let me back up the water vapor imagery. It really shows the steering currents here. But nonetheless, it shows. I'm going to show you why it's going to be moving so fast and why it's already starting to pick up forward speed. So we did talk yesterday about how we didn't think that it was going to do something like Ian did. We didn't think it was going to do. We didn't think it was going to do a Charlie. I am very much a tab-oriented person. I have a ton of tabs, but I have a weather graphics computer that we have that kind of I have all this stuff loaded in. So that's where I would rapid fire a lot of this stuff up. But so it's all fun. So here's the deal. This is the other concerning part about this thing continuing to rapidly intensify into landfall. And this is another good question. Does the full moon really make a difference? It does. The tides are all based on the moon cycle. So when we do get a full moon, we do have higher than normal tides. So they were already going to be higher than normal anyway. But whenever we get something like this, a storm, so it's going to push that water on top of it further. And that's why we had the kind of the combination here, that worst case scenario. We call them king tides, the higher than normal astronomical tides. That's what kind of like we're dealing with, unfortunately. But yeah, that full moon really does make a difference. West Orange County tomorrow. It's going to be in the morning through the early afternoon. Going to be a little breezy. Inside the thunderstorms, though, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts in those outer bands when they come on through. So that's going to be That's going to be the big thing. All right, great question. So she's asking, what is the other storm out there? So Franklin, that is Hurricane Franklin. It's been a Category 4 for like 3 days now. So the predictions, we just showed those. Those are going to be about 30 to 40 miles an hour tomorrow. It's nothing crazy in Orlando or Winter Park. Tomorrow, it could be like 40 to 50 miles an hour in those outer bands. So just keep that in mind. Inverness, we're going to be a little bit more. We're going to see in those outer bands maybe 50 to 60 mile per hour winds as well. But again, we're going to be a little bit closer to the center. We're still not taking a direct hit. Nonetheless, we're going to be dealing with stronger winds since we're a little bit closer to the storm center. But anyway, to answer the question, this is Franklin here, but this is why we talked about yesterday that this was not going to pull a Charlie and this was not going to pull an Ian and just quickly shoot in. Now, we do have this dip in the jet stream. Okay, right there. We have high pressure right here. So Franklin is pumping up that big area of high pressure, okay? And this is one of the reasons why it didn't come to southeast or southwest Florida, but it's kind of funneling, unfortunately, right into the Big Bend. And somebody asked about, I lost my train of thought. So we're going to show the winds in Tallahassee because I have a few of that. Somebody asked, I'll remember it. I'm going to go through the comments again. I need to fire up and get some more caffeine. That's what I need. So there are some of the wind gusts. If you want to see it right there. If you want to see it right there, look at where this thing comes in. I was just looking at some the latest data coming in from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft there. Now and then I'm just checking some other the data feeds there. Let me get this over here. Let me check out some of the comments on yo man, no Adderall here. Maybe could use some though. It certainly could loop back to Florida. It might need an Adderall. How so, Joseph? Let me know. I'd love to hear your thoughts. All right, so yeah, so I remember that famous, the famous picture or the infamous picture of kind of Hurricane Ian last year in Tampa Bay, where it kind of like almost sucked out the water. You had the easterly winds kind of pushing the bay out. Certainly, yes. If the center of low pressure, if the center of Idalia goes to the east of Apalachicola and Apalachicola Bay there, we are going to see that breeze come out of the north. And that is going to push that water back out where it's going to push it up on the east side. And that is why we are going to be dealing with some of that storm surge, really a lot of storm surge, potentially catastrophic storm surge out there as well. Good question here. Someone's asking if it could kind of loop back out. I agree, Brando. Mountain Dew is poison. I think there's some in the newsroom, but it does help. Yeah, so far so good in Lakeland, Florida, and we're gonna stay that way through a lot of the night. Tallahassee's the question mark, so this is what we're really gonna watch for those wobbles, because if it wobbles to the west right before landfall, we're gonna be closer into the really thick stuff here. You see the wind gusts. This is gonna be tomorrow. So at least on this forecast model where it comes in, it has it just to the east of you. So we're talking 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. But notice just down the road for us towards Perry, where you see those 105 mile per hour gusts, that is where we are really looking for the brunt of the impact. Now, again, those wobbles matter. So that's going to be huge if we unfortunately get in to that thing. Tallahassee could be at big time risk here if this nudges further to the west. At last check, though, it looked like it was already trying to nudge to the east, but then it goes back a little bit to the west. So these are the wobbles that we're talking about, that we are used to seeing in these rapidly strengthening hurricanes, and certainly the stronger ones. St. Cloud's looking pretty good, too, through the night. After about 2 o'clock in the morning, that is where we're going to start to see some of those outer bands come in for us. Same for us in Ocala. Overnight, in the next couple of hours, we are going to get there as well. Panama City Beach, we're going to be west of the worst of the impacts. Let me bring up my wind graphic again, my future wind graphic. So there's Panama City, and you see a gentle breeze, 20 to 30 miles an hour, okay? A lot of questions about Ocala. So here we go with the wind speeds tomorrow, and you see the winds do ramp up in Ocala, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Lake Panasoffkee, what's going on in Sumter County? Same deal for us, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. You see the time here on the screen. That's 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and that's when we're going to start to ramp up our winds overnight a little bit. Certainly as we get into the afternoon, into the early morning, I should say, not afternoon. That's when we're really going to start to get in on the higher impacts for that. Rain total in Gainesville, not high, 1 to 3 inches. Maybe isolated more if you get stuck under one of those things. Eric, great question. Coming to Orlando, I would say overnight. After about 2 o'clock in the morning, we're going to have some of those outer bands push in, and we could get a 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust out of the deal. Not a huge deal in Orlando, but we are looking for the potential for, again, those tornadoes. Orlando not in that tornado watch just yet, but that might change a little bit as we continue to push forward as well. South Carolina. We are going to be, southern South Carolina is going to be under the gun for some tropical storm conditions a little bit, but it's not going to be as bad as what we saw in Florida. There could be some flooding there, though. So it depends upon how far east you mean. This is going to. It's not going to do an Ian, and it's not going to do a Charlie. So that is off the table for kind of going up and going east. It can wobble east, and again, this is kind of focusing on the north and northeastern Big Bend. Getting a question about Crystal River. And let me bring back my wind gust here. Is asking about 2 a.m. I think I had a question from Lord. So gusts about 40 to 50 sustained, 20-ish, 25-ish. It's not that big of a deal. in the sustained wind department. It's a nuisance wind, but it's nothing crazy. All right, Clay County, Duval County, Jacksonville. All right, so here you go. There are the wind speeds through Jacksonville. So they're 6 o'clock on your Wednesday morning. 30-mile-per-hour wind gust. 36-mile-per-hour wind gust, getting up to 40. So our winds start to ramp up in Jacksonville and Clay County through the second part of the morning. And then our strongest wind gusts really stay there until about dinner time, and then we'll start to go back down. Panama City, it's really not going to be that bad unless there's a significant jump to the west, which I don't see. It is not, my friend. It's approaching major hurricane status. I don't know what you're talking about. So the main issues in Tampa are going to be the surge from that strong southwest or strong southeasterly wind kind of pushing up on the northwest side of Tampa, and especially St. Pete, the way that the storm is coming in. Wind gusts for you, 40 to 50 miles per hour, and we're watching for as we go through the overnight hours. And I really think once we get into tomorrow afternoon, this really starts to wind back down for you in Tampa. So it shouldn't be a huge deal. Just watch out for some storm surge flooding if you are near the bay, because those strong winds are going to push that bay from south to north, okay? So just pay attention to that. Tallahassee's in an interesting spot right now. I'm going to back up the wind, and here I'll show you the forecast models. There's Tallahassee. Most of them keep it just to the east, but if there is a small jog to the west, we are going to have a big-time issue here with those storms coming in, or with that storm staying to the east just a little bit. If you're in Tallahassee, you want the storm to go to the east, because the worst of the storm is on the right side. I don't know why you bought all the toilet paper off the shelf, but I guess whatever makes you happy. Yeah, so we're getting a lot of questions about this kind of loop thing that the storm could potentially do. These happen. They happen because it's something called wind shear. And hurricanes don't like wind shear very much. So what the deal is, as it gets up towards the Carolinas, there's going to be a big-time jet stream. Big dip in the jet stream. I'll show you that on the water vapor imagery. You can kind of see what's going on here. Going to bring out the arrow. So here is the dip in the jet stream. That is kind of protecting Louisiana and Texas from it coming over there, which it wouldn't anyway. But what that's going to do is it's going to kind of rip the storm apart. It's going to kind of pull its thunderstorms from the mid-levels of the atmosphere out, and it's going to separate it from its low-level center that we see kind of very strong right now. And what happens is the mid-level circulation follows the upper-level flow, which is out of the west. So that's where the thunderstorms from Idalia are going to drift. But then we have, kind of see that motion out here towards the south, big dip out here as well. And that's going to, at the surface anyway, going to push the storm south. The surface low, which is going to be kind of like a naked swirl, and it's not going to be strong. Now, if it stayed out, sorry, some of these comments are making me laugh. Some of the guidance, if you will, if it were to stall out over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream off the Atlantic coast, we're going to see, we could see it get as strong. That is so far out of the realm of possibilities of that thing would have to park itself there for a while. If you remember Ivan back in 2004, it left the Northeast after going through the really Virginia, Pennsylvania, looped back down. It was just like a shell of itself. I do think it became a tropical storm again, though. Tallahassee. Number one question getting tonight about, well, a lot of Ocala too, and rightfully so, because we're kind of close to the center. There you go, 40-mile-per-hour storm, 40-mile-per-hour wind gust potentially there as we get into tomorrow morning. So that's 9 o'clock. It appears, though, someone's asking about the jet stream. No, the jet stream will bully a tropical system every day of the week. So it responds to the jet. Yeah. So no tropical storm is a match for a trough. We're watching closely for Tallahassee. That is a huge question mark right now. I think you stay on the western side. If it were to wobble and come in just to the south, that's going to be the issue. All right, so I'm getting also a lot of questions about Georgia. Let me get my future radar on and let me get some towns posted on Georgia, and then I'm going to have to try to save my voice for a little bit and have to go get some water and some tea. All that stuff, because we're going to be on for a while here as we unfortunately watch a strengthening Idalia, and this was to be expected, unfortunately, after this thing developed into the Yucatan Channel. I know a lot of you had mentioned this before. I was optimistic that it would stay weak because it was likely going to hang around the Yucatan. Well, unfortunately, remember I was just talking about those loops, if you will? That looping model, the mid-level center oftentimes fires off thunderstorms, but it stays dislocated, if you will, from the low-level center. And I think the deal was those thunderstorms kind of ripped the low-level center that was on land at the Yucatan on Saturday, and it pulled it out over the warm waters of the Yucatan Channel. And what was supposed to be the starting point north of the Yucatan, where there was nice dry air, was now in the Yucatan Channel closer to the western tip of Cuba. It was in a much better environment. It was over warm water, and it was able to get a start, and it did not suck in as much dry air as I had hoped. So that is why we are in this situation right now. And again, those things are pretty much unforecastable because it's happening with thunderstorms right there. All right, so I'm getting a lot of questions on Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. Let's go through this. And then I'm going to go get a drink of caffeine or water. Yeah, so it looks like here, and just kind of, there's another squirrel moment, but I had a question from Perry, and Perry looks like one of the worst areas right now. So that's why I just want to just time out for a second. I'm going to get to Georgia. I'll get to South and North Carolina in just 1 second, but this is a pretty big deal for Perry and anywhere along the north central Big Bend area. You see it there. There's 8 o'clock in the morning. Really, conditions start to go downhill. I mean, there's 3 o'clock in the morning. We start to pick up gusts a little bit, 30 miles an hour, 47 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour. And then this is where we start to get to those hurricane force gusts. Near 7, 8, 9 o'clock, this is where the hurricane starts to come through, make landfall. And look at that. You saw that triple digits, 105 mile per hour gust right there by 8 o'clock in the morning in Perry. So make sure you're safe. Make sure you have a safe place to be when this is happening. There's the potential for something the National Weather Service issues an excessive wind warning essentially be treated like a tornado warning. We might get one of those today. Or tomorrow morning, I should say, as well. Hey, absolutely, I will update Marion County. So here we go. Ocala, anyway. We're going to be in that same ballpark throughout Marion County. So if you're watching from Denellen or Ocala, same kind of ballpark. Early tomorrow morning, our wind speeds get up to about 40 to 50 miles an hour. And we will see the potential for some of those outer bands come through. But we'll also be under that tornado threat. Now, it shouldn't be a huge deal, but it will look kind of dramatic at times because, I mean, the rain blows sideways in a lot of those outer bands. So that's going to be what we're watching tomorrow. I think after about 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, we'll start to ramp up the worst impacts, again, right along the I-75 corridor in Sumter County and Marion County as well. So just keep that in mind. We're going to be watching that for you. Tomorrow morning, we'll be right here, right in this chair. Hey, absolutely. So while I have it, this is perfect timing to update on Gainesville. You see, just up the road in Marion County in Alachua for us, we have wind gusts of about 40 to 50, maybe even 55 miles an hour at least. That's what the model wants there, as the storm makes landfall to your north and west. So that's what we're going to be watching for you tomorrow. Same deal, mid to late morning for the worst. If you're out driving to work or anything like that, it could be a little gnarly at times, a little rough at times with those outer bands. But again, we're not going to be in the thick of it the whole time. Absolutely. I love that from Go West. Thank you for posting that in the comments. Spot on right there. Orlando, really okay. But some of those bands could be nasty at times, especially if you're driving. All right, so I'm trying to find my future radar graphic. It's in here somewhere. But I have a ton of tabs. All right, so let me back this up a little bit. Let me zoom out. And I will show you how this kind of goes. And there's Franklin out there. See how big that storm is. So all of a sudden, the hurricane season took off. So there we go. So that would be why the governor then... that is why the governor of Georgia would have issued that, because we are talking about some big-time winds right through southern Georgia. So there's a lot of things on. But there's Albany. There's Warner Robins. We had a lot of questions about that. Atlanta, further to the top, pretty much unscathed, just some light rain. And then so kind of like South Central, Augusta, south towards Warner Robins, Albany, Brunswick. And then this will continue to go out towards Charleston. I believe like the center is going to pass very close to Charleston and Myrtle Beach and all that. Franklin, I'm not sure the forward speed of Franklin. I haven't paid close attention to that, but it is moving away. You kind of see it, the buzzsaw moving out into the North Atlantic. So all that. So, yeah, this forecast does have it reaching western North Carolina. You see it exiting closer to Wilmington, maybe even getting up towards New Bern before it gets off of the North Carolina coastline. Alrighty, guys, I am going to take a short break, okay? I'm just going to go get some water and all that stuff. Going to look at some latest data. Going to see if the hurricane hunters are back in there and what they're finding. Franklin should not make landfall. It should miss the Canadian Maritimes. It should miss Bermuda as well. So all that stuff. What I'm going to do, though, in the meantime, I'm going to keep the stream rolling so I can just hop back on. If you want to, that's the stream I'm going to keep so you can watch kind of this thing come together here. And for the latest data should also be showing up momentarily. There it is. So it shows, you can see what category it is as it slides on through, and you can keep an eye on what's going on with the storm. I'll be back probably certainly before the 11 o'clock advisory, before that as well. Ruskin, real quick, yes, just the outer bands. Stay away from the bay. We'll have some storm surge flooding in the Tampa area. But Ruskin, just some nasty outer bands coming through. We are in a tornado watch until 6 a.m. for you in Ruskin, okay? So just keep that in mind. Lord is asking, this is going to be a loop of live data. So what we have here, this is a live radar. We get a minute by minute update here. So this is in real time. The data that comes in is right from the National Hurricane Center as well. So if there's any change, we're going to get that pushed to our weather computers instantly from the Hurricane Center. And we are going to have that right here. So I showed you the wind speed in Perry, but do you live in a well-built structure? So that's my question to you. That's going to be the main thing. You're gonna want to treat it like a tornado warning. If we end up taking the eye wall in Perry, it's not a foregone conclusion that the eye wall comes through Perry, but you are still in the probability of the worst case, the worst part of the storm. So all that stuff. But if you are in a well-built structure, you're going to want to treat it like it's a tornado warning and put as many windows between you and the storm, put as many walls, I should say. You want to get away from the windows and all of that stuff, okay? Tornadoes, mainly Gulf Coast, and then tomorrow, North Florida and southern Georgia as that stays through. Awesome. Well, that makes me happy at least. So just, yeah, it might be a little rough, but just keep that in mind as that comes on through. Alrighty, guys, I'll be back in a little bit. I'll put a little timer, or whenever I come back, I'll let you know. But keep posting stuff in the comments. I'll be checking that. Just need to save the voice, as again things are going to start ramping up overnight. I want to be watching the storms for those outer bands that are coming on in Southwest Florida, and then of course as the storm really ramps up and unfortunately heads towards the Big Bend. Thank you guys a ton for tuning in. It's not going to turn east at any moment. It would just be a wobble. And thank you for the comments. I guess thank you to the trolls as well for driving up the viewership. I'll catch you guys in a little bit. Please stay safe out there. Some of those bands are a little nasty. Catch you guys in a little bit. Can you hear me?
Yo, I got you. Do you hear me?
I can.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Main audio. So I'm just going to start it.
Okay. Well, because all I'm seeing is this, so I will see and hear the whole programming.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You should, I think.
All right, cool. Start. Well, we're pros. We can handle it. All right. If not, just cut me off and go back to what you were doing. Oh. Sweet. Okay. Do the thing. Later, brother. Good work.
Have you been stealing out of Cheryl's? Careful what you're about to say next. Careful about what you're about to accuse. Wow. I was just saying, a lot of that stuff looks very familiar. Careful about what you are to me. Go on. Are you throwing gloves? You're going to catch these.
Hey guys, what's going on? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you. I had the headphones on because I have my friend Matt Austin getting ready to join us in just 1 second. First, we're looking at a live look at the southernmost point. That is Key West getting battered. Now, the center of Idalia is still way north of this, but we are really getting ready to rock. Also want to point out that we have a fresh advisory from the Hurricane Center. We're going to start to get these updated a little bit more. And joining us now, our anchor, the man, the streaming legend, Matt Austin. Thanks for hopping on with me, my man.
Hey, man, I've been listening to you over there. I've been watching your stream. You're killing it, by the way. And the chat has been going wild, so I know trying to keep up with that while doing this by yourself is probably pretty tough. But, man, looking at this thing, it looks like the eye, I mean, the whole time we've been watching it, the eye hasn't really been developed. It's just kind of been this red blob, and all of a sudden it's got a really defined eye, huh, Jonathan?
It's crazy. I mean, this is over the last 3 hours, this loop. And as you mentioned, the eye was closed, and now we have this pinhole eye, and now the eye is starting to grow. And a couple of things to point out here. This is the 10 o'clock advisory. Typically, we don't get advisories until 11 o'clock. Hurricane Hunter aircraft found the pressure dropping further. We're at 960, and the wind speeds have gone up another 5 miles an hour. So we're at 110 mile per hour sustained, Matt.
Okay, 110 in every single 5-10 miles an hour change is just huge for the people who are going to be really impacted by this. I know, Jonathan, as it sounds like about 7 million people are under some sort of tornado watch right now. If we were looking at this thing, is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, there's a lot.
So many tornado watches out there, which again is not a warning if anybody's watching, so big difference there. But so where would be, like if you were looking at that map that you're bringing up right now, where would be your biggest concern for where a tornado could sprout out?
Right now, and we're going to be watching for some of these spin-ups. Someone's saying your audio, so let me bump that up.
Which one, me?
Yeah, I got you real quick, unless
Okay.
you have control too. So let us know in the chat if that's a little better. Thank you guys for helping out there. Right now, Sarasota, Fort Myers, and if anybody's tuning in, I know we had a lot of people into the Fort Myers, Ko Costa. I know Ian PTSD. We're not going to take the brunt of this. So I want to be clear about that. But some of these stronger storms in the outer bands, that's what we're going to watch for things to kind of spin as well over the next few hours. Also up here, some stronger thunderstorms closer to Port St. Joe as well. Make sure there's no warnings as well up in that area right now, because things are kind of rough around Port St. Joe, and that's still way away from the center of this thing. Well,
that's one thing that surprises me every time we have a hurricane is that it'll be on the Gulf side, and there's been several times where we've had a hurricane on the Gulf side, and then over on the east coast of Florida, the complete other side, hundreds of miles away from the eye, we've got tornadoes sprouting up or something like that.
It's nuts. That's the one thing about these things. No matter where you are, we always talk about that cone. If you are way out, like you can't pay attention to the cone. I mean, right now the cone is like basically like here, give or take. I mean,
right.
Like we have some pretty nasty weather rolling through Tampa and down through Sarasota and Bradenton right now too.
Yeah. My kid is in Tampa at school at USF, and she was like, "Oh, well, the cone's not here, so I think I'm going to go out and hang out with some friends and go to another dorm." I'm like, "Do not do that. It's going to get nasty around there. The cone doesn't matter, kid."
It is, yeah. It's not the time to doing that, all that stuff. All right, hey, your mic is great now. Untitled Track, thank you. All right,
thank
sweet.
you, Untitled Track.
That's right. All right, so let's see what's going on here. Getting a lot of questions about the Panhandle. So it's not already hit. So what we're taking a look at now, this is Key West. So the storm is way away from Key West, and we are still getting those crashing waves. This is the iconic southernmost point thing. I think it got completely destroyed in Irma, I want to say. I think it was one of those ones that came up there, if you remember, Matt.
I remember that. Yeah, I don't remember exactly which.
I can't remember.
Look at that.
There's been so many, but that's crazy. I'm sure we're gonna see a whack job person get close. We see that every single time, then almost get swallowed up by the waves here. But man, that's the place you don't want to be, as close to that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, some drunk is gonna head out there and start getting pummeled by. But it's really not as bad in the key. So the thing everybody's talking about, Jonathan, is the storm surge.
Yeah,
they always throw out huge numbers. I feel like with these storm surges, is it really hard to predict, or because the storm surge with Ian was insane,
crazy. It is hard to predict. There's a lot of factors that go, and we have that stupid full moon on top of it. The full moon is cool, but not in a situation like I love the moon, but in a situation like that, I mean, man, we are just adding higher than normal tides already on top of that. Look at these waves, crazy.
That's wild. Yeah.
So far away from the storm. I'll bring back the radar real quick. But yeah, storm surge is kind of rough. And the Weather Service, when they put their thing there, when they put their forecast out, they always do worst case scenario to give, and that's some of the times they look so terrible. And storm surge is really finicky anyway, because it's only going to be sometimes the really bad stuff in a very small area, but they issue these widespread because they just don't know. We just don't know where the thing is going to wobble to, and wherever it goes, that's where they're going to get. There you go. Here you go. I love this comment and feeling this exactly. It's normally cool, but right now it's a stupid moon. Perfect.
That's right. Way to go, Anu.
There you go. Love
Very
that.
true. So it adds to the complications. It's a super moon or a blue moon or something like that. And it's, the tides are extra high. And on top of that, I mean, we see some crazy damage. I know my dad did construction after Hurricane Andrew down in Miami. And he said they would find like ship's anchors, a block or two inland, or boats on an interstate or something crazy, just because of that wild storm surge they get from these strong storms.
It's nuts. I mean, you had some of your TikToks out there that went crazy after Nicole with with that old ship that kind of came up too.
Right, yeah. People were tearing me apart on TikTok because it uncovered this ship, the hull of this ship, and everybody was like, "Hey, you dummy, that's a pier." I mean, thousands of people told me how stupid I was.
What's your TikTok, by the way? Florida Newsman, right?
At FL Newsman, yeah, if you want to check it out. We do some Florida headlines. And yeah, it's going to uncover all sorts of stuff. The treasure hunters will always come out after this and uncover some new gold coins and stuff like that. But man, this thing, every time you go back to this shot, it is looking like a real beast all of a sudden, Jonathan.
It is. I'm trying to see if there's another hurricane hunter plane in there. If we do have one, we're going to get real-time data. There were 2 planes. It's always crazy to me when it get close to land like this, they get 2 planes up there. So there's like one in the center, then one on the outside, and they're just like revolving around. So not only they're flying in this ridiculously intensifying storm, but there's also another plane not too far away either. They're crazy.
As if there's not enough to look out for. There's another plane in there. And oh, look at that.
I'll show you. So there it is, those lines.
They get so close to each other.
It's nuts. It is nuts. So yeah, there's where they are. So they're both doing all the quadrants. So they'll fly through, they'll go back out to the right. You see that there. Looks like a flight level wind came in recently at 127.
127.
So you have to kind of do a little bit of math, percentage coming that out to do the surface winds. But we're probably that may have been where they got their 110 from. Category 3 status starts at 115. So we are really, really close.
Yeah. So you think the 112 is closer to the surface of the water, and the 127 is probably higher up? Where the
it could be,
are,
yeah.
Or it could have been a gust or something like that.
Could have been a gust, or it might have been, because they're in here, it might have been the other plane that went through earlier and it wasn't as strong, because it was back when it was down here. So it may have flew through, it was 110. And then, so this is kind of happened with the pressure. At 6 o'clock in the evening, it was 968. Then the other pass, like 50 minutes later, it was down to 965. So we dropped 3 millibars in like less than an hour, which is a pretty decent pressure drop, meaning the storm is strengthening. So it would create those stronger winds.
Yeah. People might be a little confused because it says 79 miles per hour on the wind, like the wind's lower. But in reality, that lower millibar is a real problem for people in the state of Florida as that thing continues to drop in pressure.
And that's a good point you make. The lowest pressure is going to be right in the eye where the winds start to calm down. So they may have recorded that wind speed right as they were going through and then weakening as they got into the eye. So that's kind of it's kind of that counterintuitive. Yeah, it's the pressure right there that we're concerned with at the moment.
And it looks like they're still okay. So we've seen these models over and over again, and this thing looks like it's going to kind of hit just to the east of Tallahassee, right into that Big Bend area. And then I have been a little concerned because I see some of these other models, Jonathan, and I know people have been asking about this too. It has them going off the coast, and then some of them. It started off with one purple one that jerk right there. Coming back, like, who the hell is that? Who's like having this come back, and then all of a sudden there's some other ones that are sort of bending back toward us. So, is there some sort of possibility out there that this thing could? And I don't want to worry people before this even hits, but this has happened before. It happened with Hurricane Ian and a few others that went out into the ocean, got itself back together, and then headed back toward us.
Yeah. So what happens here, and it's going to be interesting. You see, like you said, there's a lot on board. Notice that black line there, Matt, that you kind of see within. That's the official National Hurricane Center forecast. So they are expecting it as well to kind of bend down. And the reason for that is there's going to be a ton of wind shear that this thing is going to meet up with in the Carolinas. And what happens, there's this low-level center we talk about, and then the mid-level center. That wind shear is going to kind of pull it apart. It's going to like stretch the storm. So what it's going to do is the thunderstorms associated with the center about 10, 15,000 feet above the surface, that's going to follow the main westerly winds at that level. It's going to blow off towards Bermuda. But the surface wind at that same time as the low-level and mid-level center are kind of ripped apart and set in different directions, it's out of the northeast, pushing it back towards Florida. So we may have this kind of gnarly looking satellite image over the weekend of this little naked swirl coming back down towards Florida. It likely won't have a chance to kind of refine itself and fire off storms and everything again, but it's kind of weird.
Okay, so it doesn't have nice conditions once it gets down over there, because I'm not seeing the category or anything at that point. If it did, it wouldn't come back as some monster Cat 3 or 4. Hopefully.
I
I don't
hope.
wanna, I know it's early. I know it's early. You don't even probably want to talk about it yet. But
Next question. I'll go the Drew Rosenhaus.
there you go.
route.
Let's not even
Yeah.
think about that. All right, but I was just throwing it out there because people were asking me. My wife is texting me from home, like, "What in the hell is this purple one doing right now?" So
It's the second most asked question I've had over the last 48 hours. The first is this going to do a Charlie or an Ian? And the answer to that was no, partially because of Franklin out there. There's a whole big meteorological.
yeah, Franklin's been our friend, right? There's this big monster out there, sort of pushing it and keeping it off the coast of Florida.
Yeah, it's our friend for Fort Myers, it's our friend for Tampa, and then it's the enemy for the Big Bend because it's kind of driving it through. So it's that catch-22 again, and it's like you don't want it to go anywhere.
Yeah,
You don't want it to hit anybody, and it's just it's such a weird. This is like the second time ever like a storm has come to this part. And major hurricanes never come to the Big Bend. If you remember,
never.
Michael.
Really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was funny. The Weather Service in Tallahassee tweeted out a little bit ago. Number of times major hurricane approaching Big Bend, and it was 0. And records go back to the 1800s. So there's a pretty decent stretch of data that a major hurricane never approached the Big Bend like this. Michael was, of course, not the Big Bend. It was just to the west, but technically Panhandle. That's why that stays with us.
That thing did some damage too.
Oh my gosh, Michael was terrible. And unfortunately, this looks very similar to that, how it was weak, and then all of a sudden ramping up at the last minute. Let's hope it doesn't get that strong. But certainly that's
still, yeah. And if people are like, oh, it's a 3, I mean, I don't know the crazy people who say it's just a 3. 3 is a powerful ass storm if you've ever been through one. But if it could get to a 4, I mean, there's nothing keeping it from happening, from it becoming a 4 in the small period of time. I mean, that's some warm water, folks. By the way, I do want to say, I looked it up. Southernmost point was destroyed in Irma, right? That's what you said, I think. Yeah, good call. This guy knows his stuff, folks. There's a reason he's on here.
Well, thanks. The ice storm has not been kind to Florida. Let's just throw that out there.
I saw somebody out tweeting, like, yeah, let's just take eyes out. You know how they take the names out after they do a lot of damage? It's like, let's just be done with the eyes altogether and call it a day. So,
yeah.
So, I mean, I would imagine there's a lot of folks tuning in right now, Jonathan, in that Big Bend area. And I know it's always weird. So people always ask us this too. When it comes to landfall, when people are seeing that eye wall hit land, and then they're like, how did they decide that it landed in this one particular area? It's always kind of like a grab bag situation, right? How they decide which town it made landfall in.
Yeah, it is. If there are any hockey fans out here, it's just like when the hockey puck, to score a goal, like you need to have half the puck over the. I think hockey, you need the whole puck over the line, right? I believe anyway.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Because part of the puck could be over the line. With a hurricane, once you get kind of like a crosshair, once half the eye wall is on or half the eye is on, then they call it the landfall, and then whatever closest town is there or it's over, that's where they'll call the actual landfall point.
Yeah.
To that.
Yeah, people think it's like just when it touches, but it's not, Jonathan. Yeah, as he said, it's like when half of it is on there, and this eye is just developing for us to be able to see the size of this thing as well. So what are we looking at here? Future wind gusts, Jonathan, and a lot of people are going to be affected by this. Maybe some folks who, I know there's a lot of kids still there in Gainesville. A lot of people live in Ocala who might be surprised when those winds are howling in the morning. 50 miles an hour is no joke.
It is not, and so you kind of see where the center is. Like still at this point, by 8 o'clock, it's likely just coming into the Big Bend area. But look at some of those wind gusts, like north of 100 miles an hour. Like that is some serious stuff. It's going to be right to the right of landfall. We've had a lot of questions about Ocala and about Cedar Key and about Tallahassee. Those have been the 3 main areas anyway that I've gotten questions about tonight. And someone asked Karina on the chat, where's the 105 at? The 105 is in Perry, so it's just to the east of Tallahassee, southeast of Tallahassee. It's going to be very tight. This is where the wobbles matter. So it's still uncertain as to who gets the worst of the worst. But anybody to that right of the storm, right along the Big Bend, it's not going to be a very pretty morning tomorrow. Conditions really go downhill after about 2 o'clock in the morning. So it's going to be nasty for our friends, in the Big Bend tomorrow morning.
Yeah. And what time are we expecting landfall to be for those folks? Is that around this 8 o'clock, 6 o'clock a.m. kind of time period? Is that what we're thinking?
I think as we get towards 8, 9, 10, somewhere in that ballpark, this thing is booking now. It's moving at about 18 miles an hour. It has picked up forward speed a lot. So it is.
And that's what we want, right? I mean, the worst hurricanes we ever get are these ones that just get over land and they just sit there at like 2-3 miles an hour. Then you have to deal with just the punishing wind. And as we've seen from Nicole last time around, man, if they just come over you and they can just drench you with that water, you can get a foot of rain and it'll just drown people and destroy their homes.
Yeah. So at least we're not going to be dealing with that flood threat like what most of Florida saw with Ian. The deal with this is, with this thing moving so fast, you have to add, if you're on the right side, you add basically the forward speed. So if it's 110 miles an hour sustained, you're adding 18 miles an hour on that, because you have to add that to the right side. And then you also keep those very powerful winds around stronger that get further inland. So places like Valdosta and into southeast Georgia are going to be dealing with very strong winds, potentially Cat 1, Cat 2, because it's moving so fast, it's really not weakening fast enough. So that's the other thing, too. So it's like that catch-20. Again, there's just like, there's no good thing, but we just get rid of the storm. But
it's like, oh, yeah, it didn't hit Tampa, but now it's going to hit Tallahassee. Or, you're right. You're right. I know. It's like you want it to go fast, but the people in Valdosta don't want it to go fast. There's just no good outcomes with a hurricane, that's for sure. And does it get more, these fast-moving hurricanes? I think I've heard people say this in the past, with that forward speed meshing with the side speed, can that sometimes make it a little more possible for a tornado to sprout up, or is that not a thing?
No, it's definitely a thing, because it increases. You're looking for, in a tornado situation, you're looking for that strong wind out of the south and east. That's that last thing you need. You need to have that, we call it wind shear in the low levels of the atmosphere. Technically, the 0 to 1 kilometer wind shear is what you're looking for. And you have that strong southeast wind, that helps to tighten things up a little bit even further to kind of complete the process of dropping those tropical tornadoes. So yeah, we're going to be watching for that big time. And again, you mentioned earlier, Matt, the Storm Prediction Center all over that with the tornado watch for really everywhere kind of west of Orlando until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah, look at all those people impacted, and we're going to have to see the impact of power outages as well at the end of all this. Got to say, Jonathan, we've all been sitting around the newsroom hearing you go. Super impressed by your dedication. We're all like, get this guy a lozenge. How is he still talking at this point? Very impressed by all the folks who have been joining in. Seems like you've had a pretty good chat going. I'm asking you a lot of questions, but I don't want to take away from some of the questions that you're getting. I know there's a lot of people in the path of this thing wanting to know what's going on. And for some reason, I can't see the questions. So I was going to try to pepper you with some questions from them, but I think maybe you're the only one who can see those.
Let me see. I think so. I think on this side, I know on yours is a little different. But let's see. Let's see here. That is Fat Tony with a PH.
Yes, fat with a PH.
Dude, that's so great.
Bringing me back to my childhood, man.
I love it. So he's asking, does the water get warmer by the shore? And it does. It's obviously more shallow. So the shallower the water, the warmer it's going to be able to be warmed up by the sun. So the tropical systems need deep, warm water. But nonetheless, it is warmer. The water temperatures up there is in the upper 80s to even around 90 degrees. So it's just the same thing. Let's see here.
Yeah, and it's wild because I've heard there are times when hurricanes have come up over Lake Okeechobee. Tom Sorrells has told me about this before. And it'll be able to gain a little steam over the warm lake and the swampland as well. So,
it's
where
crazy.
Are the mods?
I assume that's slang for models. Is that what you would go with?
I would think that. I mean, I don't think he thinks a moderator is going to be in this chat because, we don't have that kind of juice around here. So yeah, I think he's thinking models. There's your models for it. There's your spaghetti models coming through. But it's kind of like at this point, it's pretty obvious where this thing's going. That thing is like a tight braided cable just coming in just east of Tallahassee right there.
Yeah, and that's what we're hoping it obviously doesn't wobble into Tallahassee. There's obviously a bigger population.
Right.
We don't want it to go anywhere. I just want to be clear about that. Like, I'm glad that we're having this chat, but man, I wish it was sunny outside or clear outside. It's
with
10
you.
o'clock.
Where this thing was a fish storm out heading into the Atlantic,
Mm-hmm.
where they should all go. But yeah, it's just not, and it's good that you're here so people have something to watch. And I don't know, man. Yeah, it's not going to be good for the folks that are in there. And this thing just good gracious. I know we're not talking about Franklin, but look at the eye on that thing. I have seen very few hurricanes that have an eye that's about halfway across Florida. What is that thing, about 80 miles wide or something? That is crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. Franklin has been doing work now for a few days. And this is let's see if we can get in there. I mean,
Close. 60 miles across.
I mean, that is a good estimate there.
Often.
You don't. It is big, and when they have those big eyes, they're hard to weaken too. So it's been a major hurricane. It's been Cat 4 for like a day and a half now. It's crazy. But the crazy thing is, I say crazy a lot.
You're allowed. You've been on stream for about 6 hours straight, Jonathan. You can say crazy.
All right. There we go. So here's the thing. People were asking. I know there were a lot of people yesterday anyway. We were talking about no. We were saying no anyway about could it make that hard east turn. So right now, the answer to that question, it's not going to make a hard east turn. It could wobble, but everything is going to go as expected now into it just physically can't. If we did not have Franklin there, we might have been able to change that. So here's the deal. On top of hurricanes, they kind of create their own high pressure. We have low pressure at the surface. They eject so much into the atmosphere. Upper level divergence, you get high pressure to build there. You can kind of see that clockwise motion, the outflow channels, as we call it right there. That's clockwise flow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that helps. Okay.
So we have this high pressure hanging out over Cuba. That's been there. But what happens is when this thing is just behemoth style going so strong, it's pumping up this ridge. So it's adding, it's like juice, it's steroids for that ridge of high pressure. So that in turn creates the feedback loop, which builds that ridge out here. So that prevented any kind of shenanigans from a hard right turn from this dip in the jet stream that's coming through Houston and Dallas. So if that high pressure was there, maybe we would have seen this come through Tampa or Sarasota, Branton, maybe Fort Myers again. But Franklin being there built out that high, and then now it's kind of made that open pathway in between this bubble that's protecting Southwest Florida from landfall. We're going to get nasty rain bands, so I want to be clear about that. But it made that channel right up through into the Big Bend.
That is the best explanation I've heard about what is steering this thing yet. When you draw it out like that, it makes a lot of sense. And it makes a lot of sense why all the models actually for once agree, because there's really no other place. But I get why people are asking that question, because when you see this beast right off the coast, you're like, man, if that thing just jogged or did a wobble like meteorologists always talk about, it seems like it could just turn any second and just destroy us. But I'm glad you've explained it that way to let us know that will not happen.
It will not. It will not. So unfortunately, again, it's the Big Bend storm, but that is why it's the Big Bend storm. Someone's asking here at Panama City, you're going to have a gentle breeze on the other side of the nub there of Florida. Yeah, you're going to be okay. You might get some rain, but yeah, it's going to be.
They're on the right side of this.
They're on,
thing.
yeah.
Well, the left side, which is the correct side, I should say, not the right side.
I know that's correct, right? It's
yeah. Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up, Matt.
No, you're good.
And they always say, okay, so the dirty side is that upper right quadrant, where it's heading. But I see the pink move around a lot from the left to the bottom, and I would think that the pink is where the dirty side is. But is that not the case?
So that's a great point. Let me zoom in because this is actually like one of the things how kind of hurricanes go. So there's the pink, and what the pink is the deep moisture from these thunderstorms that are just erupting around Idalia. What a tropical system wants to do is, and that's why it was taking its good old time, thankfully, yesterday, it wants to fire up storms and then wrap them all the way around. That wants to protect its eye, if you will. And when the thunderstorms are wrapped around, that's when it can take full advantage of the warmer water. So basically now I would think that the most intense thunderstorms are on the northwest side because that's where we're seeing the brighter pink. We'd have to look at the infrared imagery. We can pull that up here. The main reason why it's called the dirty side is just because that's where you get the added friction of the turning of the winds, because you have the winds coming here. Every now and then we get this pink blob. It's the satellite messing up, and then it'll correct itself. But you have the winds wrapping around the southeast side, and then you have the upper level winds coming out of this way. So then this is your corridor for tornadoes and then things that get dirty. So it's not necessarily that the storms are going to be that much more intense. They could be more intense on this side, but you have the greater forward speed to the right of the eye, and then you have the potential for the tornado. So it's always uglier on that side, because at least this way you're subtracting the winds for landfall. This way you have to add the forward speed, and then you get all that crap tornado.
There's a little there's like more torque over there.
Yeah.
Or something, right? Like more forces kind of working against each other on that side.
Exactly.
That makes sense. You do a good job of explaining this stuff.
Well, thanks.
To people, man, because it is complex. It is very, but man, I will say, can I just say from the beginning, when this thing started, the National Hurricane Center realized that this was a thing, back when it was in the Pacific Ocean, like on the other side of Central America, I didn't see a cloud in the sky, and somehow the computer models put together, this thing's going to be a problem, and back before it even looked like anything. I think that technology is pretty amazing. Really.
It's fantastic. It's great. No, it's come a long way. That's for sure.
Yeah, it has. Just in our lifetimes, it went from like, maybe it's going to go. The cones, when I was a kid, used to be like, they'd take up half of America. I'd be like, pretty much anyone on the eastern seaboard is going to get hit by this thing.
Yeah.
Now, man, it is down to a perfect science. That is for sure. Well, not perfect. I should never say that. But it's down to a pretty good science.
It's very good. It's come a long way, and there's new hurricane models that were launched this year. I think they're doing fairly good. They've been pretty consistent with the Big Bend all the way up, the new hurricane models. But it's that. All right, hey, we have another question like that. Thanks for the updates. Also, what are the chances of it actually doing a 180 near Bermuda and re-hitting Florida?
That was Skinny Bean. You're reading my mind. That was my biggest question for Jonathan when I came onto this stream.
Well, and in our weather inbox was lighting up today. Like lighting up. We're hours before a major hurricane strike to part of the state of Florida. In our inbox, like, hey, what's going on with these models here that we're seeing? So we wrote a story about it. It's on clickorlando.com. It's actually pinned.
It explains it well. I shared it.
Oh, thanks.
It was a good story.
See,
did you write that?
that was me. Shameless,
nice job.
Shameless plug. But no, so we had just a lot of questions. So you have questions, we have answers. That's a slogan from somebody, and I can't remember where back in the day. It was a commercial. Right. If you know where that is, post that in the comments. Was it Ask Jeeves? No, it wasn't Ask Jeeves. It was a department. It was a store.
Ask Jeeves, man. I think it was the slogan of Radio Shack. You got questions, we've got answers, Jonathan. That's why you brought me onto this stream. I know nothing about the weather, but I ask a lot of questions and I can look things up. So, Radio Shack. You're old enough for Radio Shack?
Oh,
Jeez,
yeah.
dude.
That was a store. I'd be in there with my dad all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Getting those It was, man. It's
They should have switched to they should have started selling smartphones earlier. They might have survived this thing, like Best Buy or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I know.
I
It's
miss
crazy.
it. It was a good store.
Someone's asking, is Destin safe? Yes, Destin's looking pretty good. There we go. Al had it. Radio Shack.
Oh, Al probably beat me to it. Al not given.
All right, so we're getting some questions about tornado-y stuff. We can get all into that in a little bit. Matt, I know you have to get ready soon, so
yes, I was just
you
thinking
can dip
that.
out.
I'm going to quit taking up time on this stream. I know a lot of people have questions. Jonathan, keep up the great work, my friend. If you need a drink or something, let us know. We're all supporting you in the newsroom, and we're thinking about you.
Awesome. Hey, thanks. And if you guys want also the latest, Chief Meteorologist Tom Sorrells is standing by on News 6 at 11 o'clock. He'll be on with Matt Austin and the gang. Right. Candace Campos is here as well. Got
hey, if
everybody.
you think Jonathan's doing a great job, throw some like clappy hands in the chat for him or something, and give him some likes. Give him some comments. That's always a big deal. I'm a shameless blogger, and yeah, give him some cash too if you got that. People around
do we have
here
that?
Like, give him some cash.
Yeah.
Make them super fans or something. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I don't know how that
thanks,
works
Jonathan.
either. Hey man, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. It was good to talk to you. All right, see you, buddy.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, so that was Matt Austin. Again, if you want to check him out, he will be on News 6 momentarily coming up at 11 o'clock. Chief Meteorologist Tom Sorrells as well is going to be on. He'll be on with meteorologist Candace Campos, and they are going to be looking at the rest of the evening for you as well overnight. We're going to kind of look at things here. We're going to do things a little more interactively as we kind of track this. I want to make sure we don't have any watches or warnings out there that are, saw that whole screen light up. That's from all the hurricane watches and warnings. We don't want that. Just want to see it, make sure there's no tornado warnings or anything like that, and I think we are in the clear right now. The tornado threat tonight. What we should expect in Orlando. Great question. We're going to be quiet for most of the night. I think after about 2 o'clock, we will see the opportunity for some of these outer bands to start pushing through. Some of them could get a little ugly, 40, 50 mile per hour wind gust, but still that chance for a tornado, that's it. So basically what I've been saying for Orlando, kind of in and out of these outer bands, then we're going to be dealing with, what we typically would see in an afternoon thunderstorm, sometimes raining sideways, but that tornado threat is going to be there, okay? So that's the one thing that we can't really let our guard down with this, just because we have that tornado risk. Sorry, just looking at some of the latest, see if we had a Hurricane Hunter recon mission in there. And again, it looks like it's still holding tight at 960, but we don't have a plane close by. Just refreshing some things as we kind of wait for the 11 o'clock advisory. And yeah, so the hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center have begun. As we know, we just showed you the 10 o'clock advisory, which we don't typically get unless we have a Hurricane Hunter aircraft plane in there, which we do. And when they start getting close to land, the Hurricane Center gives these hours. Now we're going to get back into some of the timeline here. So let me get you some fresh graphics. I'm going to show you, I'm going to reload our future radar here. So I'm going to show you the timeline for places like Tallahassee, into Gainesville, into Cedar Key. So stand by for just 1 second. I'm just updating some of the timing on the model here so that I can show you. I'm going to zoom in just a little closer so you can see what I'm doing in real time here. And then I'm going to get you some of the latest stuff All right. And then so keep posting your questions. I'm going to try to get to them in just a little bit here. So it's likely going to come ashore in the Big Bend somewhere in that 8 to 9 o'clock time frame. Let's go through that right now. I'm going to put that first. We're waiting for the 11 o'clock advisory. That's going to bring out a fresh track. But again, that's pretty much a foregone conclusion on where exactly this goes. It's just the wobble that we're going to be watching. So here is the future radar. So that's 11 o'clock. That's in about 20 minutes from now. And notice what happens here. So there's 1 o'clock in the morning. So we do have some nasty outer bands coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico. There's 10 o'clock in the morning. Still some nasty weather rolling through Orlando, Sarasota, into Gainesville, Ocala. The storm looks to be on shore by about 10 o'clock. So we're expecting a landfall somewhere around, likely southeast of Tallahassee. Of course, Tallahassee is not on the water. Port St. Joe, I'm optimistic anyway that we are going to be dealing with some gusty winds, but the damaging stuff should stay to your east, okay? So you see that right here. Let me add some extra pause points to this real quick so I can get my little pointer out and show you. So let's add a pause there. Let's add a pause there. All right, so I'm going to play this from start to finish, and then we're going to go back to what the radar is actually showing out. We're going to do some real-time pinpointing because we have some nasty storms coming in on the southwest corner of Florida right now. So there's 11 o'clock, just a little bit of time from now, 15 minutes away. We have those storms. Again, the future radar is doing a nice job kind of pinpointing that. Once we go towards midnight, those storms kind of move from south to north. So ugly band coming through Tampa, St. Pete, Bradenton, Sarasota, just north of us in Naples and Fort Myers. Then this pushes inland. Here's 2 o'clock in the morning. Really nasty through Cedar Key, likely toward Lake Panasoffkee, towards I-75 in Sumter County. Interlachen in there as well. Orlando on the cusp by 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning of some really nasty thunderstorms. And then this is where it could get really ugly by 5 o'clock. You see these kidney bean shaped guys right here. Those are some supercell thunderstorms embedded in the overall outer bands here. There's more towards just offshore of Cedar Key. All of these are going to have the potential to rotate tomorrow morning. There's 4 or 5 o'clock. So again, could be a busy night once we get beyond 2 or 3 o'clock because of that. Note here is the center still offshore. The time there at 5 o'clock, taking that into motion, there's 7 o'clock. It's getting closer to landfall. And then there you go, spinning up, landfall likely anywhere from about 8 a.m. to 10 o'clock on Wednesday morning, somewhere to the east of Apalachicola. Again, that model showing southeast of Tallahassee. All right, got a question about Denellen. About 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust in those outer bands. So Florida was not supposed to get a Category 5 hurricane. Okay, that was never forecast, by the way. You must have been watching some other stuff. I wouldn't put it in the realm of possibilities. It probably will run out of time, though. It's moving very fast. Denellen, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds later tonight and overnight into tomorrow. Hey, what's going on in Mount Dora? Shout out Lake County. Same kind of deal. Let me back this up for you. I think most of the overnight is going to be okay. But there we go. So this is kind of, let me get to, I have a local view. So kind of show you a little bit further. But there we go, kind of 4 o'clock. It looks like that line kind of goes out. We're just kind of north of that little guy. Nasty little band coming through. There's 7 o'clock, so Mount Dora, we're about right there. But watching these closely here, those isolated little red blobs everywhere, that's what we're going to watch for the tornado potential tomorrow morning as those outer bands come in. All right, so I have a question about Spring Hill as well. The center's not coming to us, so we are not going to take a direct hit, but we're in that same kind of thing. We could see some of these tornadoes come towards us overnight, early into the morning. I don't have Spring Hill on the map. Just look a little bit north of Tampa here, really in between the Big Bend and Tampa. So right about there, 5 o'clock, look for the potential for tornadoes, some very heavy rain, and then 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts as these outer bands spiral on through early tomorrow morning. Okay, so I have a question about Live Oak, and for that I'm going to go to the forecast wind speeds. I don't have Live Oak on this map, but Live Oak is just kind of northeast of Perry and to the northwest, so it's about right here, give or take. If I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's right in here. So tomorrow, we're going to kind of be in the thick of it. We're not. It's going to start weakening a little bit, but this is going to move inland kind of fast. So you see there, we can expect hurricane force wind gusts. So I would 100%. We're in a hurricane warning, so we are likely going to see those wind gusts top 75 miles an hour at times, and then by 10 o'clock, still tropical storm force, 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts, and then still staying breezy through the afternoon. So that is 4 o'clock. With 20 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts still. And then finally, by Wednesday at 8 o'clock, this system is towards the Carolinas, and then it is leaving Florida alone. But still kind of breezy out there over the next few hours. Look at this thing. I mean, every time, Matt said it when he was watching, we were on the live chat. Every single time we check in with this thing, unfortunately, it's looking more and more impressive. Just try to see. Yeah, Fat Tony back on the chat. Yeah, I mean it's incredible. I mean we've been on this live stream since 5 o'clock. Okay, and it's just been the last like 2 or 3 hours that this thing is going through. Maddie's asking about an eye wall replacement cycle. That's something that could be happening. What happens in an eye wall replacement cycle is you start to get an outer eye wall, and that might be it right there, form outside of the inner eye wall, and then it replaces it. So what happens is, for a time anyway, the storm gets weaker, more often than not, as it's kind of forming a new eye and makes the eye bigger, and then takes out, it makes the eye bigger and then kind of spreads out the winds wider away from the eye. So it is because of the hot water. So that is one reason why. The other reason is because we have an upper level jet streak up towards the deep south. And that is helping to evacuate the winds further, and it's helping Idalia to breathe a little bit. So Homosassa, we are going to see, we're going to be in the thick of it. We're not taking the direct hit from the hurricane itself. What we are seeing is these outer bands that will continue to move through the course of the overnight. All right, so just looking at if you download the Pinpoint Hurricane app, and if you'd like to follow tropical weather, search WKMG in your app store. Look at the Pinpoint Hurricane app. You get real-time updates from the National Hurricane Center. So if you want these position updates that the Hurricane Center are going to be giving out on Idalia, it is going to be the best team. We just got an update on Tropical Depression 11. That's out there. It's not going to affect anything. It's just another thing to be out there. All right, and right off the bat, 5 minutes. If you guys are in the Central Florida area and want to check out Chief Meteorologist Tom Sorrells, flip your TV over to WKMG News 6, CBS affiliate in the Orlando, New Smyrna Beach, Daytona Beach, Ocala, the Villages, Sanford, Kissimmee, St. Cloud, parts of Polk County in on that as well, Lake County, Sumter County, Brevard, Volusia, Lake, into Flagler. He's going to have his take as well on that coming up. A lot of questions about this. It's not going to make a hard right turn. So that all of that now is off the table. It's going to just be kind of gliding in to the Big Bend. Okay, so it's not going to do a hard right turn like a Charlie, like an Irma, like an Ian. It's not going to do that. It now just has a channel up right into the Big Bend. It is happening at 11. So we got the 10 o'clock update. So now they're every hour, but the new track comes out. Now the new track is coming out every. It's still 5 and 11. Here we go. 11 o'clock advisory. Just out, hot off the press. So right here, as we were taking a look, the winds are still at 110 miles per hour. So the winds did not change at 11 o'clock. But the pressure did drop another 2 millibars that hour. So it's not intensifying as fast as it had been. It had been dropping about 3 millibars an hour, so it backed off to 2. Still, this is a very intense storm that is intensifying very, very quickly as well. Let's see here. Someone asked if I'd be surprised if it was more than 55. I can't see where the comment went, but I was just about to bring it over onto the live stream, and then I lost it because there were so many comments coming in. So thank you guys for that. Really, I appreciate the interaction tonight, and you finding the channel, following us for the storm updates, and all that stuff. So if you're finding this helpful and you do want to stay updated on tropical weather, hit that subscribe button for me. Give it a thumbs up as well if YouTube pushes it out to more people whenever we get those thumbs up. So that'd be awesome if you do that, so we can get more people out as this starts to become a really, really ugly situation, especially over the next couple of hours as this moves its way up through two. Okay, so I got a lot of questions about, is this going to stall and just kind of ramp up? The answer to that is no. It's not going to stall. It's going to keep on moving at a very, very fast clip. We're already about parallel with Tampa. It's not going to hit Jacksonville directly. Claremont, Florida, we're going to be getting 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts in these outer bands. We're starting to see clouds come back as well. I know we had a few people earlier talking about the clear sky in Central Florida, and we definitely have that. That's going to be going away from those thunderstorms that are kind of blowing off. So here is the other kind of breaking development here at 11 o'clock. We got the intensity update from the National Hurricane Center, which did not change the pressure drop, but look at the new forecast. So there is their official forecast, now expected to be a Category 4 storm at landfall. So the rapid intensification is expected to continue, unfortunately, overnight. And now we are looking at, and again, this was always in the realm of possibilities, by the way. We were talking about this yesterday, that now that it got an earlier start than I anticipated last week, and now that it was able to fend off that dry air, that it was going to go nuts. And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing. But those are the kind of breaking details at 11 o'clock that the National Hurricane Center now forecasting officially a Category 4 storm to come into the Big Bend of Florida. Certainly an unprecedented situation for the Big Bend. It's never happened as a Cat 3 or above. But there you go. Breaking at 11 o'clock, Category 4 storm officially forecast. So there is rapid intensification there. Expected to come ashore somewhere around 8 o'clock in the morning just to the east of Tallahassee. Now look at this. I mean, their official forecast right smack down the center there goes right through Tallahassee. I mean, Tallahassee could conceivably get 130, 140 mile per hour wind gusts tomorrow morning. This thing is going to be moving very fast. It's going to be, a buzzsaw right on through. So this is a very serious situation for Tallahassee and for, again, this is never happened for Tallahassee. Let me get more, let's see, let me get more towns on here to just kind of show you, like, who's all around here. Monticello, Madison, Cross City, all of these. There's Perry. And we were looking at Perry before. I mean, this could be... So Untitled Track is asking... Boy. Yeah, you can fearmonger your way off this channel. Because that's not it. That's an official forecast from the National Hurricane Center. It is rapidly intensifying right here. So that's how it is. And That's what it's going to be. And unfortunately, that it could even get stronger than that. No, it's not going to be a Category 6 though. So take that off of here too. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm confirming it right here. That data is right from the Hurricane Center. I'm not making that up. So that is straight from the Hurricane Center. All of this data is coming in. It's not a Cat 4 right now. It is a Cat 2, but you see there it is expected to intensify to a Category 4 hurricane by tomorrow morning. I did say that. So, and this is the attitude that I don't want people to have here. So Dutch McLean says, I'm in Tallahassee. We normally do just fine. This is an unprecedented situation. Tallahassee has never had a storm like this before. That's what unprecedented means. Michael came into your west and was not moving as fast. The Hurricane Center track has this a direct hit to Tally. So just keep thinking, just keep that. We were talking about this was likely not going to come east yesterday because of that big blocking high thanks to Hurricane Franklin out into the Atlantic Ocean. So just keep that in mind, okay? So I want you to, don't mean to call you out, I want you to be taking this seriously, that, I mean, this is going to be, if this comes through right smack dab the center, it is going to be significant. Okay, so just please be safe, okay? Haines City is going to do okay. We'll get some kind of beefy tropical downpours in those outer bands. Our tornado threat is going to be here, but just keep. It's not going to be like it is in the Panhandle. Awesome, Tyler. That was real creative, my friend. Yeah, TC, and unfortunately, since about Sunday, the Hurricane Center, even though they were forecasting a 3, they had been talking about the potential for stronger than that and this rapid intensification. What we're seeing here is a drop about 2 to 3 millibars an hour. We have about, what time is it? It's 11 o'clock now. We have a little less than 12 hours until this thing comes on shore, and all of the above. What I want to do now is, we've had a lot of questions about Marion County, and we have a story from one of our reporters, Kat Silver, in Marion County. So I'm just going to send you to her right now.
Messaging to take this storm seriously. Emergency management is expecting flooding in low-lying areas and strong sustained winds inland in Ocala, and even stronger winds west of I-75 towards the Gulf Coast. And back here live, you can see that sandbags have been placed in front of the door here at the Fine Arts Center. We also saw one other shop downtown that had their front windows boarded up, but these seem to be the only 2 places here. People know what they're expecting, and now that all of the prep has been done and it is quiet, they're just waiting for what's to come overnight. For now, I'm live in Marion County. Catherine Silver, Getting Results, News 6.
Catherine, thank you. And you can actually scan the QR code right there on your screen to go to clickorlando.com/pins to send us your weather videos or pictures. A News 6 viewer sent us this video in Lake Panasoffkee earlier today. It was showing the wind picking up there. Sumter County under a hurricane warning tonight. News 6's Eric Sandoval live in the Villages with what the conditions are looking like right now. How's it holding up? Eric, looks pretty great out there, actually.
Yeah, it does. You know, Matt, we are actually looking at radar, and there is another one of those feeder bands just sitting to the south of us, and we're expecting that to hit us here sometime over the next hour. You know, when the first feeder band hit earlier this evening, it was a big downpour, a big gust of wind, and actually one of the waitresses at the restaurant right behind me here said that the wind and rain was just, blowing into the place so much they had to, shut their windows and really batten down the hatches a little bit. But you mentioned it. Right now, it's pretty calm. I want to show you some video of how calm it is here in the Villages tonight. We shot some video of County Road 466, and if you're familiar with the Villages area, 466 is the main drag. There are restaurants and a whole bunch of bars here. It was quiet. And a lot of the restaurants actually had signs on their windows saying that they were closed because of the hurricane, basically for the safety of all of their workers and more importantly, the customers who may be venturing out tonight. Back out here live, I want to show you the headline here of the Villages Daily Sun. It says, residents, officials preparing for Idalia. And, below it has a picture of residents getting sand from the sandbag location. We were there earlier today. People here really taking this seriously, and of course they're just like us. They are watching the radar, especially overnight, as Idalia gets closer and these feeder bands get stronger and stronger. We're live in the Villages tonight. Eric Sandoval.
All right, so we'll take it back over. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Catherine. Thanks, Matt, on the desk. That was live on News 6, the CBS affiliate out of Orlando, the greater Central Florida area, Daytona Beach through Ocala. I've had a lot of people asking, where am I getting the information that it's expected to hit as a Category 4 hurricane? This is right from the National Hurricane Center, okay? Right in, we get the data into our weather computers. This is the Hurricane Center forecasting a Category 4 hurricane. Models have suggested this. The hurricane models built by NOAA have suggested that we be looking at a pressure consistent with a middle-of-the-road to even strong Category 4 hurricane. So there we go. Officially forecast to be one. At this time, it is still a Category 2, but you clearly see what's going to happen. The storm's going to scream overnight. It's going to go nuts overnight. The water temperature near 90 degrees. This was our biggest fear once we started really baking the Gulf of Mexico in July and through August when we had those record numbers that we talked about extensively on this channel. If you follow our daily Florida weather updates, I create videos every day. If you want to stay up to date on the weather in Florida and the tropics, hit the subscribe button. We'd love to have you on board with that. But that's the deal, okay? That's what we're going to be watching. And unfortunately, the absolute worst case scenario is not NOAA, not biblical NOAA. NOAA, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, not biblical NOAA. All right, so, Scott, it doesn't matter if it's a 3 or a 4. It's all a major hurricane. So take your Braveheart profile picture and go outside, and the impacts are going to be similar, okay? So 3, 4 preparations needed to be done. Just keep that in mind. Again, it is going to be, just be careful, okay? You got to take this seriously. And now it's pretty much too late to do anything. And hopefully the forecast was taken seriously, because since Sunday, it has been forecast of a pretty significant storm coming to the Big Bend. So, yeah, you can evacuate anytime, but there's a point where it becomes dangerous to evacuate anytime. That's the thing. And now is almost that time, as Chrissy mentions right there. So it's a good point. Love the comment. Love the Braveheart comment. Attaboy. And so that brings up a good point. So Tallahassee, I'm not sure if there were evacuation orders issued just because it's inland. The big deal with why evacuation orders are issued was because of the storm surge. Because the Atlantic Ocean or the Gulf of Mexico, whichever side you're on, whichever water you're talking about, is literally just pushed in, and you can do, that's where most people die when you're talking about a landfalling hurricane. Obviously, freshwater flooding is another reason, but the water is the thing that kills, not so much the wind. So you need to make sure that you're prepared for, and what we're going to see here likely in the next couple of hours is something issued by the National Weather Service called an excessive wind warning. Those are extremely rare, and they need to be treated like it's a tornado warning. Like, I know this sounds serious. We're going to be on when that's issued, and we're going to be on to get you through it too. But that is, that's when winds are in excess of, I believe that's issued when it's expected for wind gusts over 115 miles an hour. It has been a while since we've had one of those warnings. Last year in Ian when it came through, so a little bit less than a year. But all that true. Inverness, good. Avonda, good to see you on the chat. The good thing is for Inverness, we're not completely out of it. We are not taking the brunt of it in Inverness. We're going to get a couple of kind of beefy, what I like to call these outer bands coming through that can produce 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and we also have a tornado threat here. So that's kind of thing, and that's going to happen overnight. Let me kind of clean this up. I added all the town names here. Now it's kind of getting in the way. So this is going to affect people pretty far inland, and let me just show you here. It's going to be, we'll likely have, look at the forecast. Let me just play this out. It's still expected to be a Category 1 hurricane as it moves towards the Georgia-South Carolina border. So it's just nuts. It is literally nuts. Speaking of Braveheart, let's see here. All right, so impacts outside the cone. Let me get you to, I think the best thing to kind of illustrate that is I don't want to say the good thing. So Jacksonville, Florida. Let's take this out here. We're going to get our worst weather with the outer band. So the center is going to stay to the northwest. So even though this is going to stay in Orlando's not going to get hit by the center. So this is not going to be like an Ian situation for Orlando or for Jacksonville or anything like that. But there are some nasty outer bands coming into Jacksonville mid to late morning tomorrow. And then the center kind of lifts on up. So the strongest winds go from about Perry to Tallahassee and then to Valdosta and then into southeast Georgia. So impacts outside of the cone to the right side for sure is going to be the worst. So South Choppy, Florida, we're going to be close to the worst of it. And again, this is where we need to be on guard because that's where the wobbles matter. Okay? It's coming in straight up here. I mean, let me get back to the track. I mean, we're what? Let me exit out of here. And this is actually let me get this one redone here. This is going to be the latest. I like to call this the tropical egg graphic because it looks like it's an egg. But this is the latest. And this all comes in from the National Hurricane Center for those that are wondering. So this is the official stuff. But those kind of winds of over 100 miles an hour are going to be tightly packed. So that's right along the eye wall. So we're not talking about widespread winds of that. But notice where, and let me get some more towns on here. There's a lot of people asking right about. Okay, so I'm optimistic for Cape San Blas, Apalachicola, Port St. Joe. We're going to be on the west side. We're watching closely to if there would be a wobble. It would have to be a pretty extreme wobble to get to you. But you're going to have offshore winds at least, counterclockwise around the low. So you're going to have winds, very strong winds, but blowing offshore. So you're not going to have the surge issue like areas just to the east of Apalachicola are going to have. So I'm cautiously optimistic. It's going to be kind of rough at times. It's going to be windy. It's going to be loud out there, but it's going to be just a little bit better. So all that, just keep that in mind. All right, so what we're doing now, bear with me. I'm just going to add a bunch of towns. So I know there's a lot of towns that we all care about. And we're going to be tracking that in real time for us as well. Also, while I'm doing that here, Trooper Steve, if you are in the Central Florida area, you know who Trooper Steve is. Let's see where he is. He's driving around. I'm not exactly sure where he is. That's not Trooper Steve. He's driving somewhere in Central Florida, but the rain's coming down, so we're dealing with the outer bands. He's in results 1, kind of out there in some of the elements. So while I'm changing this, or not really changing it, but just I'm going to zoom in to the worst impact area so I can just kind of give you an idea. So we're going to go right about there. Let me see. Manual cities. I'm just going to turn them on like that so we can get a bunch. So there's the Port St. Joe area. If it comes on, come on. I guess it's not going to play ball with me, so we're going to go back to the automatic. There is kind of Tallahassee. So at least from this, it does want to keep the core of the strongest winds just to the east of Tallahassee from their official forecast. I think that's still correct. I think it's just outside. Again, we're looking to the right of this system. Right side of that eye wall. And you can't see because they have the wrong source up. But let's go to our max 2. Really concerned for the Perry area. So here we go, like Dowling Park. There's St. Mark's. We've had a lot of questions about St. Mark's. But boy, Perry, that appears to be one, like it likely will be taking the full force of a Category 4 hurricane by the time it gets on shore. So hopefully, again, people have taken that seriously through the Big Bend and have been watching that as well. We were watching towards Top Choppy as well, and again, little wobbles matter. We are in that spot where we had somebody asked Sop Choppy. We're in that wobble zone where if it wobbles a little further to the west, then we're going to get the worst of it there too. So again, be on guard. All right, have a request for the spaghetti models. So we're going to get over there and look at that. This is the latest data, and we're going to have a lot of great data coming in from the hard work that the hurricane hunters are doing out there. Kind of braving all of that stuff, and I'll zoom in a little closer. And there you go. So there's Tallahassee. That black line that you see there, that is the National Hurricane Center official forecast right smack dab down the center line. Okay? Got a question about what was the purple spaghetti model. That is the GFS, and there are several that actually kind of curve it around. So that's the GFS that you kind of see coming through, doing some weird stuff. Yeah, so the purple... So there are the models. Most of them have a grouping even closer to the west than what the Hurricane Center has. So the Hurricane Center is still riding the western guidance of the model. So again, just to the east of Tallahassee appears to be the worst, and all that stuff. All right, so let's get... All right, so I have a question about what parts of Florida are most prone to tornadoes overnight. Here's the tornado watch. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. And that is a large chunk of Florida. We'll get back to the actual radar in a second, but really from the Big Bend all the way down to Fort Myers, that is where we are most susceptible to tornadoes overnight. So anybody in this area, that means a watch means that conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes overnight. We have wind shear, we have a little bit of instability, really humid air, tropical moisture surging in. Those are the things that we are going to be watching for overnight. Back to the purple thing. Likely not if it went purple. If it stalled off the coast of Florida, maybe. That's on the lower side of probabilities, but I'll be honest, I have not looked that far out because I've been concerned with this. Okay, let's get back to... I appreciate that, Terry. I know, lots of coffee. I need to get some more in a little bit. So we'll be taking just a short break, just a short one, coming up in a little bit. Probably in about 5 minutes, I'll get the loop back on. Yeah, it really looks like the Perry area. The Crawfordville area, yes. So Crawfordville area could be under the gun too. Now you're a little south and west, and again, it's these little. I keep on saying it, and because the National Hurricane Center director told me once that when we interviewed him, he's like, wobbles matter, and it can wobble on, wobble off, wobble to the east, wobble to the west. I know it's saying a lot of wobbles, but when they're strong like this, they just come in zigzag. You'll see it tonight as we watch this come in together and early tomorrow morning, just because that's what they do, is they're just violently wrapping thunderstorms around its center. So just keep that in mind. Crawfordville, we're watching closely. If you're just to the west, it's going to be nasty, but maybe not as nasty as what it could be in Perry. Okay, so that's what, again, we're keeping that close eye. Hey, what's going on in Claremont? So we are in a tornado watch in Claremont. We're not taking the direct hit, but we'll have some nasty outer bands come in. Let's take a look at the radar. Our reporter Eric Sandoval was in Sumter County, and there's what he was kind of talking about. Let me turn off some of these, all those little radar sweeps. We have every radar online in Florida tracking this thing. And we are going to turn off some of them so that we can get a clean look from the Tampa radar, because that's going to be the closest site right now. So let's look through. All right. So some heavy rain in Tampa. The good news is there's nothing strong. There's nothing severe out there. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings in the mix. We do have some nasty weather, and I take that back. I think we might have one right there. Sanibel, really heavy rain. I know we have some flooding going on in Fort Myers. The good news is this storm is not going to affect Ann Arbor, Michigan. You are way too far north for that. Planning on all night for this broadcast to go through at least landfall tomorrow, as we're in a tornado watch through a lot of Central Florida, through the Gulf Coast, and again, we are going to be watching this closely. Yes, Valdosta, we're going to be kind of in the thick of it as well. Let me bring up, and I think this model is doing pretty good. We might need to, I think it might need to increase the wind speeds in Tallahassee just a little bit. I think it's going to be a little stronger. Especially if it lifts up like that. I think we're going to see wind gusts closer to 100 miles an hour in Tallahassee. But certainly you see where Perry is. And then for Valdosta, I think it's going to be stronger than 67 miles an hour too. It looks like the center comes right on through. And if it is, doing that fast, they're going to have some stronger wind gusts also. All right, so Thomas said, evacuated from Perry, a storm shelter closed, and all residents were redirected to Tallahassee. I'm at the shelter now. It kind of cut off, so if you want to finish that other thing too. I think that's a good idea. I think Tallahassee is a little bit better than Perry. But still, it could be rough in Tallahassee. The main thing is you want to get away from the water. That is why evacuations are issued. It's not to escape the wind. It's to escape that storm surge, because that is where the deadly part is. I am wearing pants. So Hurricane Franklin, it's out there. It does appear that it is waiting for Idalia, but it's going to kind of get on out of here. So it is going to get on out of here. So that's a good thing. But what it's doing, it's helping to guide Idalia up. It protected Southwest Florida, but it also helped to strengthen that high pressure. We talked about this a lot today, and it just helped it to guide it up, and that's why this is so unprecedented. It's a weird spot for a hurricane to come through. Kissimmee, same kind of deal. Let me bring you back to Central Florida. I want to show you the future radar. So we're beyond 7 o'clock now, and that's when things could get a little rough. And again, I say a little rough. The outer bands, they'll look dramatic at times. They'll come through Central Florida, Bushnell, the Villages, Claremont, into Kissimmee, St. Cloud, 40, 50, maybe 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And then there's also that tornado threat. Same for Orlando. And then Cocoa Beach, I'll show you right here as well. Thank you guys for hopping on the live stream here. Appreciate you guys. And then there you go, 6 o'clock. We're looking at these kidney bean looking things. Those are some supercell thunderstorms embedded, and that is why we're dealing with that tornado threat. Deltona, same kind of thing. I'll take you a little bit further in time. So about in the Deltona area, right about there. I don't have your name on the map here, but we're going to be just to the north of Sanford, kind of right where that red bullseye is there on the map in Volusia County, West Volusia County. That's 8 o'clock. We could have some stronger thunderstorms coming through that could, what we call, like, mix down the stronger winds that are way above the surface through. Hey, Tiffany. Okay, so we got you covered. I get it. I know what you mean. Okay, so Orlando does not have a tornado watch. It's just to the west of Orlando. But for Kissimmee, the worst is not coming here. So you can rest easy if you have for your son in Kissimmee. We are going to be watching for the potential for a brief tornado, and some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds in those outer bands. But the worst of the storm is not going to come to Kissimmee. So I want to kind of, put your mind at ease a little bit. Yeah, Cameron, I don't think anything crazy in Deltona. It could look a little dramatic at times in those outer bands. Kind of like if you remember from like when Dorian sent an outer band through when it was way out, or like Nicole when it sent a few outer bands, how it kind of looked dramatic for a little bit. Edgewater, the same thing. And let's see. I had a question about, I forget, there's so many questions coming in. Thank you for that. I know we had some questions about Brevard County or Volusia County on the coast. I can't remember the town. I think it may have been Melbourne. The tornado threat closer to the Space Coast. I think it's gonna be lower than everywhere else. It's not zero tomorrow, and you kind of see. Yeah, I don't think it's as high as what it is. They may put us under a tornado watch, but yeah. So, Carlos, the hurricane is not going to shift. It's on a path. It is kind of impossible to do anything else now. It is locked into the Big Bend. That's not changing. It's just where in the Big Bend, and that's where it wobbles. So we're not going to see a shift if you're referring to like a Charlie did or like Ian did last year. It is completely blocked from making a sharp turn east, and it's completely blocked from going far west. It's just going to wobble like a little, I'm losing my mind. The arcade game, you hit the little levers, the ball, not a ping pong ball, I'll think of it. But it's just going to kind of bounce and forth between the two steering mechanisms on its way in. That's why I'm losing my mind tonight, but I'm trying to think of that, arcade game. If somebody can help me out and post that in the comments what I'm thinking of. Pinball machine, not ping pong ball. The coffee's wearing off. Okay. Cape Coral's looking good. Again, so Blitzlander, we've been talking about Ocala a lot. You may have just joined to the live stream. But You guys are going to be dealing with like 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. It's nothing too crazy, but there's our worst. You kind of see there's the big center right to the right of my head. Okay. Right northwest of Ocala. It's that big bright area of red and yellow. That's where we can get the 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And then it's going to kind of push its way up. And that's where we see the 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, the opportunity for a brief tornado. They're typically on the weaker side, but they can certainly cause damage. But again, it could look kind of dramatic early Wednesday morning as these nasty bands slide through. And that's going to be the same for us in Gainesville. So Gainesville is just to the top of this map, and like really between like 2 o'clock and 8 o'clock, we're going to see that. Pinellas Park, Jillian, we'll be talking about 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts in those outer bands, and that's kind of like what we're seeing roll through now. This is the live radar. I need to save the. Okay, keep on coming back to it. And have to turn off the radar. I got to save it, but I keep forgetting to do that. So let me turn off all these other radar sites. We're going to be working out of the Tampa radar since the storm is closest to that. That's going to give us our best radar data looking into the thing. Jillian, I wouldn't say there's nothing to worry about in Pinellas Park, but it's not. We're not taking the direct hit. So let me zoom in towards the Tampa Pinellas Park area, and we do have some nasty thunderstorms, gusty thunderstorms, going forward. We have one round coming through now. There's another round offshore. Let me see if I can get my ruler out. There's that going through another about 45 miles. These are really kind of pushing like this towards the storm, moving up. So the stuff in Sarasota, the stuff in Bradenton is going to be lifting up towards the north. Lake City, I have a question about Lake City. Let me get you to the wind gust map for that. Sliding through tomorrow, and then there you go. We could have gusts pushing hurricane force as well. So just keep that in mind. I'm really concerned about Perry. I'm not sure if you're in Perry, but there's the opportunity again for wind gusts over 100 miles an hour, and you see that right there. It looks like just east of Tallahassee on the coast is where this thing could come in early tomorrow morning, anywhere between 7 10 o'clock. So it's not going to hit Tampa. The storm itself is going north. You guys are going to be dealing with the surge on the bay. For Dade City, I lost your comment. I was trying to pull it over. So many comments are coming in. Thank you. Dade City's okay. We're going to be just dealing with a few of these feeder bands coming in, some scattered strong thunderstorms. But Tampa, we're just going to be dealing with these gusty thunderstorms through the middle part of tomorrow morning. Malcolm and Deltona, I think you're pretty good. Again, watching for the potential for a few tornadoes tomorrow morning. The environment's going to be primed for that with the storm nearby. The wind shear is going to be cranked up. So all that stuff. Hey, Patricia in Tallahassee. All right, so you see it here. I think the wind gusts are going to be higher than what this computer forecast is kind of suggesting here. The storm itself is going to be very, very close to making landfall right on the coast just south of Tallahassee. So let me kind of get close in here and kind of show you. I'll zoom back in. And there, whoops, I don't want to zoom back out. I want to show you guys. This is the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center now. So I want to be clear just about that. So Tallahassee's right under there. So right smack dab center of the cone, which again, you're not supposed to really look in the center of the cone because it's to count for uncertainty. But the cone is very, very short or very, very narrow. So there's really not much uncertainty left. It's just whoever gets the worst of the worst. It's all going to be bad. In Tallahassee, we could have wind gusts. I would not be surprised if it follows this track if we have gusts over 100 miles an hour. Right now, maximum sustained winds with this thing are 110. It's expected to make landfall with maximum sustained winds of 130. Okay? Orlando, it's going to be kind of for the morning commute, 2 a.m. to about 8 a.m. I think Gainesville is going to fare pretty well. But it could look dramatic at times. Again, some nasty outer bands kind of spiral in through the evening and overnight, or through the overnight. Lake City, Hartley, if your daughter's watching, it's a shout out again. Just be careful in Lake City. You're inland, that's good. Just find a place to kind of chill out away from windows and watching things like that. You're away from water. That's the most important thing. It's going to be nasty in Lake City. You could have wind gusts, potentially pushing 100 miles an hour. It's going to be loud. It's going to be ugly. But the thing of it is that you're away from the storm surge, and that is the most important thing. That's what the evacuation orders are issued for. Steinhatchee, that's another spot. It should come in west of you in Steinhatchee, but the surge is what's gonna be bad in Steinhatchee. Stacy, Valdosta, we had the potential for a wind gust, hurricane force of greater than 75 miles an hour as well. Alrighty, guys, what I'm gonna do is I gotta run to grab. I'm gonna grab some water, some more caffeine. I'm just gonna take a short break here. We are gonna get another intensity update from the National Hurricane Center in just a little bit. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this on right here, the satellite. I'm going to get this all up so we can watch this come through. I think you're going to be okay in Tampa. Just watch out for that surge. Again, you have a big surge potential with that southerly wind. No, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm just going to get a drink of water. I don't have to do that. I would let you know if I was doing that. We get real on this channel, okay? We're tracking some stuff. We're all friends here. I went before I got on. If you want to know. So I'm gonna just change the camera view here so that we can see just kind of where this is going. And let me change the time. I'll do the last hour so we can really see how this is kind of developing. So I'm just kind of changing that in real time. And let me turn on some other labels for you guys. And then we'll get back to answering some more questions. And there we go. I think we'll do the radar. We can see that better. All right, guys. Next advisory comes out in about 15 minutes from the Hurricane Center. Position and intensity update. We don't get a new cone until 5 o'clock, but it doesn't matter. It's a foregone conclusion. It's going to the Big Bend. It's just where does that wobble? Okay. So I will be back in a little bit. Talks amongst yourselves. It is a great book. But seriously, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to get some more caffeine. That's it. All right, guys. I'll catch you in a little bit. Seriously, be safe. Just be right. Again, things are going to get rough in parts of the Big Bend, okay? It's going to be in a little bit. You have the first outer bands. There's the radar right there coming through. You'll get some heavier rain after about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, okay? All right, I'll see you in a little bit. Hey guys, what's going on? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you. We are live on clickorlando.com, the Pinpoint Hurricane app, New 6 Plus, the Pinpoint Weather app, and of course on YouTube, the New 6 Click Orlando channel. If you've been finding this stream helpful, please hit that subscribe button. Hit that thumbs up button if you found it helpful as well, as we continue through the night here to track the hurricane through the Gulf here, and we are going to be breaking this down. And okay, so right off the bat, Troll watch. This is expected to be a Category 4 hurricane, so we're not going to accept any misinformation on here. This is a rapidly intensifying storm that we are going to be pinpointing here. Buttered sausage. Why are we talking about? Was there a conversation about buttered sausage? I guess I missed a lot. But anyway, post in the comments what we're talking about here, what your questions are. Again, we knew since about Sunday that this was going to be a serious situation, and unfortunately that is unfolding right here, that we have coming through the eastern Gulf of Mexico, likely coming through 20 pounds lighter. Guys, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. I'm 20 pounds heavier because I just ate something. I would tell you. Okay? Look, I have my bread over there. Got my caffeine. Got some coffee. All right, anyway. Serious stuff. I got it, my friend. All right. It is almost 12:30 in the morning. We are watching still a Category 2 hurricane right now. But, so, I'm going to try to pull in some live webcams through. We also have a reporter heading towards Perry. So one of our reporters is in Perry, so we're going to have the opportunity to take him live. No, I did not drop the kids off at the pool. That's not what I did, I promise. All right, anyway, serious note. So we're going to be able to bring you live video and live reports from Perry. That looks to be where this storm is going to be making landfall. Here's the deal. Again, Category 2 storm right now. We're going to get position and intensity updates all the way through. That's the current radar. We'll go over the surge in a second. But there is the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center. So this was from their 11 o'clock advisory. They are anticipating rapid intensification to continue. And you see there going from a 2 to a 4 in about 12 hours. This thing should be on land in the 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. time frame on Wednesday morning. So that's the deal with that. I mean, we're on the fringe of Category 3 starts at 111. So the next intensity increase will be a major hurricane. So again, important for some context there, but that is what's going on. So it is not going to die down. Unfortunately, it has the extremely warm water, as we talked about, and it has something dynamically known as a upper-level jet streak to kind of help it breathe even further. So unfortunately, that thing is not going to weaken. All right, I'm going to check to see if we have Hurricane Hunter aircraft heading back into this thing. We'll try to see if we had some live video of Key West earlier getting rocked with some very strong winds. I think we have lost that live feed, so we're going to work on getting some live feedback for you. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm just looking at some things as we are going. So that's a great point. So let me bring that chat in if I can grab it, because there are so many comments coming through. But this is a great point. This is exactly what I was going to show you. How is the eye wall looking? So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our high-resolution satellite here. I have it onto the radar thing now because you can kind of make out some things a little better. Let's see if the radar shows it. Not as good as the satellites. Let me turn back on the visible or the infrared satellite. I should see something. So here is the radar again over the last 3 hours. And what we're kind of looking here for the shape of the eye wall, how it goes from circular to not circular. And it's really evident over the last couple of frames there. What that is doing here is when you get kind of an oblong shape like that, when it goes from circular to like a weird-looking shape, that's a sign of something known as mesovortices. So you have sinking air that kind of crashes down towards the ocean, and you get these mesovortices to kind of spin around the eye. That's a sign that rapid intensification is occurring or about to occur. So that is what's going on here. That is no doubt the reason why that we are talking about, again, the potential for that Category 4 landfall. Let me take a look at that. I was actually going to bring out. Let me look at some of those tide gauges there. That's the thing with storm surge, though. It happens really quick, and that's why, again, if officials ask you to evacuate, it is a good thing to do so because it just comes up so fast. Let's take a look, too. We haven't looked at some real-time like buoy data in a while. This was going to pass close by to some buoys. So there you go. We have wave heights at about 17 feet, wind gusts at 47 miles an hour on the northern side of that hurricane right now. So crazy big winds as that continues to head towards there. But notice, you just talked about the surge. So there is the wave height gauge into Tampa. We're in that 9 to 12 feet. So we're talking about 9 to 12 foot waves in Tampa Bay right now. So again, the waves are crashing through there. I'm trying to get to the surge information. It looks like the Gulf of Mexico tide gauge at St. Petersburg is still doing okay. And same for the one at Old Port, Tampa. So if you could post a link in there as to where you saw the 10-foot rise, it does not appear that is the case. It is anticipated to be coming ashore as a Category 4 hurricane. So it's not going to hit Jacksonville head on. We're going to get some outer bands. We're going to get some kind of rock and thunderstorms at times, getting a little gusty, but it's not going to be like what our friends in the Big Bend are going to be dealing with. So that's what it could. We're actually trying to see an eye wall replacement cycle as we speak. It was trying to do that before. It was wrapping around an outer eye wall. We'll see if and there it is. So it's trying to do that. So it's trying to do an eye wall replacement cycle right now. We'll see if it can be completed before landfall. It doesn't always happen to weaken it. Most of the time, it does do that. But there was evidence of it trying to form an outer eye wall and then all that stuff. In Jacksonville, it's not going to be terribly bad. It's certainly, again, this is not going to be like a panhandle thing or a Big Bend deal. We'll have wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles an hour tomorrow. Potential for a couple of tornadoes as well. And all of the above. So if this goes on current forecast for you, Christian, this would be way worse than Ivan. Ivan made landfall in Alabama with putting the panhandle in the right front quadrant. But Tallahassee was so far away that, I mean, while Ivan was super, super bad, don't get me wrong, this would be way worse if this came in as forecast and puts Tallahassee on the right side. Now, I do think Tallahassee is just going to be on the west side, so maybe we're going to see. I do think the worst is going to be like towards the Perry area. That still puts Tallahassee in a really bad situation. Not as much as what Perry would be, but Tallahassee is looking to be one of the hardest hit areas here. If this continues to lift north, again, if it wobbles to the right and misses Tallahassee to the right, it'll still be bad, but not as bad as all that stuff. I don't think so. I think a hard right turn is off the table. That would have to be starting right now. And hurricane hunters have not projected northeast or not seeing northeast movement just yet. So I don't think a kind of a buzzsaw right through the southeast corner of the Big Bend is on the table anymore. And that's what somebody mentioned in the comments. I think it was Silver Server. Do I think it always has a shot? I do think it's going to run out of time, even though it's deep. It's getting much deeper very quick. It is rapidly intensifying, but it's moving so fast. This thing is going to. It only has about 8-ish hours until it's on land. If it was going at about 10 miles an hour or less or something like that, then we'd be talking about something completely different. And then I think it would have that too. Angel, Orlando, it's pretty good. There's going to be like a kind of beefy outer band coming through early in the morning that could produce a few tornadoes. Yeah, Orlando's definitely dealable. It's just a few outer bands coming through. There will be the potential for a few of these to spin, maybe a brief tornado, but all that through. Thomasville, Georgia, I keep on getting that question. I'm not too familiar with Thomasville. Let me just look. Yeah, Thomasville, I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to be worse to your east. So if there are people evacuating, and again, evacuations, listen to your local officials. If they are telling you to leave, they know the area better than I do. They know the structures of what's there. Certainly if it's a mobile home community, winds that are expected through this area, through Boston, Georgia, into Valdosta, into Lake Park, into Statenville, Moody Air Force Base area, Lakeland, Georgia, all nasty. This is going to be the same kind of thing through Perry, Shady Grove, Greenville, Madison, Florida, Lloyd, Drifton, Monticello. Again, I can't stress this enough. We were talking about this earlier. A hurricane this strong has not come through since anybody was alive in this part of the country. I mean, a major hurricane has never approached this area in recorded history. Michael was the Panhandle. We've had things cut through south of Tampa. It's really hard because of normal steering currents that we get a hurricane to come, or any tropical storm for that matter, to come to the Panhandle. Daytona Beach is going to be pretty good. It really is. It's going to be pretty good. We're going to be seeing a couple of those nasty thunderstorms tomorrow. We could have a low-end tornado threat, but it's going to be. I think we're going to be okay. Just if it's nothing worse than your afternoon storm. But again, the only difference is it could produce a tornado. But I really think. That was before. Yeah, the last time was the mid 1800s, but it wasn't a major hurricane. So that's the key there. So it depends. Typically, a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust is not enough to really do damage. If the ground is saturated, it could take down a tree. If there's like a dead tree or something, that's what it would do. Typically, severe thunderstorm warnings for perspective are issued when we have winds of greater than 58 miles an hour, so that 60-mile-per-hour threshold. So really, you need 60 plus to be damaging, and then really once you get above 70 or 75, that hurricane strength. So that is not exactly true what Zim is saying here. Okay. It's not true at all. Yes, hurricanes get their strength from water, but this is moving so fast, it's going to take these extremely intense hurricane force winds much further inland than if this thing was moving slow. Okay? And it's a Category 2 right now. It's forecast to ramp up to a Category 4 over the next 8 hours. So that's what's going to happen. All right. I want to show you some other things. We've had a lot of questions tonight about storm surge. And this is kind of the forecast. I mean, we are talking about like historic storm surge. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I just saw a question. No, they are doing hourly updates. So our next update comes in at 1:00 in the morning. So the 12 o'clock update went unchanged. That's what I was checking. I was checking to see where that plane is. Just see if they have another plane going in here. All right, so we just had a Air Force C-130 take off from Mobile at the Air Force Base en route. So now we're going to have a Hurricane Hunter aircraft plane in there. We're going to be able to get real-time updates that go into these. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens with the pressure once we get that plane in the center. We're going to have real-time updates, and while I'm at it, I'm going to update my Hurricane Hunter graphic here so we can follow it. This is what was going on before. We had two planes in the system. Let me get that here. I'm going to turn one of those off, bring the recon tracking, and all right, so it looks like that was the same one. It refueled and went back out. So there it is. It's on its way. It just left. It doesn't have that far to go because it's going from Mississippi to the extreme eastern Gulf of Mexico. So we will wait to see what that finds. That's going to tell us a lot about this intensity. So I'm very interested to see what happens with the water temperatures in the Gulf. Typically, yes, but this year we have like insanely, I mean, you know it, it's super, super warm. but it's also really deep. And I'm not sure, since this is moving so fast, how much of that cooler water is actually there to bring up, because it's so hot and it's so deep. So even with all that churning up and upwelling going on, I don't know that it's going to do much. So I'm very anxious to see what the temperatures are after this thing passes. So great question here. She's asking, explain warm water making it worse. So hurricanes they're basically like these big engines. They're heat engines. So they develop and they strengthen by warm ocean water, typically greater than about 80, 81 degrees. So whenever you have warm water, and the warmer the water, the deeper the water, that's what fuels these things. Once it gets on land, it gets weaker. It unravels and just it doesn't strengthen anymore. So that's the thing. So that's what fuels these things. These very, very hot water. So that's what we're dealing with. No, it wasn't a stupid question. It's a great question. Not a chance, Sim. Not a chance. Even if it came through right now as Cat 2, it'd still be a hurricane. Okay, Mary. Cool. Yeah, that's where it's looking like eastern Tallahassee. Eastern Tallahassee to that Perry area. That's really what we're looking at, unfortunately. So again, if you are in that area, just make sure you are getting ready for the next few hours to be really, really terrible. Like, I mean, can't sugarcoat that. Let's see. We'll ask a question about sea surface temperatures, so we'll check in on that. It's going to be closer. That's what it is in South Florida. So we're kind of situated right in here, and there is the water temperature that it's currently. Oh, look at that. I mean, that's terrible. 87, 88 degrees. Average temperature 88 degrees. It's crazy. All right, so I just got a great question here. Current surge in Taylor County. Weather Service forecasting it 12 to 16 feet above normal. That's crazy, and they're listing it as historic feet. Yeah, that buoy's not close to the storm. Okay, and they may have been knocked offline too. Like I literally have the data right here, so chill. So it looks like Eastover, South Carolina, to answer your question about the South Carolina, it will be impacted. It should not be. It should be much weaker by the time it gets past Augusta, past Columbia, and then towards you before it exits out towards Fayetteville, Wilmington, North Carolina. So some impacts are coming, but yo, Tampa ain't getting hit with this hurricane, bud. Okay. So it is going to the Big Bend. Our station is located in Orlando, Florida. Appreciate that. No, thank you guys for tuning into the live stream. I'm not sure what you mean by aren't storms like this good beside all. No, they're not. They're not good at all. They're terrible. Hey, northern side of Sumter County. It's not going to be terrible in Sumter County. It's not going to be bad in Seminole County either. Leo, just real quick, because you're in the serious situation part. Were you asked to evacuate? That's my biggest thing. If you were asked to evacuate, and again, it's getting. I mean, that the timeline to get out of there is really, really closing. Since the mid 1800s, yeah, about almost 200 years. I would say 150, 200 years. So a pretty. Here's the thing, and I'm just gonna pull this over here right now because this makes me mad. The news does not want you afraid, Zim. We are on here alerting people what is coming here. This is something that hits hard for me. Okay, the fact that you think that. Get off this channel, my man. Seriously, if you're gonna start putting stuff in the comments right here, I'm not gonna take that on here. We don't want you afraid. And if at any point of this live stream made you think that, you're out of your mind. Okay? It's a Category 2 hurricane right now. It's expected to get up to Cat 4. I take this very seriously. I don't want anybody afraid. And if I've scared anybody, I don't feel like that I did. I'm talking about the science. I'm talking about the meteorology and the impact. So stop it. I don't want anybody afraid. And if this is scaring you, then I can't help you. All right. So Tallahassee, absolutely. It did not make landfall just yet, Jackie. It probably by like 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock in the morning, 8, 9 o'clock towards that Perry area again. Here's the thing about the evacuations. If your local officials told that's the people that know the evacuation zones the best. If they are telling you to leave, you need to leave. Okay, like that's the thing. I got the weather part, but they know the area best. And again, this is such an unprecedented storm for this area. Like, I want to be clear, like when I'm saying unprecedented, this means it's not, there's never been a storm this strong that anyone's been alive that has seen a hurricane this strong in this part of the country. This part of Florida is extremely susceptible to storm surge because the water table's shallow, the way that the grade comes up from the Gulf of Mexico. So just keep that in mind. Tallahassee looks like it's going to be one of the worst places. Sop Choppy, we were looking about you earlier. The one thing I'll say about Tallahassee, and again, the biggest thing is, okay, about evacuations. Evacuations are typically ordered to get you away from the water. Okay, so Tallahassee's decently far inland. You're not going to have to worry about storm surge there. So that is why so that's why they didn't tell you to evacuate. I think the worst is going to be right to your east, but you could have wind gusts again, hurricane force, maybe even up to 100 miles an hour if that wobbles further in. So that's what we're going to be watching for. I think you'll be able to ride it out in Tallahassee. There certainly could be some damage. It's probably likely at this point. But the evacuations are more to get you away from the water. Yeah, people... No, it is totally unheard of. And what I mentioned, it was the Big Bend. Michael came in the Panhandle. There's a difference here. The Panhandle has been hit many times. The Big Bend has not. So whenever, again, to be clear, Michael came in, let me get my arrow, Mexico Beach. Michael came in right there. The storm that we are tracking today is coming in right about here. So that is a big difference. Michael was a little further west to the Panhandle. So that is what... So we're seeing that there, okay? So it's a catch-22. It's a catch-22 because since it's moving so fast, the flood threat's going to be super, super low for most of Florida with this. But what is going to be different is that since it's moving so fast, the inland areas of the further areas inland are going to get those the hurricane force winds much further inland than if it was coming in at much lower speed. All right, so here we go with the 1 o'clock advisory. The forward speed has slowed down just a bit. It's out of the north still at 16 miles an hour, so far we've not seen any wobble. The pressure and wind speed stayed the same. I'm sure it actually is dropping, but We don't have any concrete data in there. It's not going right over a buoy or anything like that. And we have a Hurricane Hunter aircraft on the way. So I would imagine by the 2 o'clock advisory or 3 o'clock advisory that we are going to have that we're going to have a much better idea of what is actually going on with the storm. But you see here, we are really wrapping around. Let me try to get closer in. We are really getting a very strong eye wall. You see that darker red really. So the eye wall is getting a little more intense. That's the thing. Yeah, so getting a lot of questions again about Tampa. We are going to be dealing with these outer bands. So we had one come through. Let me get the comment out of the way so you can actually see the radar. And we have these outer bands right here and right here. These are going to continue to kind of move in off the Gulf and then push through. That's really it. Okay, that's what we are going to be seeing, the opportunity for those 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe a brief tornado. That's about it. And then your storm surge at Tampa Bay. Okay, that's what we're going to watch. It should not be that bad, all things considered, in the Tampa area. We're just watching that surge. So, yeah, we'll check that. I'll show you we have lightning detection. So there you go. Let's get a little closer, and I will show you that. Looks like we haven't had a strike in about 15 minutes. You can kind of see it's kind of hidden in there with all the red, but there's one strike being picked up in the northwest eye wall, and then it kind of fizzled out. So the lightning intensity has backed off a little bit, but we did have strikes. Judging by this radar, certainly the north and west side is the strongest. Maybe some drier air trying to get in. That would be awesome, but I don't think it's really going to do much. And that's a good point by Nebraska fan. Hurricanes don't normally have lots of hail and lightning. And the reason for that, because it's obviously they're in the tropics. It's very warm. In order to get lightning, you need to have ice in the cloud. And in order to have ice in the tropics, you need to have extremely intense thunderstorms. So when you see lightning firing, in the outer bands and specifically the eye wall, that means that the thing is doing work to intensify. So we've seen lightning a lot over the past few hours in the center in the eye wall, indicating that we are seeing that as well. Yeah, and again, I really think that Tampa is going to be okay. Again, it could look dramatic at times with these outer bands coming through, but man, these right in the Big Bend area, that's what we're going to be dealing with. No, Andrew was a Cat 5. Andrew was a Cat 5 in South Florida back in 1992. One of 4 to hit the country. And 3 of them hit Florida. Michael, 1935, and Andrew. And then the other was Camille in the 60s. No, and I typically don't, but that one I wanted to be clear what was going on. So that one I wanted to be clear about. So no, I'm with you. I'm with you. There's no point to him, but no, I'm with you, my man. Thanks, Brandon. This thing should be on land. Okay, there's a lot of misinformation on here too, so I'm going to get to that Odin thing here real quick. Oh, that'll be on land at 8 to 10. Andrew was tiny in size. Michael was fairly big, and the eye wall is super, super tiny of Idalia right now. So it's not as big as some Florida counties. It's super tiny. So it's 0% going to turn towards Tampa. So it's already north of Tampa. So Tampa's right here. It's already north. It's going like that. So it's impossible to come to Tampa now. And Polly P is right here. Yeah. And literally most people on the peninsula of Florida are going to be pretty good. All things considered, yes, that tornado threat is with us. That's what the main thing we're going to have to watch for. But the main area of concern is right where this thing comes ashore, and that's going to be about. Let me get my marker from about Tallahassee to really right in here, and then continuing right up through here. Okay, so that's what we're going to see. A lot of questions about this loop. There's the potential. Ivan did it in 2004 where it made landfall in Alabama, really impacted the Florida Panhandle a lot, and then continued around the Northeast, got pushed back down its little like spin naked center, and then came back in as a tropical storm. There's a shot that it can happen. Wind shear is going to rip it apart and then kind of push the low level spin, low level flow back down toward Florida. That's gonna, that'll be there'll be an opportunity for it. It shouldn't be that strong, but if it stalls there, I guess it could. No, bro, it is impossible to go to Tampa. It's already north of you. It can't come back south. Not from the Gulf, not the way that it's going. So it's not going back to Tampa. Trust me. Storms do turn, but they don't turn south in this kind of steering environment. So trust me, it's not coming back to Tampa. You are in the clear from taking the eye wall on this. Tampa, there will be, at times it'll look dramatic when these kind of outer bands come through. There could be a few tornadoes around in the outer bands, but for the most part, we're going to be okay in Tampa, other than some of that surge, okay? In Seminole County, tomorrow morning, there will be a small tornado threat. So, for the most part, we're going to just be looking at a few intense bands coming through. All right, so what I want to do now, I want to just go through some kind of, I'll show you the future radar, because I think that'll answer a lot of questions as to what is coming in your direction. There's a lot of people. For the most part, I think Orlando was good. Other than a few, again, kind of gnarly looking bands at times overnight. So there you go. Thank you, Victory. Ocala is definitely away from the worst part, but your impacts aren't zero. You've got a couple of heavy downpours coming through, gusty winds. Nonetheless, you're away from the highest impacts. There will be a few more outer bands coming to St. Petersburg. Again, they could be a few stronger gusts in there. Maybe the opportunity for a brief tornado in these outer bands. But again, for the most part, things are going to be pretty good. No reported tornadoes just yet, as far as I know. You are welcome. It's really not going to be that bad in Orlando. Basically, like a daily afternoon thunderstorm in the morning, one of those intense afternoon thunderstorms that we're used to, with a tornado threat. So that's kind of the other flair is they have a better chance of producing tornadoes than what we get in the afternoon in the summer. That's what we're really watching out for, the potential for an isolated damaging wind gust, but that's really about it. So this is a good question. This keeps coming up. Why is it going to turn south, or why is it forecast to? So I think... Stop it. The storm will not go south to Tampa. I promise you that. Okay? Thank you, Iron Alpha. Thank you. So anyway, back to the southward movement after it would do that. I'm going to zoom you out and kind of show what the modeling has. And again, there's a lot of weird stuff with this. What happens with these storms? They kind of go over once they get up to a certain latitude, they start to really feel the effect. I just got to pull this over because that's it for all the people asking about the evacuations. Paul, nailing on the head. Hide from the wind, run from the water. Evacuations are typically issued to get you away from that storm surge. You just need to ride it out in the wind, for sure. If you're in a sturdy building, for the most part, it would be okay. Over the last 2 hours, the storm has actually slowed down a little bit. It was going 18 miles an hour at 11. It was 17 miles an hour at midnight. And then it was 16 miles an hour at the 1 o'clock advisory. So things are slowing down a little bit. It's going to be interesting what's going to happen here over the next couple of hours if it slows down. We don't want it to slow down because we don't want it to be over warmer water for too much longer here because it's obviously taking it. It's gearing up. It is rolling through. But anyway, getting back to this modeling real quick with this crazy couple of model runs that kind of take it out. Someone mentioned it. The strong westerly winds here kind of rip the storm apart once it starts to get toward the mid-latitudes and feel the jet stream energy. It kind of separates the mid-level circulation and the low-level circulation. So the mid-level circulation is going to continue to get blown out towards Bermuda, but the winds closer to the surface or at the surface are out of the northeast pushing southwest. So as it does that, its mid-level circulation is going to continue to go towards Bermuda. Its low-level circulation could come back toward Florida, but it will likely be just a naked swirl with a few scattered downpours in the mix as well. So there you go. One model ramped it up, but it would have to sit there and take advantage, and it would have to redo all of that thing as well. Myrtle Beach is going to get hit. You kind of see the models here, but it's going to be coming from land. As it kind of, we'd be watching for some storm surge for you. I know Charleston, Myrtle Beach is really susceptible to storm surge, of course. As that works its way, kind of like once it gets north of Jacksonville, the wind is going to be pushing back on shore to help to get some storm surge flooding. So just keep that in mind that, it's not coming direct in from the Atlantic, but still could cause some issues. What Cody said. Amen, brother. Panama City should be pretty good. It'll be a little breezy, but for the most part, it's gonna be on the western side, so it's gonna be offshore flow. I'll back up the cone a little bit and kind of show you coming in what this looks like. And Panama City sits to the west. So if you're going to be impacted by a hurricane, you want to be on the western side. It's the worst, or it's the least worst of the quadrants, if you will, of these tropical systems coming through. So the impact to Panama City is going to be pretty low, maybe around a heavy rain, some gusty winds. But for the most part, it's going to stay to your east. And this is really like a Tallahassee and points east thing, right up into the Big Bend area. Venice is doing pretty good. We're going to get a few of these outer bands over the next few hours. But again, the worst of this storm is going to stay to your north, so you're looking pretty good, all things considered.
Can we plan to put like SSA 1 and 2 in like maybe frame 6, 5, and 6?
Tallahassee in the morning. So I just reading comments every now and then, looking at some of the latest data, looking for where that Hurricane Hunter aircraft is. Just changing some maps around for you guys to give you different perspective on some things, and just looking for just different things to show you here as we are just kind of watching this thing. Unfortunately, not being able to do anything about it. Watching this thing come on through. Okay, so the Fitzgerald, Georgia area, I mean, it's going to get windy. There's going to be some heavy rain. It's going to be moving through fast, but you're going to have the potential for hurricane force wind gusts in Fitzgerald, Georgia. It's going to be moving really, really fast, so that's why you're going to be able to maintain those really strong winds for an extended period of time, or much further inland than anticipated. All right, so here we go. Hurricane Hunter aircraft getting closer. We are going to get some really good data as to what this storm is doing very, very soon. So very anxious for that. So stick with us here as we kind of watch this happen. Again, right on that outer rain band there, it has found a wind speed at flight level at 44 miles an hour. And again, that's just getting into the thing right now. So we will watch that closely. Yeah, Gainesville's pretty much the same kind of deal as Marion County and Ocala. I'll show you here a close-up future radar view. Let me change the timing now. I think this needs to be kind of re-updated here. So let me get Yeah, Jonathan brings up, isn't having a plane over the storm dangerous? It's super dangerous. That's the hurricane hunters, but they are in it for the data. Those men and women that fly into these storms, they're crazy, but they give us vital data to go into computer models and to know what exactly the storm is doing, the structure of the storm, all that stuff. So yeah, it's crazy. It's they do a fantastic job. It is a very dangerous job, but they do it well. All right, so let me get to
Okay. All right.
trying to re-update this future radar for everybody.
Steve's clear. All right. Thank you. No problem.
All right, so here is the latest data coming through. This is 3 o'clock in the morning, and where you see the brighter oranges and especially reds, that is where we can get those higher wind gusts, the 50 to 60 mile per hour wind. So we're under the gun for that in Gainesville. We're kind of hidden under this banner here. I'll move the map further down so you can see it. But Gainesville, so Wednesday morning, in the next couple of hours, we're going to have these bands coming through. Same for Ocala, the Villages, Bushnell, Lake Panasoffkee. Going forward into the morning, closer to your morning commute, there's 6 o'clock, and we still have some very heavy rain closer to Denellen, Cedar Key. The center of this storm, though, is way out here. So there's the center, moving up closer to Tallahassee. That's as of 7 o'clock in the morning. But these outer bands, that's what's kind of pushing through here. So 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts again. It's mainly going to be in these outer bands where we're going to see this stuff work its way back in. And then there's more. 9 o'clock, still dealing with these outer bands coming through central Florida. And that's what we'll continue to see. And through 9, 10 o'clock. And then there's landfall. So this particular model has landfall at about 9. It should start to come on at about 8 to 10 o'clock and into that ballpark just to the east of Tallahassee as that starts to push on through. So that's what we're going to be watching for. And then by 11 o'clock, a few more scattered thunderstorms around. But for the most part, after we get through the evening, or after we get through the latter stages of the morning, I should say, we should be looking pretty good in central Florida. Then this is Georgia's turn. And then as we go up further into South Carolina, as well as this thing continues to move back out towards the Atlantic. Wilkinson County, we could have tropical storm force winds. We have a tropical storm warning in effect for Warner Roberts into Wilkinson County as well, near Jeffersonville, McIntyre, Irwintown, Gordon. We are under that tropical storm warning in Georgia. Again, we have the potential for wind gusts over 40 miles an hour as that system kind of slides right around Macon, south of Macon. And, I mean, the further in South Georgia, the further south in Georgia you are, the higher the impact you are going to see. That's going to be the general rule of thumb with this storm. Thanks, Michael. No, you're right. You're right. That's a good thing to do. Excuse me. All right. So I mentioned about there. The difference is one is attached to a hurricane and the other isn't. When we get those afternoon thunderstorms in Central Florida, it's building up the instability of the day. We get the sea breeze to fire out, and we get these big, intense thunderstorms. These, though, are different in the sense that they have the opportunity to spin. There's more wind shear involved in here than what our daily afternoon thunderstorms are, and there's also much more wind above the surface. So whenever we get these outer rain bands to come on, they kind of bring that stronger wind right down to the surface as well, and could cause some damage as they do that. So that's kind of the difference here. One is generated kind of with the heating of the day with our sea breeze thunderstorms, or versus the other one going through. Question, how long will we be streaming for? We are planning on streaming right on through Landfall at 8 o'clock, so we're going to be on a while. I'm going to take a few breaks, of course. I'm going to have one coming up in a little bit. We're going to have a reporter that we can go live to in Perry coming up at about 5 o'clock in the morning, so in about 3.5 hours, if I did my math right. Need more coffee. But we're going to be able to bring you kind of live video here as the storm makes landfall in and around the Perry area. So if you're around for that, we can bring you those, the live videos. We're going to have crews on the ground over there as well. We are in Orlando. We are in Orlando, Florida. That's where we are located. Hey, 2 questions on that. So, yeah, we're coming at you live from Orlando, Florida. We've had a couple of these outer bands come through. Nothing really crazy coming through. I am a meteorologist. Yep. So, yeah, we're in Orlando, Florida. But we are watching out for everybody. Again, the highest impacts in Central Florida are really going to be from the outer bands. 40, 50 mile per hour wind speed. Rhonda says coffee time. She is dead on the money there. I'm planning to be back on here right before the 2 o'clock advisory. That is going to come out, of course, at 2 o'clock or just a little bit before. We're going to have that Hurricane Hunter aircraft getting in there very, very shortly. Let's check its status. So as it gets closer, you see a higher wind speed now, 68 miles an hour, going through as well. Fort Myers, no. So Fort Myers, we are good. This is north of us in Fort Myers. Every now and then, it still might be a little gnarly with the outer band coming through, but you are not going to get a direct hit. This is not going to just curve towards you like Ian did last year. I am going to be streaming at least until landfall. So about 8, 9 o'clock. Real quick, Bad Ninja's asking how badly will Tallahassee get hit? I think pretty bad. We could have wind gusts pushing 100 miles an hour. If it stays to your east, maybe a little less than that. But if it comes in right down the center of the cone that the current track of the hurricane center has, it could be really, really nasty. I mean, we could have wind gusts way over that as well. We're likely going to see something called an extreme wind warning be issued by the National Hurricane Center, by the National Weather Service. That's something that only happens when I think you get winds over 115 miles an hour. So it's going to be really crazy. We're going to be on here for that. We're going to be tracking you, showing where the strongest winds are going, and then we're also going to be having live coverage from Perry, Florida, southeast of Tallahassee, as this thing comes on through. I don't know how many cups of coffee, but anyway. Evan is asking, can you explain the difference between hurricane winds and tornado winds? So good question. Hurricanes are all straight line winds. In tornadoes, they're winds that are twisting. So that's kind of the difference here when we're looking at versus a hurricane wind versus tornado. Hurricanes are all in one direction for the wind, and a tornado would be twisting around that little teeny tiny cyclone. So that's the main difference. One is straight line winds. One is that. There are different mechanisms, of course. Tornadoes are much, much smaller. But in terms of the wind, tornadoes twist, straight line wind for hurricane. Still a little quiet in Tallahassee. Thank you for that report. Just a gentle light rain on the southeast side of town right now. Your conditions are really going to go downhill starting at about 4 o'clock. And before I just go take a short break here, looks like got to change the wind speed while I'm doing that. How is storm surge different than tsunamis? So that's a great question. It's an awesome science question here. Basically, it's kind of like a tsunami. In a tsunami, though, those are triggered from earthquakes. So that is the land actually kind of pushing up on each other from the earthquake. You get that the subduction zone fault typically is when you see those, one of those slips and then pushes the water up from the surface. And then you get that, and then you have those waves going out on the surface of the ocean whenever the water meets the kind of the land or to the beach. It starts building up on itself, and you get that kind of flowing up, and then you get that flooding. When it comes to storm surge, it's similar because you have the storm just kind of pushing that water, and whenever you have that water meeting that grade of the beach, it starts to ride up on itself and then just becoming like a super strong high tide. So far, there have been no updates on the Orlando International Airport. It is still open. I've not heard if they are anticipating closing or anything like that. We should be able to keep things pretty tame, relatively speaking, in Orlando. But yeah, let me change the timeline on this. Get the freshest data in here for you. All right, so there we go. So you see the wind speed increased a little bit for Tallahassee, up to 50 miles an hour. I still think it could be higher than that in Tallahassee. We're really going to be watching that. There's 83 mile per hour wind gust in Perry. Before we're showing 100, so maybe a little bit better news, but still it's going to be ugly. And then eventually going up and out. There's the center kind of moving through Perry. To the west of Lake City, Valdosta. Where you see that little like blue circle. That is it there. All right, so Suwannee County, we're gonna be in the thick of it, especially on the northern side. It looks like, again, that's just to the northeast of Perry. I think that's to the west. That you're west of Lake City, I believe. So, I mean, right in there, you're gonna have wind gusts maybe over 80 miles an hour, maybe over 90 miles an hour as well. So it's gonna be a bumpy ride tomorrow morning. Look for the purple there. That purple starts to come into your county 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and then really after that point, you're kind of in the thick of it until 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then things really start to improve as we get into the afternoon. So that's what we're looking at in towards Suwannee County. Or, Suwannee County. Sorry. Volusia County is looking pretty good, in all honesty. Just a few thunderstorms. There's going to be a slight tornado risk early in the morning. And then, again, just 40-ish mile per hour wind gusts in those outer bands that come through mid to late morning. So this is not going to be a big deal for Volusia, Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach, anywhere in Volusia. It's going to be pretty mild, all things considered. Again, we've been through much worse just last year in Ian and Nicole and all that stuff. This is not going to be like either one of those. You got it, Frank. Thank you for asking the question. Brevard, really pretty good. Let me show you one last future radar run. Then I'm going to take a short break here and come back with you at about 2 o'clock for the 2 o'clock advisory, and then roll right on. Have to update this too now that we shifted back to Wednesday. Now that we shifted back to Wednesday, I got to change all my timestamps on this. So let's go to Wednesday. That is today. And there you go. I mean, it does not look bad in Brevard. Lakeland, max wind speed, maybe 40, 50 miles an hour. That's it. Sarasota's not going to see 100 mile per hour winds, so you're going to be much you're going to be way better than that. Just maybe 40, 50 mile per hour winds in that system. All right, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put on the radar loop. I'm just going to have it loop for a little bit, keep on chatting it up. And on that note, we are not going to go away because we just got our first tornado warning in a while. That is going to be for Polk County. Polk County, Florida. So there it is. We're going to watch these. And these are the outer bands are going to spiral through. So this is southern Polk County at that. There is the polygon. Again, so Frostproof, Maxi Quarters, Nelson, Pittsburgh without the H. So this is going to be, again, going forward. Let me get back to the radar picture. Avon Park, we are also in that tornado warning as well. All right, so we're going to just stay with this a little bit since we do have a tornado warning. Let me back this out. Tampa is still the best radar to use with this. When you're looking at tornadoes, you want to get the composites off. You want to be looking at one radar. And I am going to turn get my velocity mode out and look to see what we have going on here. All right, got to scroll up. Okay, velocity. That will have to load in just 1 second. So, and this is why they have issued that tornado warning. So we have a decent couplet. So what we're looking at here, this is to the west of Avon Park. So, I mean, if you are familiar with Highway 64, State Highway 27, this is exactly where we have the rotation. So right there, the reds and the greens. Let me back this up just a little bit, and I'm going to put a tracker on this. So this is the most dangerous part of the storm. This is a decent couplet. And again, this is what we could be dealing with for the next couple of hours through central Florida as this storm works its way up into Polk County, right around Avon Park. If this circulation holds together, the worst of the storm looks to be towards Pittsburgh and Polk County in about 13 minutes. and then about 15 minutes in Nielsen. This is in Polk County, if anybody is watching from there. So we are going to be doing that through, doing that in. All right, let's see. I'm going to delete that, just some of the stuff out of the way. Let's see here. All right, so the worst of this storm is just outside of Polk County. This is right around the Avon Park area. Again, if you're happen to be up in right around Polk County and watching this, this is what, again, the main impact for interior Central Florida this evening or this morning now, it's the tornado threat. And we have a very decent looking couplet. And when I'm saying couplet, it's this green area here. So what we have going, you need to get that off the screen. We have the red area going ready to butt it up right against the red area. So that shows us that the storm is rotating. Let me clear all this stuff out of the way so that I can re-show you what is going on. The green color represents the wind going toward the radar. So the radar is located in Tampa at this point. So that is what is going toward. We did lose a little bit on that latest scan. The red is going away from the radar. So there is your rotation that the radar is picking up. So that is what we're kind of opposite Rivertown. Green is to toward the radar. Red is away. So there we go. You'll see the minus pop up. So it's inbound 31, outbound 13. These are typically short-lived tornadoes. These are short-lived tornado warnings at that. Not seeing any other bit of rotation. Let me get back onto... There is the tornado warning for frost-proof. Check to see the timing on that. So the counties involved are going to be Hardy County, Highlands County, Polk County. Some of the cities involved, Avon Park, frost-proof. I will say that the circulation on this is becoming a little less intense. So some better news there. Still, we want to be taking this seriously. This goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. Let me get off this watch warning. Let me get the radar back on, and let me clear off that tab again that you see there. Yeah, this is clearly falling apart, and this is what typically happens in these tropical tornado situations where you get something to spin up really quick, and then it falls apart. But again, it's something that you need to take seriously as well. Let me get the actual radar back on. I have to scroll up, turn off the velocity mode. We can see the direction of the winds, and that's what we're dealing with. Some pretty heavy rain around Avon Park. Again, the most dangerous part of this system is right around Avon Park, kind of lifting to the north. It doesn't look too concerning from that, and we are losing... So, I mean, if you're in the Panhandle, to answer your question, it is going to be the Panhandle. East of Tallahassee, likely. Tallahassee's going to still be under the gun, but it's really going to be kind of east of that. All right, so tornado warning continues for Hardy County, Polk County. The circulation really, really falling apart we have about 9 minutes left on this warning. We also are watching Hurricane Hunter aircraft getting closer to the center of the storm. And we are going to be watching for the 2 o'clock advisory to come out. There you go. So it made one pass. We haven't gotten a pressure sensor or pressure data yet. But it did record flight level winds of about 123 miles an hour. Let's get back to the tornado warning. This is going to be for Polk County, for Hardy County. It's barely there anymore, the circulation. They may end up watching this go a little early. Let me get into the National Weather Service chat just to see if they are talking about canceling this a little early, as, again, we're really losing the circulation. And, again, for the most part, that is what happens in scenarios like this. Let's see, that's going to be out of Tampa till 2 a.m., so they're going to keep it. Okay, so they've canceled the warning for Hardy, Florida. I believe they are continuing it, though, for Polk County. All right, so I'm going to turn the radar back on. It may be trying to pulse back up. Sometimes that happens as well, but these aren't as tight. What we're looking for are, in a tornado situation, we don't want to see it. The reds and greens kind of touching. That's called a tornado vortex signature. Right now, they aren't. We have the green up here, the red up here, so there's some broad rotation in here. So we have some rotation within the storm. It's not that concerning to me at the moment. Before we had that clear tornado vortex signature, there's about 6 minutes left on this tornado warning as we watch these outer bands start to go through. But now as we get into this situation overnight, that's why we have the tornado watch in effect. So tornado warning continues for Polk County. That is the tornado watch really for the entire Gulf Coast of Florida. That includes Polk County. Will be interesting to see if Orange and Osceola are ever added to this, because we're going to have this line that produced that tornado warning in Polk County quickly pushing back out. As well. All right, it appears you might have. No, we don't have the 2 o'clock advisory just yet. That was for the 2 a.m. advisory for Franklin about Bermuda being impacted by that. All right, so where we're basically looking for the potential for these tornadoes to develop, or anywhere we see the red on the radar. Right now you see red because that is the actual tornado warning polygon. Still have a bit of broad rotation there. What I want to show you, though, is... Let's go back. Let's turn on the regular radar that we are used to, the reflectivity. And anytime we're going to get these brighter reds, that's going to be your best opportunity for these storms to rotate, because they get taller and they could take advantage of the shifting winds. Jonathan, to answer your question, since the 5 o'clock advisory. So it's been a while. We've been hanging out for a while. Thank you, Silver Server. Breezy on the Space Coast right now. Newport Richie should just be getting should just be getting some of the outer bands. It's not too intense. All right, request to check hurricane hunters, waiting to see if they did a dropson in the eye wall. So let me go see if we have the real-time dropson data, and just see if it hasn't entered the computer yet. Because again, this is going to be interesting. This is going to tell us how much this thing is strengthening. Hopefully, the pressure's not dropping. All right, so they dropped one in the northwest eye wall. Pressure of 957 millibars in the northwest eye wall. I believe the 1 o'clock advisory, if it hasn't updated yet, was 958. Okay, so this is crazy. All right, so this is kind of breaking news. We do have a major hurricane now for the 2 o'clock advisory. Wind speeds found of 120 miles an hour. The pressure now down to 945 millibars. So this is significant in several ways. Not only did the wind speed just increase by 10 miles an hour, that's all because of that Hurricane Hunter aircraft that went through it, but the pressure has gone down from the last hour from 958 to 945. So this thing is 100% rapidly intensifying. And again, that forecast increase to a Category 4 hurricane. Not sure what you're talking about, Harry, but this is actually happening, so I'm not lying. So that's the deal. 120 mile per hour, Category 3 storm, major hurricane. Again, it's going to be heading toward the panhandle of Florida, likely somewhere southeast of Tallahassee, in between Tallahassee and Perry. It can get above 112 or 120 miles an hour. That's where it is now. The strongest is like one. I mean, these can get really, really strong, over 200 at times, and mainly the typhoons out in the Pacific. But no, the two hurricanes will not merge. The other hurricane is out there. I don't want to spend time with that one though, because that one's just going to give some tropical storm impacts to Bermuda. Still significant, but no, Micah, 945 is not borderline Cat 5. You need to be in the teens, my man. You need to be in the 9 teens, maybe low 920s. But yeah, we're not 945 isn't borderline Cat 5. So will it become a Cat 4? What makes it a Cat 4? I've never heard of that before. All right. So the Saffir-Simpson scale has 5 categories, 1 through 5. It goes tropical storm, then Cat 1 through Cat 5. Cat 4 happens once we get to 130 miles an hour maximum sustained winds. And then once it gets above 157, that is when it becomes a Category 5 hurricane. So above 157 miles per hour is a Category 5. Right now, we are looking for... No, we aren't far from 920, but we still have a long way to go to get to 920. But, I mean, if it's dropping at what? I don't think it actually dropped from 958 to 945. They held it at 958 for 2 hours, likely because they did not have a Hurricane Hunter aircraft in there to really sample that the eye wall and the eye. So that's why. So I don't really think it dropped like 13 millibars in an hour, but it's still dropping pretty fast. I mean, it was just a few hours ago that we had a 960 millibar storm. I will never say never when a hurricane is doing something like that, but I think it's going to run out of time. But at this point, it doesn't matter. At this point, it doesn't matter. For the impacts are going to be so similar that it will. This is not going to come to Massachusetts. It's not going to go to Massachusetts. It's going to head back out into the Atlantic off the Carolinas. So that is a great point. So somebody mentioned eyewall is looking funky on radar. It is looking funky on radar, and that we were talking about this a little bit ago. Let me zoom in a little closer. When it looks funky like this, that means that it is rapidly intensifying. Here is the deal. Let me zoom back in. Let me hold my camera position. This is when it looks, see how it's kind of like, what shape does that look like? It's not a circle. It looks like kind of like a pentagon or a little bit. There's probably insane stuff going on where the hurricane hunters are flying. But when we get a non-traditional look, when we get a non-circular eye like this, what we have going on are something known as mesovortices. So if we had the visible satellite, which we don't because it's dark, you're going to see the clouds whirling around inside of the eye wall, inside of the eye. That is a symbol to us that it is about to go rapidly intensify, or it's doing it, which it is, and it's going to do it further. So that's why it's a weird looking eye, because we have those mesovortices being swirled around. There were some high level dynamics going on in here, and this is going to oh, I see Mishka. My bad. Continue. I love it. Appreciate you. But that is why the eye looks weird. So that was a great observation there, and all of that stuff. All right, so let's. It's past 2:00. That tornado warning should be long expired in Polk. Let's just go double check for a second. It is, of course, gone. All right, we have a nice clean sweep of warnings anyway. Let me turn the radar back on. Let me get it back to... Yes, I think Destin's going to be okay. Yeah, so getting a questions about Leon County. Yeah, Leon County is in a hurricane warning. We have the potential for some really bad winds, maybe even up to 100 miles an hour if the storm continues on that due north pass. I think it's gonna come ashore a little bit to the east of Tallahassee, likely closer to Perry, somewhere in between St. Mark's and Perry. That's really where it's looking through. That's really where it's looking through right now. So that's the deal. So we've actually had one tornado warning so far, and now we're just getting into the point, Slater, where we are going to start to ramp up these warnings likely, because that that's what happens in a situation like this when these outer bands start to come on shore like this. We really haven't had some of these nasty outer bands come on shore yet. Alachua County, minor concern. We're going to see gusty winds in these outer bands. 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts are going to be possible. It's going to be very windy tomorrow. There's going to be a tornado threat again overnight. And again, this is where we're really concerned with. You're starting to see the darker reds really start to show up on radar. That indicates the more intense thunderstorms. And when we get those more intense thunderstorms, they get a little taller and they take advantage of the turning of the wind with height. With the winds coming out of the southeast at the surface, we have the winds out of the west aloft, and then we get that rolling motion that those storms can then take advantage of. Marion County, same kind of deal. We are going to see the potential for those gusty winds in the worst of the storm, in the worst of the outer bands that come through. The highest opportunity for, the main event of this is going to be the Panhandle. This is not coming to, it's not coming to Marion County. It's not coming to Ocala. Orlando's looking pretty good. Again, a couple of dramatic outer bands through the morning, but otherwise, small tornado threat. Otherwise, we're going to be looking pretty good. Alrighty, guys. I had mentioned before that I was going to jump off for a little bit and just get a drink of water, all that stuff, just check in with the latest data. But again, if you are just tuning in, I'm going to keep St. Petersburg looking pretty good as well. We're going to have those outer bands still push through, and that's going to be our big deal. This is not coming direct. This is not going to make a landfall in St. Pete, but it's going to be close. Close by anyway. Again, you're going to be out 40, 50 mile per hour wind gust. A tornado threat's going to be there. We're in a tornado watch until 6 a.m. The ocean is the hottest it's been for this part of the year. There's still record hot in spots. Bradenton not in the clear just yet. We do have outer bands still pushing on shore. You kind of see one there. Those will continue overnight and through tomorrow morning. We are in a tornado watch until 6. So that's what we're going to be watching now. We're going to be watching for that tornado threat for Bradenton. In Titusville, we don't have a tornado. There's going to be no, Leo. It's not making landfall close to St. Pete. I said it was the outer bands that were coming on to St. Pete. This is making landfall in the Pan and in the Big Bend. Tornado possibility is low in Titusville. It's not zero. There's no tornado warnings out there right now. We're tornado warning free at the moment. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to step away for a short time. At the very latest, I'm going to be back for the 3 o'clock advisory. Again, I'm going to be watching the Hurricane Hunter data. Just going to step away for a little bit. I'm going to keep the stream on, keep the comments coming. I will do my best to answer them through. Again, we're looking at a landfall in about 5 to 8 hours somewhere in the Big Bend in that 8 o'clock a.m. to 10 o'clock a.m. So we're about, 6 to 8 hours away from landfall. Again, expected to make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. The next forecast update does come out at 5 a.m. We're going to get position and intensity updates every hour until landfall. But we won't get a new forecast from them until about 5 a.m., but it's not going to matter. Impacts are set. It's going to be catastrophic for parts of the Big Bend of Florida. And we're going to be watching that closely for our friends in the Big Bend. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Again, we're going to keep the live stream rolling here. We're going to keep the radar there so we can pop in. We're going to be watching for the potential for more tornadoes over the next few hours. And we're going to be watching for, unfortunately, Idalia to get stronger. That's the deal right now as we watch this thing continue to rapidly intensify. Thanks, guys, for the chat. Thanks for the comments. Again, I'll see you in a little bit. I'm just going to step away, get a little drink of water, save the throat for a little bit as we head towards landfall. Again, coming up at 5 o'clock, we are going to have a live look from Perry. We have a reporter on the ground, so I'll be able to show you what's actually going on in the actual storm as well. Thank you guys a ton for tuning in. I'll catch you in a little bit. You got it. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you. What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you. Sorry, I'm a little late. I know a lot of you have noted that in the chat that I'm a little late. Sorry about that. I was just building some extra graphics for you guys as we go over and kind of watch what is going on with the pressure and the wind speed, of course. That's important as well. But Hurricane Hunter aircraft are in Idalia right now, and they are finding the pressure a little bit lower. Last time we chatted, the pressure went down to 945 as of the 3 o'clock advisory. It is at 944, so ticked down a little bit. The movement has dialed back as well towards 15 miles an hour, so it's trying to slow down just a smidge here as it works its way towards the Big Bend. As of 3 o'clock, again, pressure down to 944 millibars. Lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. Wind speeds holding steady at 120 miles an hour. That is a major Category 3 hurricane. Gusts being picked up at 125 miles an hour from Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Thanks, guys. Thanks for sticking with us here through the early morning hours as we are about 5-ish hours away now from landfall as Idalia works its way in as it kind of wobbles up from the eastern Gulf of Mexico through into the Big Bend area, and we're watching closely as to where exactly that is going to be. It does appear motion still says north as evident from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft in there, but it does appear we are starting to see that jog again. It did look like we were talking before that Tallahassee was going to be the highest impacts were going to be on the east side of Tallahassee towards Perry, and as it moves towards the north and central Big Bend area. So that's going to be there. Well, yeah, 5 hours toward landfall, and it's about 8 or 9 o'clock, give or take, as this works its way in. So now the conditions are really going to start to go downhill right along the North Gulf Coast, right along the Big Bend area. You see all those brighter yellow bands going through. That is where we have we're going to have the stronger wind starting to pick up. We can actually start to sample those. What I'm going to do now is, again, that's the update on the hurricane itself. What I want to show you as I want to get to our actual high-definition radar. I'm going to go out of the North Florida zones here, out of the Tallahassee radar, and see how strong those storms are coming in. We also have a bunch of storms moving through the Orlando area. I know there's just a lot of colors that popped up on your screen right there. That is the velocity section. We had a tornado warning earlier in Polk County. That's long expired, but we are watching for things like that to happen in a morning like this or a night like this, no matter how you slice it. So here we go. Let me bring up the actual reflectivity here. I want to just show you we do have some nasty thunderstorms pushing out of Kissimmee, St. Cloud toward Orlando. There's nothing severe, certainly going to be gusty. It'll look like a outer rain band moving through the Orlando metro. See what we can pick up with the sky cam as this is pushing through real quick. Yeah, there's some of the heavy rain. That is a live look at downtown Orlando. I also want to show you something here. This is a live look. We're going to have live looks for you now as Idalia works its way through. This is a look at Cedar Key. Let me find my source here. That's a look at Cedar Key. So getting rocked right now as the center is off towards the north and west. I'm not sure what exact point of this on Cedar Key, but we are going to, again, we're still pretty far away from the center of the storm in Cedar Key, and we are dealing with those kind of impacts. So this is a significant storm, to say the least. Let me show you again where Cedar Key is. So we're going to go, let me see if I have that on radar. That is nuts, and that's not even close to where the worst of the storm is. Let me bring back up the radar. We'll look out of the Tampa radar once again. Let me turn that back on. Just switching my radar back. That's what we're looking at. There's a live look at Cedar Key. I want to take you to a radar view of Cedar Key to kind of just show you the craziness that is, because And there's actually a couple of crazy things that I want to show you here. Let me get back to my radar picture. So here is Cedar Key. That's where we were just taking a live look from. The center of that storm, let me get the ruler. The center is 70 miles away from Cedar Key, and that's what we are seeing in one of those outer rain bands. So again, while we've been talking about the impacts are not going to be like the extreme part across a lot of Central Florida and a lot of the Florida Peninsula, we will still see scenes like that at times as those sources are flying through. So just keep that in mind as well. So taking a look at that radar, look at the lightning as well. A lot of lightning on the northern eye wall. So we were looking at this radar picture earlier, and we noted a few lightning strikes in there, really just one after it really fired up. Look at it now, and that was a positive strike. You saw that big plus sign come up. The positive strikes are those really nasty ones that shoot out from the anvil. We have this thing lighting up like crazy. This is not done intensifying, unfortunately, as it comes on land. Again, a lot of lightning filling up the eye wall. When we see the lightning light up like that, we will really see this thing intensify further. We do have a Hurricane Hunter plane in there. Okay, good. It's my settings saved. I almost forgot to save that again, so we didn't have to go back and do all that other stuff. Going back to the Hurricane Hunter aircraft and taking it all the way out, there's the 946 millibar pressure reading as of 2:23. That's on the older side. It looks like the plane is ready to make another pass of the center, so we will see just how fast this is going to start coming back down to see if the pressure continues to fall, which it should with the amount of lightning that we are seeing in the eye wall. So we're going to watch the Hurricane Hunters make this secondary pass here. Port Richey, sure, we can check Port Richey for you. It's going to be the same kind of thing. I don't think it's going to be as intense as what we're seeing, like just right along the kind of the start of the Big Bend there. But right now, things are pretty quiet in Newport Richey. Just a few showers from one of those bands pushing through, kind of quiet right now. So we're looking pretty good. There's a few more of these bands, though, that'll be spiraling on through the rest of the morning and then into the early afternoon as well. All right, so I have a lot of people questioning where this thing is actually going. This is heading towards the Big Bend, likely just east of Tallahassee toward Perry. We're about 5-ish hours away from landfall. This should start to, conditions are going to deteriorate rapidly now over the next several hours. I want to change my radar site to Tallahassee so that we can get a good view of some of these extra bands that are starting to push through. Look how nasty that is. The darker yellows there represent where we're going to start to get in on the really gusty stuff, kind of like what we saw just before. Palm Coast looking pretty good. And for the most part, I think the closer to the Atlantic coast you are, the less impact outer bands are going to have on you and all of that stuff. Destin's honestly pretty good. And we have rain all the way to Port St. Joe. We have some light rain in Panama City, but Destin's further to the west. And I believe it's right there closer to Pensacola. Trying to get it to pop up. But there it is. Hardly anything. Just a gentle breeze coming out of Destin. There's what we are watching. There's all the light. Look at the lightning in the northwest eye wall. You see it right there? This is super concerning as we are charging it back up again. The eye wall trying to wrap right around. Another positive strike again. Those positive strikes are those big, powerful strikes that shoot down from the anvil. These storms are super, super intense right around the eye wall. So wherever this thing comes ashore, this is going to be ugly. And we knew that it was going to be ugly. Unfortunately, it's expected to come ashore as a Category 4 hurricane. Jacksonville, we're looking honestly pretty good. There's going to be a severe weather threat tomorrow. There's going to be a few outer bands coming through tomorrow morning. Could have 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Nonetheless, though, all things considered, compared to what is coming for part of the Big Bend, that's what we are going to be. That's what we're going to be dealing with. We're keeping a close eye there on the latest recon missions. That are taking place now to see if the pressure is dropping, which it should. With that amount of lightning in the eye wall, that's a huge indicator to us that we're going to see this thing drop just a little bit further. Just refreshing some things. I love how people are noting. There's been a few people here. Okay, so we've Prince. I hope everything's okay. Steinhatchee starting to get bad. The worst should stay just to the west of Steinhatchee, but we are going to take on some storm surge there. So just keep that in mind. If you're closer to the coast, that's what's going to be happening there. It's more about the surge there, but it will be windy at times, kind of like the scenes that I just showed you there. DeLand and Eustis are looking pretty good. Honestly, I think things are going to stay relatively tame for us. There will be a few thunderstorms moving through overnight in those outer bands. Otherwise, I mean, there we go. I'll get back to our home radar in Melbourne. Let me change that real quick, and then we'll get back up to the Tallahassee radar. The good news is none of these are really producing rotation. We'll take a look. There are a few lightning strikes. We were talking earlier. We were talking earlier tonight, or yesterday, I guess, that when we get the darker red showing up on radar, that's when these have the potential to kind of spin a little bit because they can take advantage of some of the wind shear, the changing of the wind direction with height. And then as that happens, that's when they can take on some rotation. So we're going to check on this real quick, this kind of little strung out cell around St. Cloud, just to the east of Hunters Creek and Lake Hart. A couple of lightning strikes embedded in there. So let me turn on the velocity mode just to make sure there's no shenanigans happening within this. Got to click on a few things. And the good thing is I don't see much. There could be just a little bit of light green there. What we're looking for in a situation like this, are reds and greens close together. The good thing is we're not really seeing that in this cell. Really, anytime we start to get the red on the radar, that I just had it before, not this particular one. This the red means that the wind is blowing away from the radar. The green means that the wind is blowing toward the radar. So we're not seeing any of that rotation in those stronger cells. That makes me happy again because we're in that tornado watch, at least for the west side of Florida, the Gulf Coast of Florida, until we get until 6 a.m. So another couple of hours of that. We'll see if it's extended a little bit. But long story short, other than some of these dramatic-looking rain bands in Eustis or Tavares, I forget the other Lake County town you mentioned. I'm so sorry. It's going to be. I think we're going to be okay. We're just watching for. For Leesburg, we're not in a tornado warning. We're in a tornado watch. And basically what the tornado watch means is that there are favorable conditions for if we get an intense thunderstorm to slide through to spin. So a warning means that it's imminent or going to happen or happening. So we're not in a tornado warning, but for the next couple of hours, our environment still is ripe for the development for tornadoes because of that extra wind shear brought on by the actual hurricane in the Gulf. Valdosta, we're going to be looking at the potential for hurricane force wind gusts. So I lost the comment because there's so many coming in. Thank you guys for the great questions tonight for some of the storm reports. And if you are around wherever you are in Florida, if you want to post where you're tuning in from and post what you are seeing, that will help us out a lot. Again, starting in a little bit anyway, we're going to have live reporters in around the Panhandle or the Big Bend of Florida, specifically just to the east of Tallahassee into Perry. Somebody asked if Perry's going to take a direct hit. It's in the realm of possibilities for the eye as it kind of lifts up and then jogs to the northeast. So Tallahassee may miss out on the brunt of this. Again, it's kind of jogging back and forth. It's doing the wobbles as it typically does, but that's what we're going to be dealing with over the next couple of hours okay, it looks like it's going to go east, and it comes back to the west, and then go north, and then it just bounces all around in there as well. I don't think it's the land interaction slowing it with the bands. It could be. There's a little bit of friction there. It's just that minor part. Sarah, where I remember you commenting from a couple of hours ago, where are you tuning in from again? Only part of Central Florida is under the tornado watch, and I can't remember where exactly you were, but it's only the western half. So if you're Orange County East, Seminole, Volusia, Flagler, Brevard, or Osceola, we are not under that tornado watch, meaning that conditions are favorable. Certainly they can still happen outside of the watch, but nonetheless, that might be why you might not technically be in that watch. St. Cloud, Kathleen. So windy. We were looking at that for you a little bit ago. And let's get right back down to St. Cloud. Let's pull this back out. And we're starting to see a little more lightning strikes. So we're going to keep that. We're going to keep on checking this one because once they get more intense, as I mentioned before, that's where it kind of gives us the possibility to rotate a little bit. So I'm going to get back on the Melbourne radar here. I want to turn on the velocity mode so we can see the direction of the wind inside of this cell just to make sure it's behaving. And so far, it looks like we all have the wind going in the same direction. So no, good question. It's not going to be. It's not going to be raining all day. It's still going to be kind of bandy, scattered. So it's not going to be a washout by any means on Wednesday. There's a chance it bobbles west, but not as west as Pensacola. Not that far west, or Panama City. One of those. I know one of those was asked about, but either one, it wouldn't wobble that far west. That would be a huge jog, and right now, it's too close for any kind of sharp changes like that.
No, yeah, I mean, whatever you need to do for time. Right. Like I had to wait for 2 weeks. And the same with weather. I mean, what the weather brings too.
You guys can all relax. I'm rolling on T-Stop.
My guess is no. I think he's just doing his driving.
Horseshoe Beach, I can only imagine, looks pretty nasty. I've seen some live video out of Cedar Key, and it looks pretty ugly. And it appears that Horseshoe Beach is just going to be the same. It's just a little to the northwest of Cedar Key. Let me look at that on radar. There is Horseshoe Beach. So we're also going to have these outer bands coming through. Let me switch the radar real quick. I want the Tallahassee radar so that we can get a better view of Horseshoe Beach. So right now it might be in a little lull, but these little thunderstorms within some of these outer bands that are kind of rocking Cedar Key that we saw, these are going to slide up through. Brig Commander, it is expected to make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, and we're going to get a new update on the pressure and the intensity of the storm coming up at 4. New track at 5 o'clock, and that's going to be kind of lifting south to north again, as we're talking about. Horseshoe Beach. So here is Horseshoe Beach, Christine, and we're going to have those, again, intermittent rain bands coming through, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. We're going to see them a little more common. We are right, as we are kind of closer to the center. Anyway, let me put this into motion. Wrong button. Let me go back. Because I want to show you just how far away so the center of Idalia is about 67 miles away from Horseshoe Beach. Saw some really nasty video. It's about 66, about the same really away from as we get towards Cedar Key as well. That is true, DramaTube TV, but if you remember, Katrina weakened to a Category 3 hurricane before landfall. It was at Cat 5 when it was in the center of the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to do the opposite of what Katrina did. Katrina weakened significantly on approach. This is going to strengthen significantly as well. Storm surge does look ugly. It looks nasty here on the eastern side. We're going to watch that all push through. So the storm is not going to be coming to Orlando. We are getting a few thunderstorms overhead right now. The rain's pretty heavy. That's about it. I'll show you what it looks like in downtown Orlando. We'll take a look at the downtown Skycam, and it is raining pretty heavily. Again, that's a look at downtown Orlando. We have some thunder and lightning. The heaviest rain is just on the east side of the city. There's that rain, so it's going to be moving through Altamont Springs. We have some light rain through Apopka, Lake Hart, some gusty thunderstorms moving through Hunters Creek, Williamsburg, into Lake Buena Vista, towards the attractions area, Oak Ridge, into Dr. Phillips. We have some light rain. The heaviest kind of just to the east of the metro, Winter Park, Azalea Park, Goldenrod. All of that's going to be kind of moving out. Let me loop that for you to show you which direction that this is kind of coming in from. And I'll zoom out to give you that perspective. So this is going to head eventually up into Seminole County. We're seeing some of that heavier rain toward Altamont Springs and Longwood now, and just going to lift up towards Sanford as these outer bands continue to increase in coverage. I want to show you too here. The thunderstorm activity, at least the downpour activity, is starting to increase in between the bands now. This is where we're going to really watch over the next couple of hours for the potential for these to spin, to see if they can take on some of the wind shear that is being induced by the hurricane out in the Gulf of Mexico. So that's what we're really going to have to watch, watching as well. Yeah, people are insane. You don't want to be near the water at all. For Brevard County, we have some light rain moving through. Nothing crazy. This is going to hit the main event of this storm is going to hit Big Bend area, east of Tallahassee, just to the east of Tallahassee. So that's what we are watching. That's what we're watching come in. Again, I'll show you. We'll have, again, our live reporter will be out at 5 a.m. So we're anxious to see that. It all depends. I got a question about how far inland does storm surge go. It all depends on the forecast and how the storm comes in. We're expecting 12 to 16 feet of storm surge coming in from this storm, because we are on the right side, especially again to the right of the right of the storm. That's where we get all the storm surge. Oh, yeah. Well, no, Brevard 8 a.m. was one of your bigger bands, but that is... It wasn't just going to hit at 8 a.m. So I had a question about the track of this through Georgia, I believe, and there it is. There's the cone. It takes it right through Georgia, really through most of Georgia as a hurricane, and then eventually weakens to a tropical storm Wednesday evening or early Thursday morning in South Carolina before it comes up and maybe does a pinwheel around. Had another question, or another request, I should say, to look at the hurricane on satellite. So that's what we'll do. I'll pull up the satellite radar, or satellite look anyway, and I want to... I'll get away that too so you can actually see the eye going through. The question is, so it won't change course. Drastically. There's going to be wobbles. That's the thing that these stronger hurricanes do. They'll bounce in after this kind of track works its way through. I don't know why we went to Cuba there, but I'm trying to show you a nice view of the satellite. We'll show you the satellite with the plane going through. So it's making another quadrant pass, still finding 946. If you're around the Tampa area, it's going to be okay. There's going to be, again, there's going to be... It could look dramatic at times, because just like what we've seen when I showed you some video earlier, the wind is really coming in. It's blowing the rain. It's blinding, all that stuff. It might look dramatic for a short time and then calm down again. So the Tampa area, Pinellas County, looking good. Hernando County also looking good. Ormond Beach, we're looking pretty good as well. Yeah, Cat 4 is way above 100 miles an hour. That is 130 mile per hour sustained winds. This is not going to head towards Las Vegas. Deltona's looking pretty good as well. Just a few of these outer bands starting to slide on through the course of the overnight. Gusty winds, 40, 50 mile per hour, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust. Isolated tornado threat again. It's not looking too crazy again for Deltona. Really interior Central Florida, just a little dramatic at times, but it's not going to be too terrible. It's really that Big Bend area, and then through part of the Panhandle, and then pushing on up through. Yeah, so just saw a question. Do I think it can reach Cat 4 on landfall? That is the official forecast to reach Category 4 status on landfall. So again, just keep that in mind. All right, so we're waiting for some of this Hurricane Hunter data to refresh. It's flying through the northern side of it. The most intense part of this storm is on the southwest side. Very intense thunderstorm. So, I mean, typically what we see is the right front quadrant, that northeasterly side of the eye wall being the most intense, the worst of the worst, if you will. But this whole side, the left side, north side, south side, this eye wall is extremely intense. You see all the lightning firing here. And again, let me put this into motion to kind of show you. Have questions if this is a jog or if this is going. Watch closely how it lifts north and then maybe ticks to the east a little bit. That's what we talk about, the wobble. And again, so all of this, so this should come in somewhere over here. And that's going to put it close to Perry and then southeast of Tallahassee with the worst of the impacts. So that's what we are watching for. And again, unfortunately, just sitting here and waiting for this thing to come on shore. We'll see if the pressure is dropping. We're going to watch for... so this is going to likely come ashore as a Category 4 hurricane, at the very least a strong Category 3. That's where we stand right now. Then it's going to push inland. It's moving pretty fast, so we're going to likely keep strong hurricane force winds working through places like southern Georgia, even into South Carolina, North Carolina, even though it's coming at us from the west. The Warrior Cat and Brevard. It's a very slim chance, but it's pretty low, and that would be like later in tomorrow morning. Just a few of these kind of weak outer bands coming through. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take a super short break. The 4 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center comes out in just minutes. Within the next 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to have another pass of that Hurricane Hunter plane. Just going to take a quick break here. I'm going to leave the radar up as this comes on through, as this continues to loop, so we can watch this kind of happen. We'll see the 4 o'clock advisory come through. And again, I'll be back in about 10, maybe 15 minutes, and then we'll see... sorry about that. Sorry for punching the mic. So far, no huge directional change. This continues to be clocked north by the hurricane hunters. It may be jogging to the east just a little bit. That likely a wobble, but we're still looking this to come through. Yes, I saw the game. Likely coming in north with just a slight jog to the east. So just keep that again. Or keep that in mind. The pressure right now is at 944 millibars. So we're gonna wait to see. We'll see if they found something out. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for tuning in and hanging tight with us tonight as we watch. And unfortunately, a really nasty situation happening towards the Big Bend of Florida. Something that's never happened before since the records began in the 1850s, late 1800s. Never had a major hurricane approach the Big Bend of Florida. Alrighty, guys, hang tight. Keep the comments coming. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Good morning, everyone that is still on the live stream. Meteorologist Jonathan Kegges back with you, hopping on after just a short break here. Thank you guys for sticking with us, posting in the comments, as you may have seen here as we kept the data up, the latest from Hurricane Hunter aircraft that are in the storm. We have a very strong Category 3 hurricane on the cusp now of Cat 4, which is expected to make landfall here in the next few hours. The northeasterly jog is happening. You see that there. Also picking up speed as of the last advisory as well. North-northeast at about 17 miles an hour. The breeze, again, the wind, I should say, at 125 miles per hour. And the pressure down to 941 millibars. So as the pressure continues to drop, that means the storm continues to get stronger. So it clearly looks like now it's moving northeast, so maybe we'll be able to spare Tallahassee of the strongest winds. This does look like it's making a beeline, though, for Perry. We've been talking about that as well. Yeah, that is not true. The eye is not starting to dissipate. It's one of the stronger eye walls you will actually ever see. Quite the contrary to that. You see the brighter red around the northwest side. The thing is firing off lightning like you wouldn't believe. Again, it's pretty rare that you see an eye wall this intense. There you go. The pressure, 944, 142 mile per hour flight level wind. So this is something that we're going to be watching to see if later on, if we, at the 5 o'clock advisory, if we do get a Category 4, it looks like some of the other sensors on the plane there would have suggested that the wind speed was 130 miles an hour already. But we'll wait for the 5 o'clock advisory. I think the Hurricane Center are going to do that as well. But the pressure down the 944, flight level winds at 142, that would put this thing, again, very, very close to Category 4 status. All right, so I want to show you again the radar here. There's been a certain jog to the north and east, so this may be coming up. Again, we will see here. It does appear. We'll see if that's a wobble or a sustained kind of move to the east here. So a lot of questions about pressure in categories. So the categories aren't actually categorized by pressure. There's just typical pressures. So it's all by wind speed. So when it goes less than 940, that doesn't mean it's a Cat 5. A typical Category 4 hurricane, though, with wind speeds of greater than 130 miles an hour up until 157 is typically a 9, is typically a Category 4 hurricane. Somebody mentioned about anything less than 920 is a Cat 5. Not exactly. Katrina was sub 920, and that was a Category 3 hurricane. So not everything pressure-wise goes through that. A lot has to do with the size and all that other stuff. So again, that's not always gospel there. But yeah, Category 3 hurricane, 130 to 156. It's really 157. It's greater than 157 is when you get to Cat 5. All right, so we are going to take a short break of looking at the hurricane because we have a tornado warning in Central Florida. This was the main threat here for the Central Florida area, was the opportunity for tornadoes. There it is. We were watching this band really for the past hour, and we were talking about that it was getting a little more intense. And as these do that, they can take advantage of some of the shifting of the winds, the turning of the winds with height here. There's that big red box that includes east side of St. Cloud, through Lake Hart, through Wedgefield, into Bithlo as well. So eastern Orange County and then northeastern Osceola County, that is your tornado warning. I'm going to turn the radar back on here. I'm going to get squarely to the Melbourne radar so that we have a good view of what exactly is going on. There is the storm itself. It doesn't look too incredibly intense. And in a situation with these tropical tornadoes or tropical tornado warnings, they normally don't look intense. That is just because all right, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to turn on the velocity mode. That will load in just 1 second. There is why they issued this tornado warning. So we're looking right here. This is just on the other side of Orange County, Osceola line. Here is St. Cloud. Here is 192. And then there we go with that circulation again. The red is the wind going away from the radar. We're looking from the Melbourne radar, so it's just like that. Subtle green going toward the radar. Again, in a situation like this, again, you're not really looking for a very strong couplet. The Weather Service is going to warn on these quick because they pop up very quick and then they dissipate really quick. So these are kind of short-lived tornado warnings. If there is a tornado, they're typically short-lived. They're on the weaker side, but nonetheless, they can be damaging anywhere from typically anyway EF0 to EF2. So that's why we are watching these. And again, the environment is primed for that to happen, especially when you're on that right side, that dirty side of the hurricane. Yeah, bruh. I do. But there we go. There is that tornado warning again. That's going to continue for Orange and Osceola County until we get to 6:30. It may expire early. That's what we oftentimes see as well with these tropical tornadoes. Again, they do not last a very long time. Let me turn back on the regular radar. I'm going to click on my sweep. We're going to get back to that. I'm going to turn off the velocity. Let me get some of these marks off the screen as the cell itself moves to the north. If you're just tuning in here, we have a tornado warning for Osceola, Orange County. You saw that lightning strike there. So these storms are starting to become a little more intense in the outer bands as they push away from Idalia, again, working its way, again, from west to east. For the most part, as we've talked about, Central Florida is going to be on the gentle side. Our main threat, again, is for the opportunity for these damaging wind gusts and the stronger thunderstorms, and then the opportunity for these storms to rotate when they become a little more intense. And we are starting to get those lightning strikes popping back up, indicating, again, that we have a strengthening storm here, and we also have a rotating storm. So what I want to do now is I showed you kind of where that is. Here is the velocity side again. Let me turn that back on. Here is the little circulation in question. So let me save this camera view here. I'm going to highlight that little circle. It's right here. We see that big pulse of bright red. That's a strong gust of wind here, kind of pushing away from the radar. The green represents the wind going toward the radar. And then I'm going to kind of put a tracker on that for you. There's not much in the way of this as it's kind of sliding. Let me put the loop on here. And this is why. Here's a really good view of exactly what I'm talking about. See that big, bright kind of shot of red there coming to the east of St. Cloud? It's right to the bottom of your screen. Let me get my arrow out. Right here. This is the cell in question. The couplet, as we call it, the couplet as we saw it, flares up and then is now right here. In addition to this tornado warning, a tornado watch was just extended for to Volusia and into Seminole County until 6 o'clock this morning. So we have that tornado watch extended to include Volusia and Seminole County. That means conditions are favorable. I also want to point out this, too. You see this little bright light coming out of the Lake Hart area? That also tried to spin, but was not able to be sustained. So there's a couple of things now that are starting to point out, and this is exactly what we expected to happen here early in the morning. Unfortunately, let me show you a few other things. We have another pulse right here that we're going to watch west of Bithlo towards Truliota. So I would not be surprised if we get more warnings this morning in Orange County, maybe even into Seminole County, because we do have some subtle rotation. No doubt the two big ones here, and both have pulsed down, but the one that remained, look at that. So this is a big bright one here, and you can clearly see that. There's one, and then there's one right in there. That's where we have the tornado warning. So just keep that in mind. All right, so let me stop that loop. We have more lightning strikes coming, and that's the concerning kind of feature here. With more lightning, that says to us that we do have these storms, these thunderstorms becoming a little more intense. Again, we've talked about this. You need to have ice in the cloud to get lightning strikes to separate the charges. So whenever you get lightning, that means our thunderstorms are getting taller into the sky and being able to take advantage of some of the wind shear that we have going on. So let me turn back on the normal radar and see what is going on. What we've been looking at is the velocity kind of scale to show us the shifting winds. You see the darker reds embedded in this, though. So, Sarah, don't be scared. She's talking about the tornado watch in Seminole County. No reason to be scared. Just be kind of vigilant. We got you covered here. We're going to be on through the duration of that tornado watch. If there would be a tornado warning issued, like what we have going on in parts of Orange and Osceola, you want to make sure that you are getting to the lowest level of your home and then away from windows. So just as simple as that, cover your head. Maybe want to get into an interior closet. A bathroom is a good place. But just keep that in mind. Again, watch means conditions are favorable. Warning means that we are seeing something develop, something potentially imminent, or something potentially imminent or occurring. All right, let's check out and see. I'm going to check the Weather Service chat here, see what they are talking about, see if they're going to cancel this early. It's 4:17 in the morning, and we have a kind of our second tornado warning here of the morning. We had the one for Polk County earlier, and then we had the one for Orange and Osceola. There is the red box. That indicates the tornado warning. If your phones are kind of buzzing this morning, that's the deal. Warning officially goes until 4:30 in the morning, so about 10, 12 more minutes left on this. All right, so we also have a brand new tornado warning. This is for Polk County. So what's kind of what we thought might happen is starting to happen. So this is going to be a new tornado warning for Polk County. We'll wait to see where exactly that is. You see that red shaded color. So this is our map of current warnings. This is in southern Polk County. This is basically where we had one earlier about a couple of hours ago. Right now, Tampa is looking pretty good. Bithlo, we're watching some rotation around you. Let me turn the Tampa radar on, and we're going to check out that tornado warning in Polk County real quick. Let me get that back on. All right, so right around Zolfo Springs in southern Polk County, that is where we have, I'm sorry, not just south of Polk County. That's where we have our next tornado warning, the brand new one that was just issued. This one's starting right now through 4:45. The Orange County warning that we have in effect. This is for Orange and Osceola County. Let me get further up the road. I need to turn off the Tampa radar, turn on the Melbourne radar. That's the closest radar site that we have the best view of this. And we still have that bright pulse of red, the stronger wind going toward the radar. We're kind of losing the green away from the radar, but it is right here. So this is going to be east of Lake Hart. So this circulation has now officially crossed into Orange County. Let me put a loop on this because you can kind of see the flare up a little better, especially if I zoom out, and we're looking for those bright colors. So there it is. Kind of see it. Let me get the arrow back out. That's what makes it a little better. All of a sudden, there's nothing, then a little bright light that pops up, and it goes right here. So there's where the circulation is. We have more lightning south of St. Cloud, so we're going to be watching for that as well. Just because once these storms get a little taller, they get more intense, they produce lightning, and that's whenever they have the better opportunity to spin. So those are even more intense than the ones that are going on right now. Towards Bithlo, at the moment anyway, we're not, I don't believe, under that tornado warning. Yes, we are under that tornado warning. That warning does extend into Bithlo, into Christmas, into Wedgefield. So officially, we are in that tornado warning again, meaning that a tornado is imminent, because we are watching this thunderstorm cell with the capability of producing, capable of producing a tornado. That is why the tornado warning was issued. I will say that, I mean, it's still there. It's still there. So let's put a track on this. So again, if you're watching from Wedgefield or Bithlo or Christmas, in the next 20-ish minutes, this is going to be on top of us and into Wedgefield as well. Sarah, I don't believe that there is a tornado warning in Oviedo. Tornado watch, but no tornado warning at this time. I don't think there's a tornado warning in Kissimmee unless it was just issued. No tornado warning in Kissimmee. We have 2 active tornado warnings in the interior Central Florida area. We can zoom out and see that. There is the red indicating where we have those tornado warnings at. And then let me turn the radar back on. Yeah, this circulation clearly falling apart, so I don't think we're gonna see an extension of this. Still watching this tornadic potential just southwest of Wedgefield. That is tornado warning number 1. Tornado warning number 2 is then for us into Polk County. So let me zoom out. Let's check in on that as well. You kind of see that red overlay. Not seeing much there, but I do have to change the radar back to the Tampa radar because we're kind of in we're looking way up into the sky from the Melbourne radar from that point. So let's turn that back on, and then there's some subtle rotation. Again, it's not strong. It's certainly not as strong as what the cell was, and all that stuff. This actually isn't. It's just a Chick-fil-A glass, and it's not even Chick-fil-A coffee. I don't know where it's from, but we are watching that. So here is the deal. What's going on? We have tornado warnings popping up everywhere. Okay. This is what happens when these storms make landfall. So the newest tornado warning, we have 3 boxes now all over the place. This tornado warning goes until 5 o'clock. This is for Citrus, Hernando, and Sumter County for the towns of Nobleton, Lake Lindsay, and Brooksville. So let's turn back. I believe I just had the Tampa radar on, so we're going to turn that back on. There is the Tampa radar. I don't really see, just make sure that I'm on the Tampa radar. Closer here, let me turn that back on. There's what would be causing that tornado warning. Let's turn off the velocity. Let's look at the reflectivity on this. It's kind of hard to see. This is more of like your kind of lone storm here, kind of like your lone, it's not a supercell per se, but you kind of see this little kidney bean shape. There is a little hook right here. That is where the warning is. Let me loop this. I'll show you exactly where it's going. This is going to lift up Bushnell. If you are happening to be tuning in from Nobleton or Bushnell, we are under that tornado warning as well. Again, this is the threat that we were talking about. Other than the kind of like your typical afternoon thunderstorm, this is the part that's not part of your typical afternoon thunderstorm. It's gusty 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust, but we also have the potential for these to spin on a day like today when these outer bands, courtesy of the hurricane in the Gulf, just continue to move on shore. They take advantage of some of that wind shear and start to move and start to spin a little bit. So let me see if the latest scan came in and we can see if we can see that better in turn velocity mode back on. And you really can't see it very well. We're in a really weird spot. There's really no good radar site to get a good view of this cell. But we do have, again, a decent radar signature on the thing. Let me look at another radar product. In and around Spring Hill. So that positive strike right there when that plus comes up. So those are intense lightning strikes there. So we know that Idalia itself is producing a lot of lightning within it's turning into a very mean storm, producing a lot of lightning around its center. We'll take a look at that center in just 1 second. But we kind of took a break from looking at the hurricane itself because we do have several active tornado warnings. One for Orange and Osceola County that is set to expire in a couple of minutes. One for Polk County that's set to expire at 4:45. And then we have one that's set to expire at 5 o'clock. That is for Hernando, Citrus, and Sumter County. We're watching that for you. So let me turn back on my Tampa radar because we're back on Melbourne. I need Tampa. That's our closest one. And this is kind of the rotation. And again, it's not as strong as what we're seeing to the one that came out of Osceola County and Orange County. All right, we're still hanging on to the tornado warning, and all three are still active. We'll see if they drop the one in Orange County. Let's go take a look at that real quick. I'm going to turn off the Tampa radar. I'm going to turn on the Melbourne radar. See the colors kind of change a little bit because now we are really far away from that storm in near Sumter County. Excuse me. All right. Sorry about that. So here's the deal. They might continue this. There's some pretty good signature here. Again, if you're in the Wedgefield area, Bithlow, Christmas, make sure that you're in your safe place here. It's unclear if they are going to continue this warning. It was set to expire at 4:30, but there are, at the very least, some very, very strong winds embedded here. Velocities being picked up again away from going away from the radar near Wedgefield at about 50 to 55 miles an hour. We don't have the inbound winds super strong with this, but we do have the outbound wind. So it does appear they did not continue that tornado warning for Orange County. So that's some good news there. But we're going to watch that quickly because it does look kind of suspicious. All right, so we've got rid of one tornado warning, or the Orange County one, although this still looks suspect to me. So again, around Wedgefield, Oberly Parkway, Dallas Boulevard, still looks suspect to me. Excuse me. So this is not coming to Titusville. I'm sorry about that. I just looked at the chat again. This is not coming to Titusville. Yeah, they're probably going to have to reissue a warning on this. We're gonna watch this very, very carefully. This is a really, really, really intense cell. Just make sure I'm on the right radar and looking at this correctly, because sometimes, no, we're on the Melbourne radar. Yeah, they probably should reissue that tornado warning for Orange County. Let me just double check to make sure that they haven't done so already. They haven't, but that one looks intense. Just do me a favor. If you're watching from Bithlow, South County Road 13, Decker Avenue, Oberly Parkway, Macon Parkway, if you're familiar with any of these roads that I'm just kind of barking out here, make sure that you're in your safe place. Christmas is not bordering Titusville, my friend. Titusville is way over here. Okay, so if it was coming to Titusville, I would let you know. It's right here. If it holds together, it would likely head towards like Mims or Turnbull. You do not have to apologize, my friend. Not at all.
Did you talk to Mike? Yes. Okay, he's up.
No, I mean you're right. I mean it is close. It's not that far, but from this kind of standpoint, it's far away. But I get you. So no, you don't have to apologize at all. No, you're good. You're good. When you're rolling down the Colonial or Highway 50 there, no, you are good. All right, new warning just posted to my phone. Okay, so there it goes. New tornado warning for Seminole County and Orange County. This is the one that we were just talking about that they would likely have to reissue. Seminole County and Orange. It's that same cell that they were just on. Yeah, it's that same cell that they were tracking before they reissued on it. All right, so we've been watching that one. We talked about Bithlo and Christmas, that I wanted you guys in your safe place, even though there was no tornado warning. But this guy is intense. It's Highway 50. This is the biggest one of the day so far, of the morning so far. I believe Oviedo may be in this. Let me just double check. This is going to be just to the east of Oviedo. So this is more Chuliota, Seminole County. It's from Geneva, Chuliota, Bithlo, just to the west of Christmas here. This is all kind of lifting up for us. So we have the new tornado warning here. Let me just put a timer on this. Let me track this into some neighborhoods. And then I want to go back out towards us in Sumter County. I don't want to forget about you guys. That was out to the southwest of Nobleton. So far, Haines City is looking good. All right, so Bithlo, we are under the area of most concern right now. This thing's kind of lifting up like that as these storms are getting more and more intense. And I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. These are kind of lifting that way. I think the warning might be a little... It's going to... I guess it's drawn the correct way there. But yeah, this one is looking kind of rough. Very, very powerful winds. Very strong winds in here. Yes, you did. Yeah, St. Cloud. That was just to the east of you guys on St. Cloud. I will show you the eye in a little bit. Right now, we do have some potentially damaging thunderstorms producing potentially tornadoes again through the hours. That's why we had to take a break from kind of the position and eye wall updates there from the actual hurricane causing this. We do still have a tornado warning for Sumter County, so I want to go check in on that for our friends in Sumter County. Have to turn the Tampa radar back on, get the velocity mode back on. It's certainly not as intense as what we're seeing in Orange in the Seminole County warning. But yeah, and that's what we kind of talked about. Danny Carey 52 said it's barely raining in Altamont, but it's rocking in East Orange County and East Seminole County right now, and that is because these outer bands slide through. They're very scattered. One band comes through, it gets nasty, and then all that stuff. Destin, you should be on the quieter side. So here we go. So this is going to be, we're watching Nobleton. That's where we start Sumter County. This is coming out of Citrus and Hernando County. That's our next, where our tornado warning is right now. Let me... Yeah, Oviedo, this should go to your east. Okay, so this should stay to your east. We're going to get back on that cell. I got to turn back on the Melbourne radar, turn off Tampa so that we get a good view of it. This warning, just real quick, includes Lake Lindsay, Nobleton. This goes until 5 a.m. This is for another 20 minutes, so we'll continue to come back in and check on these. We have 3 warnings here. Let me just, I believe the warning in Polk County was set to expire at 4:45. So let me just get back down into Polk County. Turn that off. Here's that Polk warning real quick. And it looks like it's all straight line. It's all in one direction right now. Yeah, so, and it looks like it might even be in. So we're going to get back to that one. That one is intense. We've been tracking that one for a while, and it's been holding together too. You can even see them really high up in the sky. I got to change back to. We're on the Melbourne radar. Okay, so we're on the Melbourne radar. There's actually a couple of different couplets here. So this is just of Wedgefield. And when I say couplets, these are what I'm looking at. Reds and greens. There's not too many greens here, but there's a dropout. So we are seeing some rotation here. And there's 3 little things. So we certainly could have this cell trying to kind of produce 3 different circulations. And one of those could certainly be producing a tornado. St. Cloud is okay now. We did have a tornado warning a little bit ago. That is what we're actually kind of pinpointing here. Look at these nasty lightning strikes. So we have 2 areas of concern, one around Bithlow. Let's get into some street level mapping here. Let me zoom out. We just had a new radar update. These are kind of moving. Let me zoom out. So all this junk is kind of moving towards State Road 46. If you're familiar with that in Seminole County, closer to Southmere, continuing to stay, very, very intense. Here we go with the 420. So Fort Christmas Road, Phillips Road. I want you guys in your safe place right now. Again, that's the lowest level. Get into the bathroom. I know that sounds dramatic, and I know that may sound scary or whatever, but this is some pretty intense rotation coming through East Orange County, East Seminole County as well. So Phillips Road, again, I want you guys in your safe place. This is just to the northeast of Bithlow, just north of Highway 50, if you're familiar with that. These are kind of going to eventually lift into Seminole County, but we have intense lightning strikes on top of that rotation. Let me put a tracker on. There's not much in the way here, so we're not going to see a city pop up. So let me get that. I want to get back to the street level mapping here, though, and get you a little closer. So Phillips Road again, Jackson Road, Reindeer Road, Brown Road. This is all in Orange County, just over the Seminole County line. Okay, this is going to be a very nasty thunderstorm. So just keep that in mind. Curryville Road, eventually, that's in Seminole County. Baxter Point Road, that's whenever you want to get into your safe place. So again, just be careful, okay? Once you in your safe place right there, we will get back to kind of the updates. We have some questions about landfall. Okay, Lake Lindsay calm at the moment. Question. Kissimmee's looking safe at the moment. We're watching for more storms to pop, though. So kind of two areas of spin here. This warning, let's check when that warning goes to. We have the main, we're going right here. This is going to lift into Seminole County so Nobleton, Loud Thunder, we were in that tornado warning. I believe that cell has completely moved out of the tornado warning. All right, so let's get back on some of the rotation. If anybody watches these things and likes to track tornadoes, we are certainly seeing that very, very strong rotation, especially for a tropical setup, a tropical tornado potential right there. That was, again, moving to the northeast of Bithlo. It does appear to be weakening slightly in here as it crosses the Seminole County line. It's something something we watching as well. Citrus County tornado warning. I think most of that has now moved out of Citrus County. As well. All right, so let me back this up. So we currently have dropped the other two warnings as expected. National Weather Service has canceled those two warnings. Those have been allowed to expire. First and foremost, look at all that lightning out here. Look at this. That is the eye wall of Idalia. Crazy. In Fruitland Park, there's nothing tornadic at the moment. We're still under that tornado watch, but there's nothing coming your way at the moment. That tornado watch will expire at 6 o'clock. But right now you are good. So there's nothing more. The storm right now is a Category 3. It's right on the cusp though of Category 4. So we may see that by the 5 o'clock advisory, which is due up in a little bit. We will bring that to you as it happens live here. Things are looking a little bit better. Still some very strong wind gusts right along the Seminole-Orange County line. But that is the deal with that. Real quick, I do want to get back to just looking at the hurricane itself. There is the spin. It's getting closer to landfall, moving at 17 miles an hour now to the northeast. This may be a good thing for Tallahassee. It looks like it might try to curve closer inland. This could be, let me get some extra cities on here. Cross City, Chiefland, Cedar Key area. So somewhere, one of those cities is likely going to take the direct hit, the worst of the worst, if you will. That is what we're likely going to see. One of those towns, unfortunately, is going to do that. It's most likely going to be either Perry or Cross City coming through. But right now we are looking at a strong Category 4, strong Category 3 hurricane on the cusp of Category 4. The pressure continues to drop. We're back inland now. The biggest threat for anything that we have right now inland is this tornado threat that will last us for the next couple of hours. Michael, stop it. It's not a nothing burger. So Curryville Road, we're up for that strongest part of the storm, still in that tornado warning. We'll check when this rolls to. Again, this is for Seminole and Orange County, including Bithlo, Chuliota, Geneva. This rolls until 5 o'clock in the morning. So we'll be able to let this one go, hopefully. It does look like it's improving. It's not as intense, the rotation anyway. It's not as intense. So that is some good news. We're still going to be under that tornado warning, though, for the next 10 minutes. And then at 5 o'clock, we're going to get that latest advisory, and we may end up having a Category 4 hurricane. We will see. I have not had a chance to look at the Hurricane Hunter data since we got thrown into kind of tornado warning coverage here. And again, that was all part of, unfortunately, the forecast here, as when you get these outer bands pushing through, that tends to allow tornadoes to develop with the extra wind shear involved from the hurricane that's sitting, hundreds of miles offshore, at least from the Central Florida perspective. It is closing in. And it doesn't make landfall everywhere. So that's a good point that Troy makes here in the chat. Is that it hasn't made landfall just yet.
Ryan, you may want to go back there at some point because we're going to have to switch back to the 5. I'm trying to get a hold of one. I haven't heard from yet. I've already had one from wasn't ready until less than a minute before they were going live, so I don't need that again. Sure.
So weird that they fired the sirens there. I guess that's Oviedo. I mean, the warning was east, but maybe the eastern side of Oviedo was technically included in that. But thank you again for that report, Jeff, of just the lightning and rain in Oviedo. There is our warning. So I guess if that may be technically still Oviedo, and that's probably why they fired the sirens there. So I know they do have tornado sirens in Oviedo. Yeah, so a lot of people hopping on here after being woken up by the tornado sirens. That is because there is a tornado warning. It's really on the east side, the far east side of Oviedo. So this is not in downtown Oviedo. I will say things are looking a lot better as well. We have lost a good chunk of the rotation. Let's put that into motion. You can kind of see the light up, the flare up a little bit better when things get really, really bright. That's where the rotation is. We are not seeing that, so I would imagine that at 5 o'clock we will have that warning allowed to expire. It appears that the tornado warning for Seminole is going to continue. Let me stop rolling this here. And it looks like they may issue for Volusia. That's not 100%. They're saying they're thinking about it for the Weather Service. So again, heads up in Volusia County.
What are they?
Coming up at about 5 o'clock, we are going to start to have some reports from the North Gulf Coast, specifically the Perry area. Right now, I mean, we are getting close to landfall. At 5 o'clock, let's check. We've had a couple of requests as that rotation has pulsed down a little bit. I want to measure how far away from land this is. See, there's that wobble kind of back to the west a little bit. You see it was moving east, and then there's that wobble back. See it? Over that last frame there. So this is still looking like we have the Perry area kind of under the gun here for where we're going to see a landfall. Perry, Cross City, somewhere in that north central thing. If it does continue to jog back to the west, it does look like maybe Tallahassee's going to miss the worst of this. So it's still going to not be the best, but it's not going to be the worst. Let's check the latest high-resolution wind forecast. And there we go by 5 o'clock on Wednesday. So there 41-mile-per-hour winds. I need to get some actual data in here. There we go. In Perry, 76-mile-per-hour winds. That's greater than hurricane force, pushing 80. And then there, and I do think right in there, we're going to see things get a little even stronger than 80 miles an hour for Perry. The worst of the storm is going to hit at about 8 o'clock, so we're kind of in the thick of it now through the rest of the morning. It's 5 o'clock now. Landfall is expected sometime around 8-ish, give or take. And then that's when we'll see, and then we'll keep the worst conditions rolling for the next several hours after that. Okay, yeah, and the Weather Service believes that it has weakened as well. We were talking about that first, so... All right, so far for Orlando, the strongest of the thunderstorms are... We do have some heavy rain pushing through the Orlando metro right now. Let me show you a live look. That's some of the heavy rain coming down. That is downtown Orlando. There's Port Canaveral. It is certainly breezy. We were talking about that it'd be gusty. It'd be breezy. Catherine's asking, is 45-mile-per-hour wind safe to drive it? If you're not driving over the bridges, I know 45-mile-per-hour kind of closes some of those bridges. But 5 a.m. is just out. Let's see. And we do officially have a Category 4 hurricane. So that's breaking news right off the top here. We have a Category 4 hurricane pressure down to 130-mile-per-hour wind. So this is hot off the press a couple of minutes early. And there you go. So there is that Category 4 hurricane. It has also picked up forward speed by a mile per hour as it continues to work north-northeast. So we mentioned that it was northeast before. Now it's northeast. So there was that jog back to the west. So now already was a significant hurricane, but we have officially achieved, unfortunately, Category 4 status here with winds of 130 miles an hour as this thing barrels through. And the eye wall is even getting stronger. I don't know if you can make that out, but that purple on the west side here, the purple on that west side of the thing, let me try to point that out. Let me put this into play mode so that I can get the arrow out for you. But look at this. That purple right there, the eye wall is still firing. It's so intense, and it's going to have the potential for even more strengthening. It's going to be on land soon, relatively soon. Let me get the ruler out again. From that last check, that is not the ruler. Let me... Come on. All right, so there is my ruler. So the eye wall is about 46, 45-ish miles away, again, from that. So we're about 2.5 hours away from landfall, doing just some very simple math. So that would put, if we're at 5 o'clock now, that would be about 7:30. So I think sometime in between that 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock hour, depending upon if it wobbles further to the west or to the east. No, we're not going to pray for a Cat 5. Get that out of here. But somewhere in that time frame between 7 and 8 o'clock, this is likely going to be coming on shore as a very, very strong hurricane, now officially becoming a Category 4 hurricane within the last few minutes. Again, 5 o'clock advisory hot off the press. There is a new track with this. Again, the track at this point does not matter, but we'll take a look at it anyway because, I mean, now the rest is a foregone conclusion. But there you go. It does take the worst of this away from Tampa. So that's kind of where, you know, as it was away from Tallahassee. Tampa, we are way in the clear. We just have some of that storm surge, and again, we're past the worst of that. But Tallahassee, let me turn my labels on. And I will find that this is more, and it may even go to. So that is, I mean, that's great news for Tallahassee. This hurricane will not be a Category 6. It's Category 4 right now. It will likely make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. It does not have much more time now. This will be on land in about 2 to 3 hours. Thank you, Jim A. I appreciate you. All right, so I'm optimistic for Tallahassee a little bit more than I was about an hour ago. We had those wobbles again. Perry is going to be really under the gun. We're going to likely take the brunt of the eye wall. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn our loop on. And again, if you are just joining the live feed, welcome. We're coming at you live on clickorlando.com, on News 6 Plus, on the Pinpoint Weather app, on the Pinpoint Hurricane app, and of course on the WKMG Click Orlando YouTube channel. Thank you guys so much for being here and tracking this storm alongside us. We're watching an unprecedented event unfold here. We've never, since any of us have been alive, seen a hurricane of this magnitude make landfall in this part of the world. The Big Bend of Florida has never taken a hurricane like this, so certainly unprecedented. We are watching unfold here. So just it's crazy, and it's typically because of the steering currents. We either see these go to the panhandle, something like what Michael did, or kind of bend and do something what Wilma, Charlie, Ian did, Irma for that matter too. This is just an area that typically just doesn't get hurricanes here, but that's changing. That's changing right now, unfortunately. All right, so here we are just after 5 o'clock. We have a Category 4 hurricane. I want to show you the latest update again. We've had several tornado warnings fire off through the central Florida area. Polk, Sumter, Osceola, Seminole, and into Orange County. Those have since expired. Let me just double check that. We were watching all the rotation kind of go away. We are watching for... Yeah, and I do not believe... I'm going to turn on the national rate. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how much lightning is in this eye wall. This is insane. This is a mean, mean storm. The eye wall might be open on the southeast side. I have to see if there's a vortex data message from the Hurricane Hunter plane. I don't see... Because I don't know if that's the eye opening up on the southeast side or not to maybe... I mean, it's too late now for any significant weakening, unfortunately. Orlando is not. Jim, it could. I mean, in Florida's history, obviously the three Cat 5s stand out. Michael, 1935, and then Andrew. Irma was terrible. Ian was terrible. If this continued, which it will, so I would 100% say that as well. I would imagine this is the last time we ever hear this name. This one's likely going to be a no doubter retired as well. And it's weird. This replaced Irma from the 2017 list, so we're only going to get use out of this eyesore. It'll likely be retired again. All right, so here we go, too. It looks like again, too little, too late, but it does look like that Idalia is going to go through an eye wall replacement cycle, and that's probably what it is. I was talking about maybe there's some dry air on the southeast side. What happens is you see this other bright band of red and orange. That's a bigger secondary eye wall. I think that's trying to develop here, and what happens is that we see it wrap around the center, so then it replaces that eye wall there. What happens in the eye wall replacement cycle, the eye gets bigger and then it spreads out the wind for a greater distance. And then it does the strengthening process once again. I think this is already its second time. It tried to do it earlier as well. Denellen, we're going to have some nasty outer bands come through. We actually have one working its way toward Denellen right now. There it is, coming out of Hernando, coming out of the villages. That was the other band. But right along the Cedar Key Crystal River area, that's where we have another outer band that's going to push on through.